Second part guys, like now for more amazing parts. Chapter 77. After escaping danger, Jiang Hao continued to focus on the dark troll. Continuous fireballs. Minus 25,884. Minus 26,011. Minus 25,718. Pyroblast. Minus 32,180, burning state increases damage by 50%. Wind blade. Minus 30,600, 280% of the strongest single target magic attack. Swamp magic. The dark troll's magic resistance is not low, and after 20% of the earth damage is attenuated, only a few hundred to less than 1,000 points of damage are left. Fortunately, the deceleration effect was not affected. At this time, the fireball has cooled down again. Continuous fireballs. Another string of injuries emerged. Minus 38,641. Minus 38,881. Minus 38,749. The burning state has not ended yet, and the damage of fireball has increased by 50%. 8 fireballs in a row took away more than 300,000 HP of the dark troll. In just a few seconds, the dark troll's HP plummeted by nearly 600,000, which made it extremely furious, and its body exuded an even stronger dark aura. Violent attack. When it activated its skill, Jiang Hao also moved. Shadow attack. The two just passed each other like this. Then, Jiang Hao continued to attack the dark troll. Continuous fireballs. Wind blade. Thunderfall technique. Continuous fireballs. Wind blade. Thunderfall technique. After becoming familiar with the dark troll's attack methods, Jiang Hao gradually mastered the rhythm. He was like a graceful dancer, moving lightly across the battlefield and continuously pouring attacks on the dark trolls. As time went by, the dark troll's health continued to decrease, and finally its health dropped to 30%. The dark troll roared, and then a dark energy enveloped it. Troll power. The dark troll's body was wrapped in dark energy, his muscles swelled, and the dark green sheen on his skin became deeper, revealing a suffocating feeling of oppression. Its attack power and defense power have been greatly improved at this moment. The health value was instantly increased to 50%. Continuous fireballs. Minus 18,199. Minus 17,644. Minus 18,019. As expected, the damage dropped sharply in an instant. However, it is not to the point where it cannot be dealt with. The dark troll's speed increased significantly after the explosion, and Jiang Hao had to adjust his attack method. Frost Fall. He directly used this large-scale skill on the dark troll. Bang! Fortunately, as soon as the skill was used, the dark troll was frozen. Cannot move for 5 seconds. Jiang Hao calmly took out the longbow. Poisoned. Swoosh, an arrow was shot out. Minus 5,954. After the outbreak, not only the dark troll's magic resistance is improved, but its armor value is also strengthened. Minus 1964, toxin damage. Minus 1964, toxin damage. Fortunately, the toxin damage remains stable, with nearly 2,000 damage per second. The toxin lasts for 90 seconds, and can cause at least 170,000 toxin damage, which is a very objective calculation. Thunderfall technique. Continuous fireballs. Another 160,000 HP was harvested, and the dark troll was no longer frozen. Violent attack. It accelerated and instantly escaped from the range of the Frostfall spell. This kind of debuff skill that only works in a fixed area has a disadvantage. As long as the target leaves the skill range, it will no longer be affected by the debuff effect. But Jiang Hao is not without a backup plan. Ice Cone technique. The dark troll, who had just performed a violent attack and was about to attack Jiang Hao, was suddenly met with an ice cone. With a bang, the ice cone exploded on its body, and the burst of coldness instantly reduced its speed by 20% to 30%. The slowing effect of ice cone is not a skill with a fixed range, but acts on the target individual. No matter where it appears, it will be affected by the slowing effect. Slowed down by the ice cone, the speed advantage gained by the troll power was instantly wiped out. So, the next battle will continue to be led by Jiang Hao. Wind Blade. Continuous Fireballs. Ice Cone Technique. Wind Blade. Continuous Fireballs. Jiang Hao's offensive was like a violent storm, continuous and unending. The dark troll could only roar in anger but was unable to escape Jiang Hao's entanglement. As time goes by, the dark troll's health is decreasing. 40%. 30%. 20%. There is nothing abnormal about the dark troll. Jiang Hao continued to launch attacks in an orderly manner. 15%. 12%. 10%. A black storm began to swirl around the dark troll again. This scene is familiar to Jiang Hao. This is the dark troll using its special skill again, Shadow Blade Storm. Swamp Magic. Jiang Hao first set up a deceleration range skill in front of himself. Summoning of the Undead. A zombie leader emerged from the ground. Then, he used the acceleration skill. Extreme Speed. The speed of the dark troll casting Shadow Blade Storm was also greatly enhanced, and the quagmire did not stop it for long. On the contrary, when it walked out of the swamp area, it was blocked by the zombie leader for a longer time. This series of arrangements bought him a few seconds to escape. With the help of his extreme speed, he suddenly opened up a distance of several hundred meters between himself and the dark troll. Next, the two of them started chasing each other in the troll forest, one in front and one behind. Jiang Hao, who was using his top speed, was still a little slower than the dark troll. If there hadn't been a long distance between him and the dark troll ahead, Jiang Hao might have been caught up. The dark troll's Shadow Blade Storm only lasts for 10 seconds, which is far shorter than Jiang Hao's 30-second extreme speed skill. Finally, when the dark troll was about to bring Jiang Hao into the attack range of Shadow Blade Storm, its skill disappeared. Without the blessing of Shadow Blade Storm, the end of the dark trolls is foreshadowed. 10 seconds later, after 3 rounds of attacks from Jiang Hao, the dark troll finally fell down. Looking at the huge body of the dark troll lying on the ground, Jiang Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The fight with the dark troll lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, but Jiang Hao felt like several hours had passed. This was because he was too focused during the fight, and the continuous casting of spells put a heavy burden on his body. He couldn't help but look at his stamina and fatigue values. That was a close call. His stamina and fatigue values are both around 20%. If he delays for a while, these two values will suddenly drop below 20%, and he will fall into a weak state, which will inevitably disrupt his rhythm. If he is covered by the dark troll's Shadow Blade Storm again, he can only use void teleportation to escape. Rejuvenation. Although Jiang Hao's health was full at this time, he still cast a rejuvenation spell on himself to restore his physical strength and fatigue points. Considering that the spells and combat skills he would have to perform would become increasingly powerful and consume more energy, and that this skill was the guarantee of his endurance, Jiang Hao decided to let Jian Tu Wuliang increase his efforts to collect more rejuvenation talismans. After all, as time goes by, the production of talismans in the novice village will become lower and lower, and it might be difficult to find one in the future. His strength and fatigue were recovering quickly. Jiang Hao looked towards the dark troll. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but regretfully said, "Why did I forget to bring a few skill engraving stones?" Among the 5 skills of the dark troll, except for boulder throw, war stomp, rock fall, violent assault, troll strength, and shadow blade storm are all good skills. If you can engrave one of them, you will make a lot of money. Chapter 78. There are 4 main ways to learn skills after leaving the novice village. First, spend money to learn from the natives. Second, you can use the skill engraving stone when killing monsters. There is a chance that the skills mastered by the monster will be engraved, and then you can learn them through the engraving stone. The third is to obtain skill books in the open map. The fourth is to obtain certain inheritances through secret realms. The most commonly used and widespread ways to acquire skills are naturally the first and second types. The skills learned from the natives are generally low level. If you want to obtain more advanced skills, it is best to use skill engraving stones to engrave them from powerful monsters. Using the inscription stone to acquire skills depends on your strength and luck. Because in order to engrave the opponent's skills, you must kill the opponent first. If you want to acquire powerful skills, the best way is to hunt high-level monsters, especially leaders, lords, and even higher-level spirit level, saint level, or even god level bosses. It can be said that skill inscription stones will be essential items for adventures in the future. In addition, engraving skills are not 100% successful, and the higher the level of the skill, the lower the success rate. It can be said that this is entirely a job that depends on luck. This is why Jiang Hao pays so much attention to collecting Dongtian jade, refining lucky bracelets, and then extracting lucky attributes. Jiang Hao was not too disappointed about missing the chance to collect skills from the Dark Troll. He would have many opportunities to encounter boss in the future. He had the coordinates of many leveling sites and secret realms in his mind. As long as he was strong enough, he could go there to challenge them at any time and acquire more powerful skills. Now, we have to deal with the things at hand first. With the Dark Troll dead, the remaining trolls pose little threat. Jiang Hao spent more than 10 minutes and finally cleared out the entire troll camp. Looking at the troll corpses all over the ground, a helpless look gradually appeared on Jiang Hao's face. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hao absorbed spiritual energy while calling up the Peach Blossom Island Masters panel and stated his purpose directly. Zufeng, I have taken over Black Demon Ridge. Please arrange some people to help me collect materials. Dahua Island Master, so fast? You are indeed the Wind Chaser. I will arrange for someone to go there immediately. Zufeng, there are about 3,000 trolls. After you collect them, please keep the green leg bones for me and help me process the other materials. We will split the profits 20:80. Lord of Peach Blossom Island, 28 is too high, I will just take 10% as hard work fee for my brothers. Zufeng, okay. As long as you don't feel like you are losing out. Dahua Island Master, haha. How can that be possible? This is a windfall for us. We can't thank you enough. Peach Blossom Island Master, 3,000 trolls, even excluding the green leg bones and losses, the income is estimated to be 150-200 gold coins. Owner of Peach Blossom Island, even if I only take 10%, I'll still earn more than 10 or 20 gold coins. Owner of Peach Blossom Island, for us, this only requires some manpower and the collection of materials. It does not require any cost investment at all. It is a business that is guaranteed to make a profit. The owner of Peach Blossom Island, if there are such good things in the future, Master Zufeng must think more about our Peach Blossom Island. Zufeng, don't worry, I won't forget you if there's any benefit. Remember to move quickly, or it will be dark. Owner of Peach Blossom Island, some people have already gone there. I estimate the fastest group will arrive in a few minutes. Zufeng, good. After Jiang Hao absorbed all the spiritual energy, his level soared to level 32. On the second day after leaving the novice village, his level soared to level 32. This upgrade speed is probably faster than anything in the entire Divine Breath. Now he is qualified to leave Guxi town and go to the second level main city Anning City. When Jiang Hao finished collecting materials from the 5 chiefs and 1 lord level boss on the scene, the first batch arranged by the owner of Peach Blossom Island had arrived at the scene. Looking at the troll corpses all over the ground, the players sent by the owner of Peach Blossom Island had expressions of disbelief and shock on their faces. They originally thought that what the great god Zufeng said, "I have taken over the Black Demon Ridge," was just an exaggerated joke. After all, the Black Demon Ridge is the most dangerous area in Guxi town, with a large number of powerful trolls entrenched in it, and there is even a lord-level boss. Even a strong group like Aotian Pavilion did not dare to covet it. Unexpectedly, it was slaughtered by Zufeng alone. "Come! Come! Come! Get to work," the team leader ordered immediately after being shocked. In his eyes, this was not a floor full of corpses, but a floor full of money. Although most of them belong to the wind, any leakage of them will bring huge benefits to them. Therefore, everyone was naturally very motivated and began to collect materials from the troll's corpse enthusiastically. Seeing that they were advancing the work in an orderly manner, Jiang Hao didn't want to waste any more time here and went straight back to Guxi town. After another trip to the Blazing Valley tomorrow, it will be almost time to leave Guxi town. Jiang Hao returned to Guxi town. It was still a little early and there were not many people on the streets. He first went into the nearest drugstore. Before the players' careers started to develop, most of the shops in the town were run by the indigenous people. Jiang Hao walked to the counter. A woman who was busy organizing the medicine cabinet immediately raised her head. When she saw Jiang Hao's appearance, she was surprised and asked, "Master Zufeng?" Jiang Hao smiled slightly and nodded, acknowledging the other party's address. "Haha! It's really you. My name is Zhang Shuer, it's an honor to meet you. What would you like?" Zhang Shuer asked excitedly, her face full of admiration. "What are the prices of intermediate or advanced health and mana recovery potions?" Jiang Hao asked. Intermediate potion costs 200 copper coins per bottle, advanced potion costs 1000 copper coins per bottle, both potions are the same price. After Zhang Shuer finished speaking, she looked around secretly, then lowered her voice and said, "Actually, it's not cost-effective to buy this kind of potion now. When players can refine these potions in the future, the price will be much lower. I know that many people are already stuck on the edge of promotion. It won't be long before intermediate potions refined by players are put on the market, and the price will be much lower by then." Jiang Hao replied, "It's okay, how many intermediate and advanced health and mana recovery potions are there in the store now?" Zhang Shuer said, "Currently, the store has 400 bottles of intermediate blood recovery potions and only 50 bottles of advanced blood recovery potions. Because the materials used to make advanced potions are relatively rare, there are not many in stock. As for mana recovery potions, there are 300 bottles of intermediate ones and only 20 bottles of advanced ones." Jiang Hao said, "Give them all to me, I want them all." "What? You want them all?" Zhang Shuer couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Yes. Calculate how much it is." Jiang Hao said. "A total of 21 gold coins." Zhang Shuer said. Jiang Hao paid the gold coins without hesitation, and then asked, "Do you have intermediate and advanced poison reagents?" Zhang Shuer said, "There are 100 bottles of intermediate poison reagents, but no advanced ones." Jiang Hao said, "I'll take it all, no matter how much it costs." Zhang Shuer was too tired to complain about his actions, so she could only calculate the cost. Each bottle of intermediate poison reagent is 800 copper coins, so 100 bottles is 8 gold coins in total. Jiang Hao paid again without hesitation, then asked, "Do you have any intermediate or advanced temporary attribute potions?" Zhang Shuer said, "We have the intermediate ones, 100 bottles of each. Do you want them too?" Jiang Hao, "Yes." Then Jiang Hao paid another 40 gold coins. After searching for the potions he wanted, Jiang Hao asked again, "What other potions do you have here?" Chapter 79. After searching for the potions he wanted, Jiang Hao asked again, "What other potions do you have here?" Zhang Shuer, "There is also violent reagent, do you need it?" Jiang Hao said, "Show me the properties of the intermediate or advanced reagents." Zhang Shui'er, wait a moment. Rage reagent. After taking it, the player will enter a berserk state, with attack power, including physical attack and magic attack, and speed, including movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, increased by 50%, and defense power, including armor and magic resistance, reduced by 80%, which lasts for 1 minute. After the berserk state is lifted, the player will fall into a weak state, and the overall status of all aspects will decrease by 80%, which lasts for 10 minutes. Super violent reagent. After taking it, the player will enter a super violent state, with attack power, including physical attack and magic attack, and speed, including movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, increased by 100%, and defense power, including armor and magic resistance, reduced to 0, which lasts for 1 minute. After the violent state is lifted, the player will fall into a weak state, and the overall status of all aspects will decrease by 80%, which lasts for 10 minutes. It is not known whether it is worth it to exchange 10 minutes of weakness for 1 minute of burst, but Jiang Hao knows that this may be a weapon to turn the tide of the battle at the critical moment. Be prepared. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and said decisively, give me all the super violent reagents. Zhang Shui'er was slightly stunned, then said, there are 60 bottles of super violent reagent, 5 gold coins per bottle. The price is very high. Are you sure you want them all? Yes, I want both. Jiang Hao replied affirmatively. Zhang Shui'er quickly calculated the price, 300 gold coins in total. Jiang Hao paid and asked again, are there any other reagents? Zhang Shui'er shook her head, no more. You've basically bought out all the medicine in the store. I can leave work early too. Haha. Okay. Jiang Hao was about to leave the store, but suddenly stopped, stared at Zhang Shui'er intently, and asked, are you from Huayang? Hey? Master Zufeng, how did you know that? Are you from Huayang too? Zhang Shui'er asked in surprise. After hearing this, Jiang Hao became more certain of his guess. In his previous life, when he was being hunted, he was trying to escape when he suddenly heard a system announcement congratulating a player named Zhang Shui'er for becoming the first player to be promoted to a god-level alchemist. He still remembers that name. The reason why he asked this question was because Zhang Shui'er was assassinated shortly after her promotion, and the assassination took place in her hometown, Huayang. After confirming that the girl in front of him was from Huayang, he asked again, you should be a junior alchemist now, right? Hee. Zhang Shui'er looked pleased, I am not only a junior alchemist, I can already make intermediate potions, and I am already a quasi-intermediate alchemist. As long as the success rate reaches the standard, I will be a formal intermediate alchemist. You are amazing. Jiang Hao became even more certain that this girl was the alchemy genius from his previous life. It's just a pity that her future, which should have been bright, was abruptly ended by a sudden assassination. The interests involved in divine breath are too great, and there are huge interests and disputes hidden behind it, not only between people, guilds, but also between countries. In previous lives, there were many people who died like Zhang Shui'er. This is also the reason why Jiang Hao is unwilling to reveal his identity when he has no ability to protect himself. Jiang Hao secretly decided in his heart that since he was reborn and met this future alchemy genius again, he naturally didn't want the tragedy to happen again. Seeing that she didn't have the guild badge on her chest, he asked again, Zhang Shui'er, you haven't joined the guild yet, right? No. Zhang Shui'er replied, the initial investment in training a life profession is huge, and guilds usually train their own people. I don't want to sign any agreement with them, so they naturally won't recruit me. In fact, I haven't been an alchemy apprentice for long, only half a month. I guess only when I really become a mid-level alchemist and let them see my value will the guild recruit me, right? Jiang Hao invited her, if I set up a guild and invite you, would you be willing to join my guild? I will not restrict your freedom, and I will provide you with sufficient resources and protection. Really? Zhang Shue'er was immediately surprised. Master Zhu Feng, are you really going to set up a guild? Jiang Hao smiled and nodded, yes, but I have to wait until I reach level 60 and enter the first level main city before I can officially establish a guild. But I believe that time will not be too far away, it depends on whether you are willing or not. Haha. I do. Since Master Zhu Feng invited me personally, there is no reason for me to refuse. Zhang Shue'er said. Jiang Hao secretly cast a detection spell over, but with Jiang Hao's current level, plus the +4 detection spell, Zhang Shue'er didn't notice it at all. He also knew that Zhang Shue'er's current level was only 13, so he said, then I'll help you level up tomorrow and take you to Anning City first. Anning City? Doesn't that mean it has to be level 30? Master Zhu Feng, are you saying that you want to take me to level 30? There was a hint of anticipation in Zhang Shue'er's voice. Yeah. Jiang Hao nodded, if nothing goes wrong, I should be able to reach level 30 tomorrow. Zhang Shue'er's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Master Zhu Feng, are you serious? You can let me reach level 30 in one day? This. How is this possible? Jiang Hao looked at her shocked expression and smiled even more, you'll know tomorrow. Hee. I didn't expect such a good thing would happen to me. It feels a bit unreal. Zhang Shue'er said as she patted her slightly round face. Jiang Hao looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help laughing, stop taking pictures, or your face will get even rounder. Zhang Shue'er stuck out her tongue and made a face, Master Zhu Feng, I have to thank you no matter what. It's mutual. My guild will need more talents like you in the future. Jiang Hao said, by the way. Please keep your real identity confidential. Do many people know your real identity? Not many, just my parents and my brother, and a few roommates. Zhang Shue'er replied. Jiang Hao, are you still studying? Zhang Shue'er, yes, I will be a senior when school starts. Jiang Hao, then don't tell anyone else that you want to join my guild for now. Wait until I have built the base and you are willing to move in. Once your personal safety is ensured, then tell them. Zhang Shue'er, is it necessary to be so serious? Jiang Hao, I believe I don't need to say much about the influence of divine breath. How many consortiums and forces have invested countless resources in it, and the depth of the interests involved is definitely not something you and I can easily guess. You also know that I have offended many people in the game. Once others know that you and I are involved, it will definitely cause unnecessary troubles and even endanger your real safety. Don't take it lightly. Zhang Shue'er opened her mouth wide, obviously shocked by Jiang Hao's serious words. Jiang Hao added, so, if you want to get involved with me, it's risky. It's not too late for you to refuse now. Chapter 80. Zhang Shue'er hesitated for a moment, her eyes became firm, and she said, hee, how could I refuse the opportunity to curry favor with someone so powerful? Master Zhu Feng, don't worry, I will be careful and won't cause you any trouble. I also believe in you and believe that you can take me with you. Jiang Hao could see that she was a girl who seemed innocent but was actually determined and had her own ideas. Perhaps it is precisely her character of moving forward courageously once she has determined something that has created her potential to become a god-level alchemist. Jiang Hao secretly admired it in his heart, and at the same time he became more convinced that he had not misjudged the person. Then he gave some instructions and parted ways with Zhang Shue'er. After leaving the pharmacy, Jiang Hao bought some skill engraving stones from other shops. White skill engraving stone, 1 gold coin per piece. Green skill engraving stone, 10 gold coins per piece. Blue skill engraving stone, 100 gold coins per piece. And so on, with each level up, the price of the inscription stone becomes 10 times more expensive. The probability of engraving skills of the same level on a skill engraving stone is only 30%, and only 5% for a higher level. The probability of engraving skills of a higher level becomes extremely low, while the probability of engraving skills of a lower level is 50%, and the remaining 15% is the probability of failure. A green skill inscription stone worth 10 gold coins has a 50% chance of obtaining a white skill. The value of the skill inscription stone shows how precious the skill is. Jiang Hao couldn't buy much with his current financial resources. He spent 700 gold coins to buy 20 green skill engraving stones and 5 blue skill engraving stones. White skills are not very useful to Jiang Hao, so he did not buy white skill inscription stones. Besides, if he needs white skills, he might as well purchase them from the novice village. An industrial chain has now been formed, with professional gold farmers specializing in helping people upgrade, get equipment, and get skill books in the novice village. Now Jiang Hao is standing in the auction house in Guxi town. At this moment, there are many people consigning items in the auction house, including equipment, skill books, materials, medicinal herbs, etc. Jiang Hao first browsed the products sorted by price. Purple ling fruit, a rare treasure from the earth, can permanently increase 60 points of mental strength after taking it, 800 gold coins. Fenjia Hua, a mysterious treasure, can permanently increase agility by 32 points after taking it, 350 gold coins. Red flame vine, a rare treasure, can increase fire damage by 10% and fire magic resistance by 5% after taking it, 300 gold coins. Mysterious ice lotus, a mysterious treasure, can increase ice damage by 10% and ice magic resistance by 5% after taking it, 280 gold coins. Blood crystal marrow, a mysterious treasure, can increase the upper limit of health by 5,000 after taking it, 200 gold coins. Sunstone, purple forging material, 60 gold coins. Star sand, purple forging material, 50 gold coins. Mysterious ice crystal, purple forging material, 50 gold coins. The stuff is indeed good, but the price is such that you can tell these people are asking for an exorbitant price. Natural treasures that permanently increase properties cost a little over 10 gold coins on average. With the current extremely high exchange rate, their value far exceeds their original value. However, when you think about the fact that this is in the early stages and all the major guilds are cultivating their own top combat forces, there is a market for such a high price. As for the red flame vine and black ice lotus, whoever buys them will be in big trouble. Not everything that is called a rare treasure can be sold for hundreds of gold coins. The prices of the remaining purple forging materials are quite reasonable, or even relatively low. This is because the highest level of blacksmiths among the players is probably only intermediate, and they are far from using purple materials. The natives also noticed this and generally purchased them at a low price. A piece of purple material costs about 40 to 50 gold coins, and these people only want to make as much money as possible by listing it at 50 or 60 gold coins. Maybe it could double or triple in another 6 months or a year, but it's not worth hoarding so many gold coins for such a long time. Besides, Jiang Hao has no shortage of purple or even gold materials. When he looted the fire dragon's lair before, he found a lot of high-level materials, all of which were purple grade or above. Therefore, Jiang Hao naturally would not spend the few remaining gold coins on this. He continued to browse, and when he saw Ling Yunyan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ling Yunyan, blue forging material, 5 gold coins. Although Ling Yunyan is just a blue forging material, it is used to activate the spirit when refining purple equipment. Awakening the spirit means activating equipment skills, which is a necessary material for refining purple equipment. In critical moments, the price of Ling Yunyan is no lower than that of purple forging materials. At the very least, it is worth 30 or 40 gold coins per piece. And here you only need 5 gold coins to buy one. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and bought all the Ling Yunyan in the auction house, a total of 20 copies. Looking further down, Jiang Hao also took pictures of all the green-grade bones suitable for refining the continuous fireball bone staff, a total of 182 pieces, which cost 110 gold coins. He really never has too much of this stuff. Just imagine what a devastating scene it would be if hundreds or thousands of fireballs hit us. Looking down, there was nothing else worth his effort. Just after coming out of the auction house, Jian Tu Wuliang also came back. Jiang Hao checked in with him and found out that he had completed the collection of more than 1,000 scrolls of detection skills that he had been asked to help collect. In addition, he also bought a lot of talismans from others, a total of 5,000 pieces, and now the price has increased a lot, an average of 200 copper coins per piece. There is still a lot of room for price increases in the future. Besides, for Jiang Hao, a talisman is equivalent to a skill book, and in his opinion, its value is dozens or hundreds of times higher. Then, after Jian Tu Wuliang finished handing over the other materials and was about to leave, he was stopped by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said, "You can level up with me tomorrow. I will try my best to get you to level 30. Then you can teleport to other towns through a Ning city, which will be more conducive to you collecting what I want." Jian Tu Wuliang heard this and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Haha! That's great! This way I can make a lot of money again." "Thank you, boss." Jiang Hao smiled and patted his shoulder. "You're welcome, it's mutual. You can go further and help me collect more things I want." After the two of them made an agreement, Jian Tu Wuliang left excitedly. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark, and the people of Peach Blossom Island owner also delivered the spoils from the troll camp. After collecting all the troll materials minus some green-grade bones, the remaining materials are worth 180 gold coins. After deducting 10%, there are 162 gold coins left. In addition, after looting the troll camp, various materials worth 300 gold coins were obtained. The owner of Peach Blossom Island also converted all of these materials into gold coins and sent them over. After this calculation, the number of gold coins in Jiang Hao's hand increased to 541. After the handover was completed, Jiang Hao went downstairs to have a meal and then went online again. "Then, I rented a forge for 2 gold coins. Now that he has a large number of green-grade bones in his hands, he can finally concentrate on forging and see if he can create a few continuous fireball bone staffs." Chapter 81. Aotian Pavilion Online Conference Room. A group of senior executives watched the video of Zhu Feng fighting against the group of trolls, Feng Ling Tianxia and others over and over again. The images on the screen were replayed over and over again, and each replay brought new shock to the hearts of the senior executives present. Zhu Feng's strength was far beyond their imagination, and the atmosphere on the scene became extremely solemn for a moment. The last scene stops at Jiang Hao warning Hong Ai Tianxiang that the ownership of Xian Valley will change. The one who was most uneasy at the scene was Hong Ai Tianxiang. In the past, as the first person in Aotian Pavilion to walk out of the novice village, he enjoyed a lot of honors. However, after Zhu Feng fought with the group of trolls on the screen, Aotian Pavilion was still defeated in front of that man. Although he did not lead this battle, a defeat is a defeat. This inevitably caused considerable negative impact on the reputation of Aotian Pavilion. As the head of the local Aotian Pavilion, he naturally cannot escape blame. Xiao Heng Jun. The sudden roll call made Hong Yi Tianxiang's heart tremble. He looked towards the direction of the president nervously. "President, what instructions do you have? What do you think about this matter?" Aosi King Kaiang's eyes were sharp and penetrated Hong Yi Tianxiang's heart. This question was simply a matter of life and death. No matter how he answered it, it would be wrong. He had weighed the pros and cons before and had guessed that this would happen. Now that it was actually happening, he could only bite the bullet and say, "Zhu Feng's strength is unfathomable. In principle, we should not be his enemy at this time, but it has already happened. If we do not respond, it will appear that we, Aotian Pavilion, are afraid of him." In response to his warning, I think even if we cannot confront him head-on for the time being, we must make a gesture to show our Aotian Pavilion's bottom line and determination. Aosi King Kaiyan glanced at him with cold eyes. Tell me the specific plan. Hong Ai Tian Xiang, who had no way to retreat, continued, since Zhu Feng has spoken, Xian Valley cannot be defended. And since we want to show off, the bigger the better, but that means too many people died. Hong Ai Tian Xiang paused for a moment, observing the president's reaction. Seeing that Aoshi King Kaiyan did not interrupt, he continued. Of course, these people cannot be our elite personnel. We can even spend some money to find someone to die in their place. After one night in the game, Jiang Hao only refined 40 continuous fireball bone staffs, and finally succeeded in 26 of them. After extracting all its entries, the maximum number of fireballs in Jiang Hao's maximum burst of fireballs reached 34. Each fireball can deal up to 26,000 damage, multiplied by 34 times, the maximum damage of a burst of fireballs can be up to 880,000. If the burning state adds 50% fire damage, the damage will soar to more than 1.3 million. In addition, Jiang Hao also took the time to swallow all the potions in his hand. The panel properties have been greatly improved. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Poisoning +4, consumes 300 magic points. After activating the skill, after the physical attack hits the target, it will cause additional poison damage of 240 plus 20% of physical attack per second, lasting for 1 minute and 40 seconds, cannot be stacked, and the cooling time is 1 minute and 20 seconds. Detection +10, consumes 600 magic points to detect the specific attributes and weak points of the target object that is no more than 150 levels above your own level. Super Berserk +5, consume 8000 mana to activate the skill, enter the Super Berserk state, attack power, including physical attack and magic attack, and speed, including movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, increase by 170%, defense power, including armor and magic resistance, reduced to 0, lasting for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. After the Berserk state is lifted, the player falls into a weak state, and the overall status of all aspects decreases by 80%, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Level, 32. Experience, 13458/1250000. Reputation, 12,380. HP, 158,380. Mana, 60,720. Physical attack, 12,281. Magic attack, 12,585. Stamina, 11,200. Fatigue value, 12,500. Armor, 320. Magic resist, 465. Strength, 1,140. Mental strength, 1,250. Physical fitness, 1,120. Agility, 1,235. Lucky, 393. Soul origin point, 92,580. Free attribute points, 1,110. HP plus 6,000 per second, Mana plus 5,200 per second, Movement speed plus 15%, Attack speed plus 8%, Damage reduction plus 20%, Casting speed plus 12%. Equipment. Skill. Game coins, 541 gold coins, 3,080 copper coins. The 4 major attributes increased by 1,000. The upper limit and recovery speed of health and magic points have increased terribly with the accumulation of various intermediate and advanced potions. After the detection skill was upgraded to +10, there was indeed an additional special effect, discovering the target's weakness. After Super Rage +5, it's a terrifying 170% increase. With the current attack power, a burst of fireballs in the extreme state can cause a terrifying 4.1 million damage. Enough to instantly kill a dark troll at full health. So terrifying. And this is not Jiang Hao's limit. As long as he is given time to produce more continuous fireball bone staffs, his damage can be increased exponentially. With the hand of God, his strength will grow rapidly as long as he is given a certain amount of time. The time in the game will also be morning. Jiang Hao also needs to take some time off the line to solve the eating problem. After leaving the forging room, Jiang Hao went directly to a restaurant in Guxi town. An ordinary meal in the restaurant costs several hundred copper coins, which is several thousand yuan in real currency. Ordinary players cannot afford it, so there is no business in the restaurant except for some indigenous people. Jiang Hao walked into the restaurant, spent almost a gold coin, and ordered 4 or 5 different meat dishes. After getting the packaged meal, he found a place to cash it out before he quit the game. As soon as he took off his helmet, he smelled a tempting aroma coming from the bed. These are made from the essence of the beast meat in divine breath and contain rich energy. When Zhang Ling woke up and ate this special breakfast, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed that it was delicious. But she couldn't eat much and the rest went into Jiang Hao's stomach. After eating this meal, Jiang Hao finally felt full. Before entering the game, Jiang Hao did not forget to perform a rejuvenation technique on Zhang Ling and himself, so that their bodies could always be kept in the best condition. After entering the game again, Jiang Hao sent a message to Zhang Shuer and Qian Tu Wu Yang, and then went straight towards the blazing valley. Chapter 82. There is a raging river of lava in the center of the blazing valley. Hot bubbles rolled on the surface of the river from time to time, and occasionally a deafening roar would erupt, like a roaring fire dragon spewing out magma containing flaming stones. If the blazing stone falls outside, someone can pick it up even if they risk being burned by the fire energy. So in principle, the closer you are to the inner area of the lava river, the more flaming stones are left on the ground. In addition, if you want to enter the blazing valley and take risks to pick up the blazing stone, you will not only have to endure the burning of fire energy, but also beware of the attacks of the fire monsters living there. In the outermost area there are level 15 to 20 fire beasts, further inside there are level 20 to 25 red-scaled lizards, and in the innermost area close to the lava river there are level 25 to 30 fire elves, and even more powerful lava beasts live in the lava. When Jiang Hao arrived at the entrance of Blazing Valley, Aotian Pavilion had already set up many defense lines here. It is said to be a series of defense lines, but in fact it is just a wall of people blocking the entrance to the valley. Seeing Zhu Feng coming, a man walked out of the crowd. The man was wearing gorgeous armor, a wolf fur coat on his shoulders, and a tall figure, with an unquestionable arrogance between his eyebrows. He was the prestigious vice president of Aotian Pavilion, Lu Fengxing, known as the Iron Judge. Lu Fengxing walked slowly to Jiang Hao and said coldly, "Feng Zhu, Blazing Flame Valley was the first resource point discovered by Aotian Pavilion, and it was also the first to be developed. We have been committed to benefiting the majority of players, so that more players can find a job in Blazing Flame Valley. You came here today and wanted to occupy Blazing Flame Valley by force with your own strength. Isn't that a bit too overbearing? You don't take our Aotian Pavilion seriously." Lu Fengxing is also an old acquaintance to Jiang Hao. He knew that his status was similar to Feng Lingtiangxia, and he was also a vice president of Aotian Pavilion. Although his strength was impressive, in Jiang Hao's eyes, he was just that. However, the other party gathered a large number of non-Aotian Pavilion players and righteously tied themselves to the opposite side of morality, which made Jiang Hao sneer, with a hint of irony in his eyes. "I guess there are quite a few people on the scene responsible for shooting videos, and once they get the material they will use online public opinion to discredit themselves. But they seem to have forgotten their usual style of doing things. This is a lawless place, and whoever has the bigger fist is right. Haha." Jiang Hao laughed contemptuously. "When did you, Aotian Pavilion, learn to reason? This is not your style. In fact, I still prefer your unruly, arrogant, and indifferent attitude towards everyone. Just like yesterday in the Troll Forest, your trash called Feng Ling Tianxia stretched his hand into my bowl, and I had no choice but to chop him off. What? Now it's my turn to fight back and take over the Blazing Valley, but you guys are the first to act like victims? It's really ridiculous. Lu Fengxing frowned. He didn't expect that Zhu Feng would not fall for the moral blackmail. All right. My time is precious, I'm warning you all. Jiang Hao waved his hand impatiently, I'm going to take Blazing Valley. If you don't want to die, leave now. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, someone immediately shouted, Zhu Feng, who do you think you are? We are in Blazing Valley to get blazing stones. Why should you make us give up our place just because of one sentence? That's right. Just because you are so strong, you can't act so recklessly. Kill me if you dare. I won't leave here even if I die. I want to see how capable you are, Feng Zhu. If you have the guts, kill all of our 2,000 men. The Blazing Valley belongs to everyone, not just you. That's right. The resources of Blazing Valley are public. Why do you monopolize them? Zhu Feng, do you think you can bully us just because you are so strong? Let me tell you, there are so many of us, and a single spit from each of us can drown you. Following these people's rebuttal, the surrounding players also began to become infuriated. Jiang Hao looked at the people in front of him coldly, smiled, and said nonchalantly, I don't know how much benefit Aotian Pavilion has given you, but I will only give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave here, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Fengxing watched as Jiang Hao fully aroused the hatred of everyone, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. His goal has been achieved. Now he just needs to make Zhu Feng the target of public criticism and enmeshed him in negative public opinion. So he quietly stepped back and blended into the crowd. Jiang Hao's attention has always been on him, and he shouted, Lu Fengxing, as the vice president of Aotian Pavilion, you just abandoned your men and ran away? But have you asked? Jiang Hao just finished speaking. Extreme speed. The speed soared instantly, and when it entered his attack range, the mana in his hands surged. Pyroblast. A huge fireball smashed towards the crowd where Lu Fengxing was. With a loud boom, the blazing flames instantly engulfed everything around, and screams and exclamations rang out one after another. The flames dissipated, and only Lu Fengxing was left alive. The armor on his body was glowing with a faint light. It was obviously an extraordinary equipment that blocked most of the damage for him. But Jiang Hao had no intention of letting him go, and used his skills one after another. Thunderfall technique. Lu Fengxing used an acceleration skill to instantly avoid the attack of the falling thunder technique. Ice cone technique. Lu Fengxing swung the sword in his hand, unleashing a powerful sword energy that dispersed the ice cone technique in mid-flight. Continuous fireballs. Jiang Hao did not trigger all the fireballs. When Lu Fengxing saw the 8 fireballs coming towards him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he took out a talisman and immediately slapped it. The talisman suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, instantly wrapping him up. As the light dissipated, Lu Fengxing's figure also disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint spatial fluctuation. The fireball that was ignited naturally lost its target, exploded on the open ground, and set off waves of fire. Jiang Hao looked at the place where Lu Fengxing disappeared, his eyes slightly focused. Teleportation talisman. This thing is very valuable and can be used to save lives at critical moments. It is almost a must-have treasure for high-end players at home and when traveling. You know, in the first level of Shengzi continent, once you leave the novice village, you will lose 10% of your experience each time you die. This 10% experience is calculated based on the overall experience. Once you lose this part of experience, you may drop 2 or 3 levels. After reaching level 60, the experience points required for each level up are about 400 million. Lu Fengxing was only level 60. If he was killed here, his level would definitely drop below level 60, and he would lose the qualification to enter the first-level main city. Even with the support of the guild, it would take several days to get back to level 60. As the guild was holding important activities in other places during the past 2 days, he naturally did not dare to die easily. So no matter how expensive the teleportation talisman is, he can only grit his teeth and use it. Chapter 83. Although Jiang Hao wanted to keep Lu Fengxing, he had no skill to confine him in space, so he could only watch him escape. However, this does not mean that he will give up. Humph, Lu Fengxing, you can escape once, but you can't escape a second time. Then, he turned his gaze to the players who were still surrounding the valley entrance. As for you, it's still not too late to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, these players were not intimidated by Jiang Hao's threats, but became even more angry. The players in front of him were basically all below level 15. Jiang Hao also knew that these people were paid and used as cannon fodder by Aotian Pavilion, but he would not show mercy. Since you are determined to seek death, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Hao said coldly, and then launched another attack. Swamp Magic. Frost Fall. Wind Step Violent Shock. Shadow Attack. The Wolf King roars. Then. Continuous Fireballs. This time Jiang Hao burst out with all his strength. There were 34 fireballs, and Jiang Hao did not deliberately guide them, so the fireballs scattered and fell into the crowd. The 4 major group attack skills landed on the crowd, killing 500 to 600 people in an instant, clearing out nearly a quarter of the players on the scene. In front of Jiang Hao's powerful skills, they were like straw being harvested and were killed instantly. Afterwards, Jiang Hao killed those who had the Aotian Pavilion badge one by one. Hong Yi Tianxiang and several managers around him were naturally given special care by Jiang Hao, and they were all killed in a short while. The remaining people came here with the intention of dying. Even without the restraints of the top leaders of Aotian Pavilion, they would still rush towards Jiang Hao fearlessly and undeterred. In the end, Jiang Hao didn't waste much time. In just 2 or 3 minutes, there was no one alive at the scene except him. After dealing with Aotian's men, Jiang Hao sent a message to the owner of Peach Blossom Island, asking their people to take over the Blazing Valley. After the owner of Peach Blossom Island and the people from DS Shenxi arrived, Jiang Hao told them to temporarily block the Blazing Valley today and open it again tomorrow. Then, he took Qian Tu Wuliang and Zhang Shuer and walked towards the depths of the Blazing Valley. There were also 10 people arranged by the owner of Peach Blossom Island who were specifically responsible for helping Jiang Hao collect the spoils. The outer area is the area of the fire beasts. The fire beasts have a characteristic: they like to gather around the fiery stones. Therefore, when a group of fire xi beasts is discovered, it means that the blazing stone has been discovered, and the larger the size of the group, the more blazing stones there are or the higher the quality. The group had not walked far when they encountered a small group of 7 or 8 fire beasts. Jiang Hao threw a detection spell over. Fire Beast. Level, 16. HP, 2100. Armor, 50. Magic Resist, 40. Fire Resistance, 20%. Attack, 800. Skill, Flame Throw. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute Attacks. Fire Beast Elite. Level, 18. HP, 12,000. Armor, 120. Magic Resist, 80. Fire Resistance, 30%. Attack, 1,400. Skills, Flame Throw, Flame Charge. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute Attacks. Jiang Hao directly sent out a series of fireballs, and 8 fire beasts died instantly. Even after the Fire Beast Elite lost its fire resistance and magic resistance, it was still killed instantly. You go and absorb those spiritual energies. Jiang Hao said to Zhang Shuer and Qian Tu Wuliang. After hearing the reminder, the two finally woke up from their state of shock. Okay. Qianchu Wuliang said. He. Then I won't be polite either. Thank you, Master Zufeng. Zhang Shuer said. Others could only look at them with envy, and then consciously help collect the spoils. They did not feel jealous at all. After all, they all knew that they had the opportunity to help Zufeng, and their income today would definitely not be low. When they were selected, countless people beat their chests and stamped their feet behind their backs. The most valuable part of the fire beast is its skin, which can be used to refine fire-resistant equipment. If they can obtain a set of fire-resistant equipment, they can go further in the Blazing Valley. Therefore, the value of a fire xi beast is not low now. The materials of an ordinary fire beast are worth about 300 copper coins, while those of an elite fire beast are worth 2,000 copper coins. Jiang Hao killed 8 fire beasts with ease, including an elite monster. But don't forget that there was a fiery stone on the ground. This speed of making money is enough to make people jealous. As they went deeper, the groups of fire xi beasts they encountered became larger and larger. However, this made no difference to Jiang Hao. No matter whether there were a dozen or dozens of fire xi beasts, they could not stop him. If they encounter a larger group of fire xi beasts, Qian Tu Wuliang and Zhang Shuer's absorption speed will be slower than Jiang Hao's killing speed. Not to mention the 10 people who were responsible for dealing with the spoils. Even though they were very busy, the corpses of the fire xi beasts piled up in their hands were increasing. As a last resort, they had to ask the owner of Peach Blossom Island to bring more people over. Now Jiang Hao has once again realized the benefits of having power. With a group of younger brothers to help him clean up the mess, he only needs to concentrate on doing his own thing. His efficiency is terrifying, even higher than when he was in the troll forest. Next, in less than an hour, the group cleared the outer area completely. Thousands of fire xi beasts were killed. The levels of Zhang Shuer and Qian Ti Wuliang also soared to level 20. Let's continue. Jiang Hao said and led his men to the next area. The red-scaled lizard is similar to the fire beast. It is also a social animal and basically moves around the blazing stone. This greatly improves the killing efficiency. Red lizard. Level, 22. HP, 3000. Armor, 85. Magic resist, 90. Fire resistance, 30%. Attack, 1200. Skill, Fire Breath. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute attacks, Neck. Red Scale Lizard Elite. Level, 24. HP, 17,000. Armor, 165. Magic Resist, 180. Fire Resistance, 40%. Attack, 1900. Skills, Fire Breath, Flame Vortex. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute attacks, Neck. After the fire resistance and magic resistance were weakened, Fireball could no longer instantly kill the red scale lizard elite. However, this impact is not significant. When facing a group of red-scaled lizards, after a round of continuous fireballs, other skills can be used to kill the remaining elite monsters. The overall killing speed is almost not affected. Everyone seemed numb to this scene. Qian Tu Wuliang and Zhang Shuer were only focused on absorbing spiritual energy to upgrade, while the others were busy collecting spoils. The most valuable materials of the red scale lizard are: the first is scale armor, which is the material for making light armor with fire resistance properties. The second is the tenderloin, which is rich in energy essence and is an excellent ingredient for cooking. The materials of an ordinary red-scaled lizard are worth 400 copper coins, while those of a red-scaled lizard elite are worth 3,000 copper coins. About 2 hours later, after sweeping the second level of the Blazing Valley, Jiang Hao killed more than 2,000 red-scaled lizards in total, and Zhang Shuer and Qian Tu Wuliang also reached level 24. The group continued to go deeper. The monsters that survive in the third area are fire elves. The fire spirit is an elemental creature, immune to physical attacks. Fire spirit. Level, 26. HP, 3200. Magic resist, 200. Fire resistance, 40%. Attack, 1400. Skill, Fire Bomb. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute attacks. Fire Elf Elite. Level, 28. HP, 18,000. Magic resist, 400. Fire resistance, 50%. Attack, 2200. Skills, Fire Bomb, Flame Storm. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute attacks. The Fire Elves are worthy of being elemental life forms and are simply the nemesis of fire mages. When Jiang Hao saw the skills of the Fire Elf Elite, his eyes lit up. Chapter 84. Not to mention the flame bombs. His focus is on Flame Storm because it is a range skill with an attack radius of 20 meters. Jiang Hao, who has tasted the sweetness of area skills, naturally covets this skill. What's more important is that this skill appears on the Fire Elf Elite monster. He only has 2 skills, and using the green skill Engraving Stone has at least a 35% success rate. An average person is likely to succeed once for every 3 fire elves they kill. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao suddenly became full of energy. Fire elves are different from other monsters. They seem to prefer freedom and basically move around as individuals. Even if they gather together, they only move in small groups of 2 or 3 at most. What bothers Jiang Hao is that the fire energy in the area where the fire elves live is too dense, and ordinary people will continue to lose blood if they enter this area. And it reaches -100 per second. Most people would not dare to set foot in this place without fire resistance, magic resistance, and health recovery equipment. Jiang Hao himself is naturally not included in this list. After all, his terrifying blood recovery speed will not have any impact on him even in the worst environment. But Zhang Shuai and Qian Tu Wuliang are in trouble. They cannot absorb spiritual energy unless they enter the realm of the fire elves. As if seeing Jiang Hao's concerns, one of the DS Shenqi team suggested, "Master Zufeng, we can use the blazing stone to attract the fire spirits out." "Oh? Tell me more about your idea," Jiang Hao said. The man immediately replied, "The fire elves are quite obsessed with the blazing stones. As long as we plan well and place more and more blazing stones from the inside out, we can attract those fire elves out." Jiang Hao couldn't help but praise him when he heard it. "Good idea. Very good. What's your name? I'll give you an extra gold coin after today." "My name is Jiang Hao, thank you, Master Zufeng. In fact, the task of arranging the fiery stone can also be assigned to us," Jiang Hao said. "Okay," Jiang Hao said, and handed them the hundreds of fiery stones he had collected today. It takes some time to set up the fiery stone, so Zhang Shuai and Qian Tu Wuliang also come to help. Jiang Hao did not intend to waste time while waiting. He flashed and stepped directly into the depths of the 3rd level of the Blazing Valley. As the core territory of Blazing Valley, there should be a Lord-level boss here. Aotian Pavilion has occupied this place for quite some time, but due to its special environment, no one can go too deep, so they should not have been killed yet. The deeper Jiang Hao went, the more fire elves he encountered. Similarly, you would come across a flaming stone on the ground from time to time. Jiang Hao was not polite and picked up all the fiery stones he came across. There are white and green grades of blazing stone. Now a white grade blazing stone costs 100 copper coins, while a green grade one can be bought for 1000 copper coins. Jiang Hao had picked up hundreds of them before he had even walked far. It is worth about 2 gold coins. For an ordinary person, it is equivalent to an income of millions. This is the charm of pioneering new land. As long as you have the ability and can go to open up new land, and are lucky enough to pick up a rare treasure, even if it is the lowest level, at the current market price of 10 gold coins per point of attribute, it is worth tens of millions. Therefore, all major forces are working hard to build their own pioneering teams. Lu Fengxing is actually a member of the Aotian Pavilion's pioneering team. This is why he cherishes his life so much, because dying once may cause him to fall out of the pioneering team and lose the huge profits that may be obtained in the future. As Jiang Hao walked, he used detection skills to observe the fire elves around him. The deeper he went, the slower his speed became. It was not because there were too many monsters here, but because there were too many scorching stones. At this moment, he could find a flaming stone every few steps he took, and sometimes he could even find several at once. Fortunately, he had a portable space. As long as he found the fiery stone, he could lock it with his mind and spend a little magic point to take it away. This was much more efficient than others who had to bend down to pick it up. His spiritual thoughts were continuously released, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. This is all money. As for the -300 damage that kept appearing above his head, he didn't take it seriously at all. Just as he was happily collecting the blazing stones, Jiang Hao received news from an ancient man in the martial arts world, saying that the blazing stones had been arranged and many fire spirits had been lured out. Jiang Hao looked at the more than 2,000 blazing stones in the space, recorded the coordinates, and started walking back. After using all the acceleration skills, he reunited with Jian Tu Wuliang and others in less than 2 minutes. Seeing that at least 100 fire elves had been lured out of the outer area, Jiang Hao knew that their plan was successful. He first killed these fire elves quickly, and then handed over more than 2,000 flaming stones in the space to the ancient people in the martial arts world, asking them to arrange them so that more fire elves could be attracted out. The ancient man in Jianghu looked at the pile of flaming stones in front of him, his eyes instantly widened and his face was full of disbelief. He had never seen so many fiery stones piled together. This was simply a staggering fortune for him. His hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he swallowed his saliva and said, "Great God Zufeng, do you trust me so much that you would give me such a precious thing?" Jiang Hao gave him a meaningful look. "As contract members of DS Shenqi, I can't find you. Can DS Shenqi not find you?" When the ancient people in the martial arts world heard this, they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was not blinded by money. "Okay. Go and arrange it. As long as you do your job well, I won't treat you unfairly," Jiang Hao said. "Okay." Jianghu Ancient said no more and immediately took his men to continue arranging the fiery stones. After Jiang Hao killed all the fire elves on the scene, he continued to search deep into the fire elves' territory. When he searched the entire territory of the fire elves, he actually obtained tens of thousands of fiery stones. At this time, he finally saw the Lord-level boss of this place beside the lava river. Flame Elf King, Lord-level boss. Level, 35. HP, 325,0000. Magic resist, 800. Fire resistance, 80%. Attack power, 15,000. Skills, Fire Bomb, Flame Storm, Blazing Aura, Fire Elemental Clone, Burning Sky Rain. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute Attacks, Chest Core. In addition, there are 3 other Fire Elf leaders beside the Fire Elf Lord. Fire Spirit Leader. Level, 30. HP, 250,000. Magic Resist, 600. Fire Resistance, 60%. Attack, 5,000. Skills, Fire Bomb, Flame Storm, Blazing Aura. Weaknesses, Fear of Water, Ice Attribute Attacks, Chest Core. The extremely high fire resistance and magic resistance of the Fire Elf Leader and the Fire Elf King greatly reduced the effectiveness of Jiang Hao's fire magic. Even if all 34 fireballs hit the Flame Elf King, it is estimated that only about 70,000 damages can be caused. However, Jiang Hao is not impossible to deal with. It just takes a little more effort. Chapter 85. Wind Blade. With a swoosh, a sharp wind blade shot out from Jiang Hao's hand and hit a fire elf leader beside the fire elf king. -34,420. A huge damage emerged from the head of the fire elf leader. This attack also awakened the fire elf king. It roared and ordered the 3 fire elf leaders to surround Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained calm, but he already had a plan in mind. Staring at the flame elf leader just now. Thunderfall technique. -32,080. Triggers stun status. Good opportunity. Jiang Hao immediately gathered another spell in his hand. Ice cone technique. The cone of ice went straight to the chest of the fire elf leader. Bang! The ice cone hit the fire elf's chest accurately. After the ice cone exploded, a layer of ice crystals instantly formed and covered the fire elf leader. -90,612, weak point attack. Seeing that the flame elf king was about to come close. Frost fall. In an instant, the temperature around dropped sharply. Bang! Just at this moment, the fire elf leader that Jiang Hao had been targeting and beating was frozen, and at the same time, a damage of more than 40,000 appeared on its head. Wind Blade. The first fire elf leader fell. Seeing his little brother die in front of him, the fire elf king was immediately enraged. He let out a loud roar, and the flames around him instantly erupted. Flames Storm. Although the skill is quite explosive, Jiang Hao plus 10 Frostfall is much more advanced than its skill, and Flame Storm cannot suppress Frostfall. At this moment, with a bang, another fire elf lord was frozen. Fire elves are elemental beings and have no entity, so their group attack skills of Mire and Furious Shock are ineffective. While the Frost Descent spell was still in effect, Jiang Hao immediately used the spell to quickly get rid of the 2 fire elf leaders, and then he could focus on dealing with the fire elf king. Ice Cone technique. -90,118, weak point attack. The fire elf leader, who had just been freed from the ice, was instantly severely injured by Jiang Hao. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs shot out. More than 2,000 injuries emerged one after another. However, the overall damage disappointed Jiang Hao. There were indeed 34 fireballs, but because the fire elf leader was not very big, only a dozen fireballs hit the target. The total damage is less than 30,000, which is worse than other spells. So, Jiang Hao's wish of firing hundreds or thousands of fireballs in succession to increase the damage exponentially was dashed. There are 2 difficulties. One is that it is difficult to control the flight trajectory with too many fireballs, the other is that the target is too small and even if he tries his best to control it, he cannot ensure that all fireballs can hit the target. But that doesn't mean that firing too many fireballs in a row is useless. When you are surrounded by enemies, there is no need to deliberately control the target of attack. If you fire enough fireballs in succession, you can cause huge damage to the enemy in a short time. Or when facing a huge boss one day, firing fireballs continuously might bring him an unexpected surprise. As far as Jiang Hao knows, there are quite a few large bosses. Besides, as his mental power increased, he could accurately control more fireballs. Now, since continuous fireballs have no effect against the fire elves, Jiang Hao doesn't want to use it anymore. This skill is too suppressed, consumes a lot of energy, and has a weak effect, so it's not worth it. So he began to concentrate on attacking with other skills. Elemental Frenzy. Wind Blade. Thunderfall technique. Ice Cone technique. After a round of magic, another fire elf leader was killed. The remaining 1 fire elf lord and 1 fire elf chief are much easier to deal with. After 2 more rounds of magic, the last fire elf leader fell. At the moment when the last flame elf leader fell, the flame elf king roared instantly, and the flames surrounding his body were like boiling magma, constantly rolling and rising. Burning sky with fire and rain. Then, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and countless blazing flames fell from the sky like heavy rain, pouring down towards Jiang Hao. The coverage area of this rain of fire is extremely large, with a radius of 200 meters. And it will also move with the Fire Elf King. Clusters of hot flames fell on Jiang Hao. 28335. Oh my god! Jiang Hao couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. Holy shield! Minus 10,205. Minus 10,188. Although the holy shield blocked a lot of damage, it only blocked twice before it broke. Minus 28,218. Jiang Hao did not dare to hesitate and immediately used two more skills. Immortal Body. Rejuvenation. Jiang Hao's health increased dramatically, but even so, because the frequency of Fire Rain's attacks was too high, even with the rejuvenation technique plus the 6,000 health restored, Jiang Hao's health was still decreasing rapidly. Extreme speed. Jiang Hao could only avoid the attack and escape from the range of the Rain of Fire first. After leaving the range of the burning sky Rain of Fire, Jiang Hao could finally take a breath. After 10 seconds, the burning Rain of Fire finally slowly stopped. The Flame Elf King seemed to have consumed too much of his previous skills, and the flames surrounding him dimmed slightly, but his eyes were still fierce as he stared at Jiang Hao closely. Hey! It's my turn now! Jiang Hao said as the mana in his hands surged. Ice Cone Technique. Wind Blade. Thunderfall Technique. One by one, the single target spells went straight towards the Fire Elf King. Because the Fire Elf King was not very fast, he could only be kite by Jiang Hao. The Fire Elf with 3.25 million health points was finally defeated in just 1 minute. The most difficult process is the final stage where you use the Fire Elemental Clone and the Burning Sky Rain of Fire at the same time. The double range caused Jiang Hao a lot of trouble, but Jiang Hao just used invisibility and escaped with the help of the invincibility effect, and ultimately failed to force out his void shuttle. After the Fire Elf dies, a piece of fire essence is left behind where it was, and then its body turns into flames and dissipates. After Jiang Hao collected the fire spirits of the Flame Elf King and the Flame Elf Leader, it was time for the moment he was looking forward to the most, engraving skills. That's right. Within 10 minutes of a monster's death, you can use a skill engraving stone to engrave its skills. The method of use is also very simple. You only need to place the skill engraving stone at the place where the monster died. It will automatically capture the remaining soul imprint of the monster and engrave the skill information into the stone. Jiang Hao first came to the dead leader of a fire elf, and then took out a blue skill inscription stone. The blue skill inscription stone fell on the place where the fire elf leader died. The stone surface instantly shone with a faint blue light and floated in the air. As the light flickered, strange patterns began to emerge on the surface of the skill inscription stone. They slowly flowed and intertwined into a complex rune painting. About 4 or 5 seconds later, a flash of light instantly converged into the skill inscription stone. The fact that it didn't explode in the end proves that the skill was engraved successfully. The Fire Elf Leader has 3 skills: Fire Bomb, Flame Storm, and Fiery Aura. Fire Bombs are of white grade, Flame Storms are of green grade, and Blazing Auras are of blue grade. The probability of using blue skill to engrave stones of green and blue grades is the highest. Jiang Hao picked up the skill inscription stone with some anticipation to see which skill would appear. Chapter 86. Jiang Hao sensed it and the skill information appeared in front of him. Blazing Aura, blue, consume 500 mana points to activate the skill. A flame aura with a radius of 10 meters will automatically be generated around your body, causing 50% fire damage per second to enemies approaching you. The duration is 30 seconds. During the duration, an additional 100 mana points will be consumed per second. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. An aura skill is not bad. In fact, Jiang Hao prefers Flame Storm. But there is still a chance. The second one was not a surprise. Flame Storm appeared. Flame Storm, green consumes 100 magic points and summons a flame storm area with a radius of 20 meters, causing 80% fire damage per second to all enemies in the area. The duration is 5 seconds and the cooldown time is 2 minutes. Very good skills. A powerful weapon for group attacks. Jiang Hao continued to use the blue skill engraving stone to engrave the skills of the remaining fire elf leader. The result is another blazing halo. There are 3 boss monsters and 2 blue skills. This is really good luck. But when he thought of his luck value of 393 points, Jiang Hao felt relieved. Finally, Jiang Hao set his sights on the location where the Fire Elf King fell. He took out another blue skill inscription stone and released it. The Flame Elf King has 5 skills: Fire Bomb, Flame Storm, Fiery Aura, Fire Elemental Clone, and Burning Sky Fire Rain. The one that Jiang Hao is most looking forward to is naturally Burning Sky Fire Rain. He had seen this skill before. Not only was the damage terrifying, but the attack range and duration were also extremely astonishing. After the light ended, Jiang Hao quickly picked up the skill inscription stone to check it out. His mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. Burning Sky Fire Rain, purple, consumes 5,000 magic points, summons a 100-meter radius fire rain area, causing 200% fire damage per second to all enemies in the area, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Compared with the skills used by the Fire Elf King, they were much weaker, but Jiang Hao still felt ecstatic. It has a large range, lasts for a long time, and can be moved. It is simply a killer weapon for group attacks. Jiang Hao couldn't help laughing. This trip to the Fire Elf territory was really fruitful. Finally, Jiang Hao absorbed all the spiritual energy at the scene and then walked back. When Jiang Hao returned to the outer area of the Fire Elves, there were already 500 or 600 Fire Elves gathered there. Qian Tu Wuliang and Zhang Shue'er stared at the group of Fire Elves as if they were looking at a pile of glittering gold coins and experience points. When they saw Jiang Hao returning, both of them showed joy on their faces. "Boss! You're finally back!" Qian Tu Wuliang said. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded in response. "Let's get started." "Okay." Jiang Hao came to the group of Fire Elves. Burning Sky with Fire and Rain. A huge fire rain with a radius of 100 meters fell on the group of Fire Elves. Even if the fire spirit has a high fire resistance, it cannot withstand Jiang Hao's strong magic attack. Ordinary Fire Elves will be killed instantly if they are caught by the rain of fire. Even the elite Fire Elves cannot last more than 2 seconds. What's even more terrifying is that the Burning Sky rain of fire can actually move. Under Jiang Hao's control, a sky-burning rain of fire went down, and only a few of the hundreds of Fire Elves were left, among whom was a Fire Elf Lord. After Jiang Hao killed him, he turned around and said to the 2 people who were still in shock, "Why don't you go and absorb the spiritual energy? The boss is worthy of being the boss." Qian Tu Wuliang was the first to recover from his shock. He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Hao with admiration. "This skill is too amazing, isn't it?" Zhang Shue'er thought that Zhu Feng had already shocked her enough today, but she didn't expect there would be something even more shocking. He could kill hundreds of Fire Elves with one skill, and even the Fire Elf leader could not last more than a few seconds in his hands. At this moment, she became more determined to follow Zhu Feng. "What are you still standing there for? Go and absorb the spiritual energy," Jiang Hao reminded. "Oh." Zhang Shue'er responded, and then followed Qian Tu Wuliang to absorb spiritual energy. Then Jiang Hao asked the ancients in Jianghu to help collect fire spirits. He then came to the place where the Fire Elf leader fell. He wanted to take out the last blue skill inscription stone to use it, but after thinking about it, he put it away and took out a green skill inscription stone. After a while, he indeed gained another skill of fiery aura. "Not long ago, I used a blue skill inscription stone to obtain a purple-grade burning sky rain of fire. Now, I can also obtain a blue-grade fiery aura by using a green skill inscription stone. So, if I use the white skill engraving stone to collect the skills of the fire spirit elf, there is a high probability that I will obtain the fiery storm. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao saw that it was still early and there were still a large number of monsters in the flame elf territory. Maybe he could get a lot of flame storm skills today. So he opened the communication interface of the Peach Blossom Island Master. Zufeng, can you arrange for someone to deliver 200 white skill inscription stones to me? Dahua Island Master, sure. Is it urgent? Zufeng, the faster the better. Peach Blossom Island Master, that will take about 20 minutes. Zufeng, no problem. You can arrange it. Peach Blossom Island Master, okay. After the communication, Jiang Hao personally set up the Fire Elf territory. He still has tens of thousands of blazing stones in his hands. He can set up a more in-depth monster luring formation, and then more fire elves will be attracted out continuously. When he had completed the arrangements, the people arranged by the owner of Peach Blossom Island also delivered the white skill engraving stone. After Jiang Hao completed the handover, the group began to divide the work and cooperate. Jiang Hao is responsible for killing the fire elves and engraving the skills of the fire elves' elite monsters. Zhang Shuer and Qian Tu Wuliang focused on absorbing spiritual energy. Jianghu Ancients and others helped collect the fire essence. As batches of fire elves were attracted out and killed, the number of skill inscription stones in Jiang Hao's hands was also rapidly consumed. As the sky grew darker, Jiang Hao had no idea how many fire elves he had killed. All the white skill inscription stones in his hand have been used up, and he has obtained a total of 94 green-grade flame storms and 102 white-grade fire bombs. The success rate of leapfrogging is nearly half, and the failure rate is only 2%. The power of the luck attribute is fully verified at this moment. Jiang Hao used 15 of the Flame Storm skill stones to upgrade the Flame Storm skill to +4. Flame Storm +6, green consumes 1000 magic points, summons a flame storm area with a radius of 30 meters, causing 170% fire damage per second to all enemies in the area, lasts for 12 seconds, and has a cooldown of 1 minute and 20 seconds. After being upgraded to +6, the skill can almost be said to have undergone a qualitative transformation. It's a pity that it can't be moved like the Burning Sky Fire Rain, otherwise it would be more effective. He actually wanted to see how horrific the scene would be if Flame Storm was upgraded to +10, but unfortunately the number of skill stones needed for subsequent upgrades increased exponentially, and it would take thousands of them to upgrade to +10, which was not something that could be collected in a short time. If he puts all his efforts into killing the fire elves, it will take about 10 days, but he can do other more valuable things during this 10 days. Chapter 87. After upgrading Flame Storm, Jiang Hao thought about it and used all the Flame Bomb skill stones. He is going to go further and further on the path of fire magic. Fire Bomb, white consumes 20 magic points and launches a fire bomb at the target, causing 80% fire damage and 20% splash fire damage in a radius of 3 meters. The cooling time is 1 minute. Fire Bomb, white, +6, consumes 200 magic points and launches a fire bomb at the target, causing 170% fire damage and 80% splash fire damage in a radius of 8 meters. The cooling time is 30 seconds. This can also be considered a small group attack skill. Every skill of this fire elf is quite good. It would be even more perfect if the fire elemental clone of the fire elf king could be exploded. He now has mastered so many fire skills. If he adds a fire elemental clone, Chun Chun will be a mobile fire turret. Unfortunately, we will have to wait until the next time the Fire Elf King refreshes to have another chance. The refresh time of the Lord level boss is 5 days, but now the Blazing Valley is in the hands of him, DS Shenxi and Yi Huaxun. When DS Shenxi and Yi Huaxun do not have the strength to brush the Flame Elf King, it will be his exclusive use. Just come back and refresh it when it refreshes. With your super high luck, you will definitely gain a powerful skill every time you kill. Qian Tu Wuliang and Zhang Shui'er have both been promoted to level 30. It is getting late now, and Jiang Hao is preparing to return to Guxi town, but Dehua Island Master and Ziwalang Qingcheng come over in person. After the two sides exchanged greetings, the owner of Peach Blossom Island said with a hint of sincerity on his face, "Great God Zufeng, we have come here to ask a favor this time." "What's the matter?" Jiang Hao asked a little confused. "I wonder what you want to do with the fiery stones in your hands. If you want to sell them, can you sell them to us? We can buy them at a higher price," said the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Jiang Hao guessed his intention immediately upon hearing it, probably wanting to use this to lure the fire spirit out and kill it. "Sure." Jiang Hao replied, "but I also have a request." The owner of Peach Blossom Island was delighted. "What is your request? Please tell me." Jiang Hao said, "I hope you can help me collect 1,000 fire bomb skill stones as soon as possible. I can settle the bill at 2 gold coins per stone. Because fire bomb is a white skill and also the lowest grade skill, if it is engraved on a white skill engraving stone, the success rate for most people is about 50%. It may seem unprofitable, but if people with higher luck attributes are assigned to do this job, the success rate can reach 60%. Therefore, they can still make money by selling the fire bomb skill stone at 2 gold coins. It can be said that this is a win-win proposal. No. This should be an opportunity to give them money, a lot of money. Because, there is still a 5% chance of obtaining a green grade flame storm. A group attack skill like flame storm now costs at least 30 gold coins per unit. All in all, it can be said that this is a big business with a profit of up to 1 or 2,000 gold coins. When the owner of Peach Blossom Island heard this, he looked at Ziwalang Qingcheng, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in their eyes. "Okay." The owner of Peach Blossom Island made the decision immediately. "Okay." If Jiang Hao wanted, he could lower the price a little more, but there was no need to do so. Let others also make some profit, so that long-term cooperation and mutual benefit can be achieved. The two parties quickly completed the transaction, and Jiang Hao handed over all the fiery stones in his hand to the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Jiang Hao did not raise the price. According to the actual value, the owner of Peach Blossom Island only paid 220 gold coins for it. According to Jiang Hao's estimation, by the next time they come to fight the Flame Elf King, they should be able to collect 1,000 flame bomb skill stones. Returning to Guxi town, Jiang Hao first went to the pharmacy to buy a round of medicines. Bought 200 bottles each of intermediate blood recovery reagent and intermediate mana recovery reagent, 50 bottles each of advanced blood recovery reagent and advanced mana recovery reagent, 100 bottles of intermediate poisoning reagent, 100 bottles each of intermediate thinking attribute reagent, and 20 bottles of super rage reagent. A total of 166 gold coins were spent. Then he went to the auction house and searched again, buying out all the Ling Yun jades. As expected by Jiang Hao, the price of Ling Yun Yan was raised to 6 gold coins today. Jiang Hao didn't mind and spent 180 gold coins to buy all 30 copies of Ling Yun Yan. Finally, I spent another 60 gold coins to buy 100 green grade bones for refining the continuous fireball bone staff. Seeing that there were still 155 gold coins left in the account, I bought 100 white skill inscription stones as backup. After completing the purchase, he also rented a forging room before going offline. While eating, Jiang Hao saw that Zhang Ling was not in a good mood and asked, "Ling what's wrong? Did you encounter any problems in the game?" Zhang Ling hesitated to speak, but finally managed to force a smile and said, "It's okay. Nothing? Don't you know that when you lie, your eyes always look down involuntarily?" Jiang Hao said, "Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you." Zhang Ling bit her lip, hesitated for a while, and finally spoke, "We were ambushed while leveling today, and many sisters died." With a rub, Jiang Hao's aura emanated from him. Zhang Ling was startled by the aura that Jiang Hao suddenly exuded, and quickly exclaimed, "Brother! Jiang Hao took a deep breath and restrained his momentum, but his eyes were still sharp. Who did it? Zhang Ling said, brother, we are really fine. Once I learn a few more spells, I will get back at them. You should know my talent. I can handle them. Jiang Hao looked at her and said firmly, are you afraid of causing trouble for me? In fact, now we don't have to be afraid of anyone, whether in the game or in reality. Because my ID in the game is, chasing the wind. Zhu Feng? Brother, are you Zhu Feng? Zhang Ling widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Who doesn't know about chasing the wind? I didn't expect that the real person was right next to me. Jiang Hao nodded, yes. I am Zhu Feng. I didn't tell you before because I was worried that my identity would be leaked and bring disaster to us. Now you can see that I should be the first person in the world to materialize the ability of the game. It can be said that I am invincible in reality. I dare not be afraid of Aotian Pavilion in the game, and I am not afraid of anyone. So what problems did you encounter? Tell me. After a long pause, Zhang Ling digested the shocking news, and then she began to speak. Chapter 88. After a long pause, Zhang Ling digested the shocking news, and then she began to speak. Our Meng Qingxian team was leveling up in Liu Feng Valley when we encountered a Lord-level boss. When we reduced the boss's health to 10%, the people from Aotian Pavilion suddenly launched a sneak attack and launched a fierce attack on us. At this point, Zhang Ling's eyes were red and her voice became a little choked. Although our team fought hard, we were outnumbered. Many sisters fell in the battle, and Sister Sun Ji died to save me. What? Jiang Hao was shocked after hearing this. You joined Meng Qingxian? And you're still with Sun Ji? Jiang Hao suddenly felt that the world was so small. He was still thinking about secretly helping Meng Qingxian when they met, but he didn't expect that Zhang Ling met her first. Yes. Zhang Ling replied, in fact, Sister Sun Ji and I have always been in contact. We communicated when the game was first launched, and the novice village was not far from each other. We met after leaving the novice village. She has actually been secretly paying attention to your affairs, but she just didn't let me tell you. Jiang Hao felt mixed emotions when he heard this. He was actually not ready to face Sun Ji, but now that they were in trouble, he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Are you still in Yangding town? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Zhang Ling replied. Okay. When it's dawn in the game, I'll come find you. Jiang Hao said. Yangding town and Guxi town belong to the same area of Anning City. Anning City has a teleportation array connecting all the towns under its jurisdiction. Brother, you are level 30. Zhang Ling asked in surprise, didn't the internet say that you had only been out of the novice village for 2 days? You have reached level 30 so quickly. Yes. I was planning to come see you tomorrow. Jiang Hao said. Okay. Since you are here, teach Aotian Pavilion a lesson. These people are so abominable. They have bullied us so many times. Zhang Ling said, gritting his teeth. Don't worry, even if it has nothing to do with you, I won't let Aotian Pavilion go. A fierce light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Brother, are you targeting them because Suqing joined Aotian Pavilion? Zhang Ling said. She can only be considered one of the reasons. Jiang Hao replied, however, even without her, there would be no room for reconciliation between me and Aotian Pavilion. Humph. No matter what, brother, I support you. Well, let's eat first. We'll talk about it after we meet in the game. Good. Forging room. Jiang Hao suppressed his restlessness and began to carry out today's work step by step. There are already 34 fireballs in a row, which is enough for the time being, and the role of luck value becomes more and more prominent. This night Jiang Hao will focus his main energy on forging the lucky bracelet. The lucky bracelet is a white equipment. For Jiang Hao, who has reached the peak of intermediate blacksmith, it only takes 5 or 6 minutes to make a lucky bracelet, and he can make at least 10 pieces in an hour. In addition to taking time out to devour resources in the middle, Jiang Hao made 92 lucky bracelets in one night, and finally successfully completed 85 of them, with a success rate of up to 92%. After extracting all the attributes of the lucky bracelet, Jiang Hao's overall attributes changed significantly overnight. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Super Berserk +6, consume 12,000 magic points to activate the skill, enter the Super Berserk state, attack power, including physical attack and magic attack, and speed, including movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, increase by 190%, defense power, including armor and magic resistance, reduced to 0, lasting for 3 minutes. After the Berserk state is lifted, the player falls into a weak state, and the overall status of all aspects decreases by 80%, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Level, 32. Experience, 19348/1250000. Reputation, 12,230. HP, 229,380. Mana, 131,720. Physical attack, 13,281. Magic attack, 13,585. Stamina, 12,200. Fatigue value, 13,500. Armor, 320. Magic resist, 465. Strength, 1,240. Mental strength, 1,350. Physical fitness, 1,220. Agility, 1,335. Lucky, 478. Soul origin point, 92,560. Free attribute points, 1,110. HP plus 6,000 per second, mana plus 5,200 per second, movement speed plus 15%, attack speed plus 8%, damage reduction plus 20%, casting speed plus 12%. Equipment. Skills, Purification, White, Stab, White, Dispel, White, Stealth, White, Holy Light Ball, White, Elemental Frenzy, White, Fire Bomb, White, +6, Wind Walk, Green, Strength Secret, Green, Passive, Indomitable Will, Green, Meteor Rain, Green, Vampiric Aura, Green, Shadow Strike, Green, Flamestorm +6, Green, Violent Shock, Blue, Blazing Aura, Blue, Burning Sky Rain of Fire, Purple, Summon the Undead, Ring of Undead Domination, Wolf King's Roar, Heart of the Nether Wolf King. Game currency, 53 gold coins, 4,066 copper coins. Jiang Hao used all of his health and mana recovery potions to reach the upper limit. The four-dimensional attribute points were only replenished by 100 points each, which can only be considered a small increase. In addition, the luck value attribute increased by 85 points to 478 points. In terms of skills, 4 fire skills have been added and Super Rage has also been upgraded by 1 level. Jiang Hao closed the panel, exited the game, and re-entered the game after solving his personal problems. After reuniting with Zhang Shuai and Qian Tu Wu Yang, the three of them were teleported to Anning City together. Anning City is much larger than Guxi Town, but its popularity is not as high as Guxi Town. The main reason is that there are not many people who can be promoted to level 30 now. Another reason is that the teleportation fee is too expensive. It costs 2 gold coins for 1 teleportation, which is 1 million Huaxia coins. Most players have not saved enough game coins, so even if they reach level 30, they can only stay in their original town. After coming out of the Anning City teleportation array, the 3 people each had their own tasks, and they separated after the teleportation was completed. After asking for directions, Jiang Hao headed straight for Wanbeilu, the largest business in Chengxi. Chapter 89. Wanbeilu Tower, standing in the center of Anning City, is a magnificent building. The building is made of precious blue stone, and the surface is carved with intricate and exquisite patterns. Every line reveals the craftsman's superb craftsmanship. The roof has flying eaves and golden glazed tiles that sparkle in the sun, making it look as majestic as a palace. The gate of Wanbeilu Tower was open, and two guards wearing armor and holding spears stood at the door. They stood tall and had sharp eyes, glancing at passers-by from time to time, looking very majestic. These guards are all powerful warriors above level 150. No one dares to cause trouble in Wanbeilu Tower. Even though players have not yet entered Anning City on a large scale, Wanbeilu Tower is still crowded with customers. Of course, the vast majority of these customers are Aboriginal people. As you enter Wanbeilu, an atmosphere of luxury hits you. Even during the day, the hall is still illuminated by precious magic crystal lamps. Each crystal emits a soft and bright light, illuminating the entire hall. In the hall, there are all kinds of goods on display on various counters. There are precious equipment, rare materials, powerful skill books, and all kinds of rare treasures, which are dazzling. Of course, Jiang Hao also knows that every item here is priced high. Therefore, he did not look at these things. After asking the waiter, he went straight to the prop area and spent 20 gold coins to buy a golden identification scroll. After buying his own things, Jiang Hao did not stay here for too long. He found an empty corner and extracted the entry of the golden appraisal scroll. Extracted the entry successfully, obtained the identification skill, gold. Do you want to extract it? Yes. Identification, gold consumes a certain amount of magic points to identify an item of gold or lower quality, revealing its hidden properties and effects. Identifying purple items consumes 1000 magic points, and identifying gold items consumes 10,000 magic points. This skill cannot be upgraded. With this skill, I will never starve to death even if I become an appraiser. Then, Jiang Hao immediately took out the 3 pieces of equipment he had obtained from the fire dragon's lair and identified them one by one. Charm of the Spirit, Special. Type, Earrings. Quality, Gold. Level requirement, 80. Bonus. Magic attack power plus 5000. Magic value limit plus 10,000. Mental strength plus 195. Casting speed plus 8%. Mana recovery speed plus 500. Special effects, reduce equipment level by 50 levels, luck value plus 5. Additional skills. Magic resonance, passive skill. The wearer's attack power of all spells is increased by 20% and the casting time is reduced by 20%. Sonic shock, consumes 5000 magic points and releases a strong sound wave, causing 300% damage of magic attack power to enemy units within a 20-meter range, and stunning them for 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Soul Echo, passive skill. When receiving fatal damage, you are forced to retain a certain amount of health and enter an invincible state for 3 seconds. This skill can only be triggered once every 24 hours. Guardian Heart. Type, Accessories. Quality, Gold. Level requirement, 100. Bonus. Constitution plus 260. HP limit plus 20,000. Armor plus 5,000. Magic resist plus 2,000. Damage reduction plus 20%. Additional skills. Tough Barrier, consumes 5,000 mana points, applies a shield that lasts for 10 seconds, reduces damage by 50%, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Wind of Recovery, consumes 20,000 magic points. The wearer becomes invincible for 2 seconds and recovers 100% of his health. It also forms a wind of recovery with a coverage range of 20 meters. Within the coverage range of the skill, friendly units will recover 10% of their health per second for 10 seconds. The cooldown time is 1 hour. Shadow Blade, Special. Type, Dagger. Quality, Gold. Level requirement, 120. Bonus. Agility plus 450. Physical attack power plus 20,000. Attack speed plus 8%. Movement speed plus 10%. Armor break plus 20%. Special effect, all attacks add 20% dark damage. Additional skills. Shadow Strike, consumes 2000 magic points, instantly moves behind the target, maximum distance 50 meters, causes 400% physical attack damage to the target, and stuns the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Shadow Dance Combo, passive skill. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to trigger Shadow Dance Combo, which will perform 3 quick attacks on the target in succession. Each attack causes 120% of the physical attack power as damage. Shadow Burst, consumes 20,000 mana points to unleash the potential power of the Shadow Blade, causing 500% physical attack damage to enemy units within a 20-meter radius and blinding them for 5 seconds. The cooldown time is 1 hour. 2 special equipments were produced out of 3 pieces of equipment. Among them, the equipment level of the Charm of Spiritual Sound was reduced by 50, so he can equip it now. It's a pity that the earring is a bit feminine, but he immediately thought of the person who is more suitable to wear it, Zhang Ling. She should have developed a lot of her god-level talent, the telepathic mind, by now. If coupled with the rhythm of spiritual sound, she will be far ahead in the magic world. And Jiang Hao has no shortage of this bonus because he has the hand of God. More importantly, Jiang Hao still has a soul crystal in her hand. If she can materialize it again, it will be equivalent to binding it with her soul. This equipment can not only be used in reality, but also will not drop in the game. It can greatly enhance her strength and ability to survive. As for the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, Jiang Hao could only put them away with regret. The level requirement was at least 100, so he couldn't expect to equip them in the short term. After Jiang Hao identified the equipment, he did not stay in Anning City for too long and directly transferred to Yangding Town. "Brother! I'm here." As soon as Jiang Hao was teleported out, he heard Zhang Ling's familiar voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhang Ling standing not far away with a few girls beside her. Jiang Hao's eyes instantly fixed on one of the women in a purple dress. Her facial features are exquisite, like a finely crafted work of art, every detail is just right and impeccable. Her eyes are like the deep night sky, shining with star-like light, mysterious and charming. Her eyelashes are long and curled, and when they flutter gently, they seem to touch the softest part of people's hearts. Her nose is straight and delicate, her lips are rosy and full, and the corners of her mouth are slightly raised, outlining an irresistible smile. She is Sun Ji. Her appearance was not adjusted much in the game, and Jiang Hao recognized her at a glance. The person that Jiang Hao could not forget and felt extremely guilty about in both his past and present life. After the sudden reunion, Jiang Hao's heart was filled with all kinds of emotions, making him a little overwhelmed for a moment. He stared at Sun Ji in a daze, as if time had stopped at this moment. Sun Ji also noticed Jiang Hao's gaze, and her lively eyes instantly lit up with a gleam of surprise. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice gentle and slightly excited, "Jiang Hao, long time no see." Jiang Hao finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, tried to calm his heart, and walked towards them with a smile, "Yet, long time no see. How are you doing?" "I'm fine, how about you?" Sun Ji smiled slightly, and that smile was still like a spring breeze, making Jiang Hao feel extremely warm. Jiang Hao nodded, "I'm fine too. Linger told me you guys had some trouble yesterday, so I came to check it out." Zhang Ling interrupted and said, "Brother, this is not the place to talk." Sun Ji also reacted and said quickly, "Yes, let's go back to the base first." Jiang Hao nodded, then followed Zhongling, Sun Ji and their group towards their base. Chapter 90. This is a courtyard of more than 500 square meters in Yangding town. This is Meng Qingxian's residence. In a not too spacious conference room, Jiang Hao and several senior executives of Meng Qingxian sat together. Jiang Hao looked around and found that in addition to Zhongling and Sun Ji, there were several other girls. They all had a very good aura and were obviously the elites of Meng Qingxian's team. In fact, Jiang Hao knew all these people. They were all loyal companions of Sun Ji in their previous lives. But Jiang Hao still pretended not to know them and nodded to them one by one after Sun Ji introduced them. Among them is a female warrior named Zheng Tian, whose game ID is Chenexai. The IDs of the other three are: Qing Feng is an agile archer. Drizzle, good at support and treatment. Mendi, like Zhongling, is a mage. Sun Ji, on the other hand, is developing towards the direction of an agile warrior. After understanding everyone's general situation, Jiang Hao, for safety reasons, cast a detection spell on each person. After the detection skill is +10, if you detect monsters, you can find their weaknesses. If you detect players or natives, you can detect their favorability. After confirming that no one at the scene had any hostility towards him, Jiang Hao added them as friends one by one. Then, he looked at Sun Ji and asked, "How many people are there in your team now?" Sun Ji replied, "Our team used to have more than 200 people, but after we had a feud with Aotian Pavilion yesterday, more than half of them left the team. Now, including us, there are only 93 people left." When she said this, Sun Ji's expression couldn't help but become a little gloomy. She spent a lot of money to build this team. Jiang Hao also noticed that she was in a bad mood and comforted her, "Don't be discouraged. If people leave, we can recruit new ones. As long as the core of the team is still there, there will be a chance to make a comeback." Sister Yuezhui, Master Zhu Feng is right. The team is in crisis now, and it may not be a bad thing for the fence-sitter to leave. Chenexai echoed. Sun Ji's game ID is Yuezhui Xiang and Zhongling's game ID is Zhongling Huanyu. Yes. Those who stay are truly willing to advance and retreat with the team, so our team will become more cohesive. Mendi also echoed. The others nodded in agreement. He. Zhongling smiled, "Sister Yuezhui, now that my brother is here, we have a backbone. With him here, we will definitely be able to defeat those bad guys in Aotian Pavilion. Avenge us for yesterday." By the way, Jiang Hao interrupted, "How did Aotian Pavilion target you? It shouldn't be just for a lord-level boss, right?" Jiang Hao knew that Aotian Pavilion claimed to be the #1 guild in Huaxia district and was quite careful about its reputation. Generally, they will not easily offend other small and medium-sized forces. Unless they get some precious treasure, they will not give up their principles. Hearing this question, the girls couldn't help but show a hint of anger on their faces. Sun Ji replied, "When we were adventuring in Yunmen Valley, we accidentally entered a ruin and obtained some good things. Among them was a secret teleportation stone. Somehow the news was leaked. When we were besieging the last Lord-level boss, we were ambushed by Aotian Pavilion, and only less than 20 people escaped alive. In the end, they did not forget to threaten us that if we did not hand over the secret teleportation stone, they would kill us until our team was disbanded." After hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes gradually turned cold. Secret realm teleportation stone? This thing is not simple. No wonder Aotian Pavilion would be interested in it. Sun Ji directly took out a piece of stone emitting a faint glow and handed it to Jiang Hao. "This is the secret realm teleportation stone we got from the ruins. It is said that it can lead to an unknown secret realm, which may hide great opportunities or great dangers. What are you going to give me such a precious thing for?" Jiang Hao said. Sun Ji smiled and said, "It's safer to leave it to you. It feels like a hot potato in our hands." Jiang Hao asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll take it all for myself?" Sun Ji's eyes were firm. Don't be afraid. If you want it, it's yours as long as you ask for it. Sun Ji is still the same Sun Ji. The sister who always treats him kindly. Even though she had been expelled from the Jiang family, she still trusted Sun Ji without reservation. Jiang Hao knew that in her previous life, Sun Ji had been engaged to him and had secretly supported them a lot, so her situation in the Sun family was naturally not easy. It was only after she developed Meng Qingxian in divine breath that she regained the recognition of the Sun family. But later, because of him, she led Meng Qingxian to become hostile to Aotian Pavilion, and was eventually backstabbed by the Sun family, ending up with a miserable end. But if we meet again in this life, we will never let the future down. Jiang Hao swore secretly in his heart, then he turned around and looked at the other three people. It was obvious that the three of them had no objection to Sun Ji's decision and they all agreed with her arrangement. In this case, Jiang Hao took the secret realm teleportation stone and sensed it. He also knew that this secret realm teleportation stone could actually teleport hundreds of people at a time, so he said happily, "After I help you vent your anger, I will take you into the secret realm for adventure." Secret place. Even though his guild was doing well in his previous life, the opportunities for him to experience secret realms were few and far between. I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity now. Haha. That's great. Chinexai laughed first. This is chasing the wind. The generally recognized number one person in Huaxia actually got the chance for him to personally lead them into the secret realm. How could they not be excited? The others also looked happy, and were obviously looking forward to this journey to the secret place. Don't be happy yet, I have something even happier to tell you. Jiang Hao said. When everyone heard this, they looked at Jiang Hao curiously, waiting for his next words. But, you must not leak what I'm going to say next, even to your closest people, can you do that? Jiang Hao looked serious. Everyone looked at each other, as if they didn't expect Jiang Hao's tone to be so serious. I can do it. Sun Ji said first. We can do it too. Others also expressed their opinions. Brother, tell me, these sisters are all trustworthy. Zhang Ling seemed to have guessed what Jiang Hao wanted to say next. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and took out a bunch of soul crystals from his personal space. In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hao slowly said, after you left the novice village, the game panel was updated and an additional soul origin point was added. Do you remember? Everyone nodded. Jiang Hao continued, not only you, but the entire network is curious about the function of this soul source point. I will tell you now. Everyone listened attentively. The soul source points are obtained from the soul crystals in front of us. Soul crystals can only be condensed by monsters above level 100. Its function is to allow people to bring in game attributes, skills, equipment, props, etc. to reality. At this point, Jiang Hao paused. The crowd's reaction was not beyond his expectations, and they all looked at him in astonishment. Jiang Hao continued, soul crystals are divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, spiritual, holy, and divine grades. White grade contains 1 soul source point and green grade contains 10 soul source points. Each time you upgrade a grade, the soul source points increase to 10 times the previous grade. It takes 1 soul point to cash out 1 attribute point. These are purple soul crystals, each containing 100 soul points. Each of you takes 10 and converts them into soul points first. You can cash out the attribute points later in the game. After listening to Jiang Hao's introduction, everyone suddenly realized the preciousness of soul crystals. This. Even Sun Ji hesitated, we can't take such a precious thing. Yes. Great God Zufeng, this thing is too precious, we can't take it. Chinexai and others also said in agreement. Jiang Hao frowned slightly and said, the secret realm teleportation stone is your most precious thing, and you gave it to me without even frowning. Hurry up and divide it up. Time is running out. After we clean up Aotian Pavilion, we still have to go into the secret realm for adventure. As he spoke, Jiang Hao gave Zhang Ling a look. Zhang Ling immediately understood what he meant. She took the pile of soul crystals and gave 10 to each person without further ado. Chapter 91. Seeing Jiang Hao's firm attitude and knowing that he was sincere, Sun Ji immediately showed a bright smile on her face, turned around and said to the other 4 people, "Since Zhu Feng trusts us so much, it would be too awkward for us to refuse. Accept them all." Upon hearing this, Chenexai and the others nodded and solemnly put away the soul crystal that Zhang Ling handed over. "I don't need to explain how precious soul crystals are. You can all convert them into soul source points on the spot," Sun Ji added. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them naturally understood Sun Ji's concerns. She was worried that someone would intentionally or unintentionally disclose the existence of the soul crystal, thus bringing disaster. By converting it into soul source point, it can avoid leakage to a greater extent. They had no objection and immediately absorbed all the soul crystals in public. After everyone had absorbed the soul crystals, Sun Ji continued, "You can leave first." After the 4 people left, only Zhang Ling, Jiang Hao, and Sun Ji were left at the scene. Without outsiders around, Sun Ji's expression became softer. She looked at Jiang Hao and said softly, "Jiang Hao, thank you." Jiang Hao looked at her familiar curved eyebrows and couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart, staring blankly. Ahem. Zhang Ling coughed twice. "I almost forgot, I still have something to do, I'll be out first." Without waiting for the 2 to speak, Zhang Ling ran out. Jiang Hao watched Zhang Ling leave, stretched out his hand, and didn't even have time to say anything to keep her. There were only 2 people left at the scene, and Jiang Hao didn't know what to say for a moment, and the atmosphere inevitably became a little awkward. Sun Ji looked at Jiang Hao's somewhat embarrassed look and couldn't help but chuckle, breaking the silence. "Jiang Hao, you have changed a lot." Jiang Hao was slightly stunned, then smiled, "Really? Maybe people change after experiencing a lot." "Yes, we have all changed. However, no matter how you change, you will always be the Jiang Hao in my heart." Sun Ji's eyes flashed with a complicated look. "By the way, how are you and your girlfriend doing?" When Su Qing was mentioned, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly became sharper, but when he thought of Sun Ji in front of him, he instantly became calm. "She and I have broken up." Sun Ji heard this, and a hint of barely perceptible joy flashed across her eyes, but she didn't show it. "I'm sorry for bringing up your sad story." Jiang Hao shook his head. "It's okay. This shouldn't be a sad thing, it's more accurate to say it's a relief." Sun Ji smiled slightly. "It's good that you can look at it in a positive way. You have to look forward to life." Jiang Hao said in relief, "Let's not talk about that unlucky thing. How have you been recently? Do you have any plans for the future?" Sun Ji replied, "I have been optimistic about the prospects of divine breath from the beginning, and now I have invested almost all of my assets in it. I originally planned to set up a guild, but I think it is better to just join you." "Jiang Hao, you won't reject me, right?" Jiang Hao laughed in silence. Looking at Sun Ji's expectant eyes, he stared at her seriously and said, "Sister Sun Ji, how could that be? In my eyes, where you are is the future." Sun Ji's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit her lower lip, as if she wanted to say something, but was a little hesitant. In the end, she just nodded gently, and everything was said without words. Seeing her expression, how could Jiang Hao not understand her feelings? At this moment, he wanted to embrace the beauty in front of him, but he still suppressed the impulse and forced himself to calm down before saying, "I also plan to set up a guild. How about you help me manage it, Sister Sun Ji?" "Sure." Sun Ji responded without hesitation. "Okay." Jiang Hao continued, "You should have an understanding of how great the benefits of divine breath are. You also know my identity. I don't know how many people secretly hate me and want me to disappear from reality. Therefore, if I set up a guild, my identity will inevitably be exposed. Then I have to build a base in reality and gather all the core members. But, wouldn't this give others an opportunity to take advantage of us all? Sun Ji asked worriedly. You don't have to worry about this. As long as the base is established, I can ensure everyone's safety. Jiang Hao said. You mean the abilities in the game manifesting? Sun Ji asked. This is just one of them. Let me put it this way. In Divine Breath, there is an item called Lord's Heart. I have obtained one and have materialized it. As long as we determine the base, we can use the Lord's Heart to regularize the base. Then, as long as we have spiritual energy, we can build the base according to our wishes. Even if a nuclear bomb attacks, our base will be impregnable. Jiang Hao said. When Sun Ji heard this, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. Although she knew that the game Divine Breath was unusual, she never thought it could reach such an astonishing level. The Lord's Heart? Regularized base? Can you transform the base according to your wishes? These sounded like plots from a science fiction movie, but now they were actually happening before her. But she didn't ask too much. After all the abilities in the game were realized, so it was normal to have some more unique functions. Thinking of this, Sun Ji couldn't help but look forward to the future. Jiang Hao then told Sun Ji in detail some of his ideas about the guild. After listening, Sun Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she obviously agreed with Jiang Hao's plan. After the two discussed some details, Sun Ji suddenly asked, Jiang Hao, if you set up a guild, what name do you want to call it? Jiang Hao said, let's call him Meng Qingxian. You can be the president, I don't mind. Jiang Hao was too lazy to come up with a name. Hearing this, Sun Ji quickly shook her head and said, no, you should be the guild leader, and I will just assist you. You are already doing me a great favor by being able to use the name Meng Qingxian, but as for being the guild leader, I will definitely not be one. Seeing her firm attitude, Jiang Hao stopped arguing and nodded, okay, I'll still be the president, but the daily management and decision-making still depend on you. After all, you're better than me in these areas. This time Sun Ji readily agreed, and then she asked, what do you think of the location of the base in reality? Jiang Hao actually had a plan in mind, and replied, in the base Hiaya area of the Shiwanda mountain in Lingnan province, it would be best to capture the area within a radius of about 5 kilometers. Sun Ji asked, 10,000 mountains in Lingnan? Isn't that a little too remote? Jiang Hao said, although the location there is a little remote, it may not be so in the future. Believe me, it will definitely not be a loss if we take over that piece of land now. Okay. Sun Ji said, being in a remote location has one advantage. Relocation is easy and the cost is relatively low. Leave this to me. Jiang Hao asked, do you have enough money? Sun Ji said, don't worry, we can still come up with 300 or 500 million. Jiang Hao said, okay. Keep this money in mind, I will exchange it for game coins when the time comes. Sun Ji said, that's not necessary. If we really want to calculate it this way, how about the soul crystals you just gave us? If we really want to calculate it clearly, I don't even know how much I owe you. That's fine. Then you can handle it. Jiang Hao said, but there is a premise that I need to make clear to you in advance. Sun Ji said, you say. Jiang Hao said, whether in the game or in reality, Meng Qingxian must not be associated with the Sun family and the Jiang family, even in the slightest. Chapter 92. Sun Ji didn't think for long, then nodded and said solemnly, I understand what you mean, don't worry, I will take care of it. Meng Qingxian will be our brand new beginning and has nothing to do with any family. Jiang Hao said, okay. Then I'll leave this matter to you. The base needs to be settled as soon as possible. I'm worried that the Wang family will harm you. Sun Ji said, okay. After talking about business, the two fell into silence for a while. Jiang Hao changed the subject and said, Call Ling in for a moment. I have something to give her. Good. Zhang Ling walked back to the meeting room after a while. Brother, are you done talking? Is there anything else you want to talk to me about? Jiang Hao took out the pair of soul sound earrings and handed them to her. This is for you. As soon as Zhang Ling saw the pair of Ling Yi and Ziyun earrings, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The earrings are exquisitely designed. The main body is made of pure silver metal, and the streamlined outline is inlaid with several tiny blue gems. Whenever the light flows, the gems sparkle with a dreamy luster, dazzling and gorgeous. Wow, these earrings are so beautiful. Zhang Ling couldn't help but exclaimed, is this a gift for me? Yes. Jiang Hao said, this equipment is more suitable for you, don't just look at the appearance. Zhang Ling then turned her attention to the attributes of the equipment. When she saw it, her mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. This is golden equipment. Isn't this too strong? Let me take a look too. Sun Ji asked curiously. Zhang Ling handed over the earrings. Sun Ji took the earrings and looked at them carefully. She couldn't help but be shocked by the powerful properties of the earrings. Level 80 equipment reduces the requirement for level 50 equipment, which has unparalleled advantages in the early stages. It is conceivable how powerful Zhang Ling will be when equipped with this equipment. With the spiritual sound equipped, her magic damage soared to over 8,500. If you add the 20% damage increase from the passive skill Magic Resonance, her magic damage would be directly increased to 10,000. It can be said that one piece of equipment directly transformed her strength. Brother, are you really going to give me such precious equipment? Zhang Ling still couldn't believe it. Only you are most suitable for this equipment. Take it. And you also need to learn these skills. Jiang Hao said and gave her a copy of the Fire Bomb, Flame Storm and Scorching Aura skill stones respectively. Haha. I was just worried about not having magic skills. This basic skill book came just in time. Zhang Ling said, if I run into those guys from Aotian Pavilion again, I will definitely beat them to a pulp. Combined with the Fireball, Ice Cone, Rockfall and other spells she had learned before, her magical skills are now gradually complete. With the addition of super high magic attack and super high magic recovery, a humanoid magic turret gradually takes shape. More. Jiang Hao continued, you absorb all these soul crystals, and then withdraw the rhythm of the spiritual sound. Withdrawing it is equivalent to soul binding. Even if you are killed in the game, it will not drop. Jiang Hao pushed a soul crystal with nearly 100,000 soul points in front of her. Okay. Zhang Ling was not polite this time. Then we should go find Aotian Pavilion and vent your anger. Jiang Hao said. Haha. Great. I was just worried that I had no place to vent my anger. Zhang Ling waved his fists excitedly. We can go directly to Zhengjin Mountain. Zhengjin Mountain produces Zhengjin and Gengjing, which are the specialties of Yangding Town and also the most valuable resource point in Yangding Town. Since our relationship with Aotian Pavilion can no longer be reconciled, we might as well directly rob their resources. This will not only enhance our strength, but also deal them a heavy blow. A hint of determination flashed in Sun Ji's eyes. I agree. They dare to steal our things, so it's reasonable for us to take them back. Zhang Ling agreed excitedly. Okay. Let's set off without further delay. From now on, the Zhengjin Mountain mine will belong to us. Jiang Hao said. Then, he turned to Sun Ji and said, but with the limited manpower we have now, it's not easy to manage a mine. Which guild in Yangding Town are you close to and not afraid of retaliation from Aotian Pavilion? The only one with whom she has a better relationship is Bai Hualing of Yihuagzun, but they probably don't dare to offend Aotian Pavilion to death. Sun Ji said. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and asked, what about DS Shenqi's strength in Yangding Town? Sun Ji said, DS Shenqi is stronger than Yihuagzun's. It is considered the third largest guild after Aotian and Tianming Legend. Jiang Hao said, then I have an idea. Then Jiang Hao popped up the chat window of Peach Blossom Island owner and told him his thoughts. The main thing is that Jiang Hao is responsible for conquering the Zhengjin mine and intimidating Aotian Pavilion, and then handing it over to DS Shenxi and Yu Huixun for joint management. He only collects 30% of the profits, just like the Yuzhuajin mine. When the owner of Peach Blossom Island gave feedback to the guild's top management, Jiang Hao was already meeting with all the members of Mengqing Xian. When they heard that Zhu Feng would lead them to take revenge on Aotian Pavilion, everyone's expressions brightened and their eyes flashed with excitement. During this period of time, they have been bullied by Aotian Pavilion for a long time and have been holding their breath for a long time. Now they finally have the opportunity to fight back. How can they not be excited? When everyone was digesting this exciting news, Jiang Hao suddenly said, however, we must first find out the traitor in the team before we set off. Such a person who betrays his own people is not worthy of enjoying all the glory of the future Mengqing Xian. Jiang Hao had just checked everyone, and sure enough, he found 2 people in the crowd who were hostile to him. He secretly asked Sun Ji and learned that these 2 people had just joined the team not long ago. He had no worries and killed the 2 men with 2 fireballs. The sudden change shocked everyone at the scene. Obviously, they did not expect Jiang Hao to kill the 2 people on the spot. Finally, Jiang Hao glanced around coldly and said in a cold tone, we don't need traitors. Anyone who betrays will only end up like this. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, someone at the scene questioned, but how do you know they are the traitors? What if you are wrong? Jiang Hao glanced at her and cast another detection spell. The favorability of the person who had just spoken changed from normal to hostile. He guessed that this person must be close to the 2 traitors, and now that she saw the 2 being killed on the spot, her attitude changed. But he didn't explain much, but said directly, I don't need to explain to you how I judged it. If you feel uncomfortable staying here, you can leave now. Humph. Let's go, the man said and immediately walked out. After everyone left, Jiang Hao looked at the people present and continued, everyone should know that I have always been at odds with Aotian Pavilion, and Aotian Pavilion is undoubtedly the #1 guild in Huaxia district. I am very powerful, and they can't do anything to me, but now I have taken over Mengqing Xian. If you follow me, you are likely to be targeted by Aotian Pavilion. They can't deal with me, but it's easy for them to deal with you. If any of you still want to leave, you can leave now. I will never stop you. But those who stay must serve Mengqing Xian wholeheartedly and must not have any second thoughts. If anyone is half-hearted, I think I still have the ability to make sure you can't gain a foothold in the game. Chapter 93. As soon as Jiang Hao said this, the atmosphere at the scene froze for a moment. Everyone looked at each other, some with firm eyes, while others seemed a little shaken. Sister Yuezui, I'm sorry, I just want to play the game well and don't want to get involved in these disputes. A young girl with a trembling voice stood up, her eyes full of apology and uneasiness. Jiang Hao looked at her, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes, but more of it was indifference. Go, I won't blame you. But remember, once you leave this door, you will no longer belong to Mengqing Xian. The girl bit her lip and finally turned and left. As the girl left, several other people also chose to leave. They were all new members who had recently joined Mengqing Xian. They did not know about the feud between Zhu Feng and Aotian Pavilion, and did not want to get involved in it. After a while, 7 or 8 people left in succession, and Jiang Hao reminded again, is there anyone else who wants to leave? The scene fell into silence again, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Hao, and no one suggested leaving. After a while, some people finally started to speak. I won't leave. I believe in Sister Yuezui. I won't leave either. I followed Sister Yuezui when I entered the game. I have long regarded Mengqing Xian as my home in the game. I also believe that Sister Yuezui, Zhongling, Chinexai, Mendi and other sisters usually take good care of me. Even if I face Aotian Pavilion, I will continue with my sisters. Very good. Jiang Hao smiled and said, I believe that in the near future, you will be proud and grateful for today's decision. Meng Qingxian will not disappoint every member who is sincere to it, and we will create our own glory together. After a pause, Jiang Hao said, Okay. Let's not waste any more time talking nonsense. Aotian Pavilion bullied us yesterday. What should we do? Revenge. Kill them back. We want revenge. Right. Jiang Hao said loudly, My principle is that if anyone bullies us, we will return it tenfold or 100-fold. Let's go. Today, we will let Aotian Pavilion know that we, Meng Qingxian, are not someone they can bully at will. After saying that, Jiang Hao led the 84 members of Meng Qingxian to quickly get ready and head towards Zhengjin Mountain. On the way to Zhengjin Mountain, Jiang Hao also received a reply from the owner of Peach Blossom Island. DS Shenxi and Yu Huixun reached a consensus and were willing to take over the management of the Zhengjin mine, and the condition was also 30% as agreed before. At the same time, Jiang Hao also added Bailey Chongqing, the person in charge of DS Shenxi Yangding Town, and Bai Waling, the person in charge of Yu Huixun. I agreed with the two men to capture Zhengjin Mountain and then give them the news. To enter Zhengjin Mountain, you need to pass through a canyon called Storm Canyon. As long as we control the Storm Canyon, Zhengjin Mountain can be basically safe. When Jiang Hao led his team to the entrance of Storm Canyon, Aotian Pavilion was already ready for battle. Accompanied by the sound of whooshing wind, gusts of wind blew through the canyon. A 20 to 30 meter high earthen wall blocked the entrance to the canyon. The members of Aotian Pavilion stood on the wall, looking down at Jiang Hao and his group. When they spotted Jiang Hao in front of the crowd, a hint of fear flashed across their eyes. Zhu Feng is really here. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Zhu Feng has long been notorious in Aotian Pavilion. Because Zhu Feng came rather suddenly, even though Aotian Pavilion had already been warned that Zhu Feng would lead Meng Qingxian for revenge, they could only organize 700 or 800 people. Hu Taihua, the person in charge of Yangding town of Aotian Pavilion, looked extremely ugly. At this stage, unless the guild sends out a pioneering team, I'm afraid no one can restrain him. But can anyone easily mobilize the guild's pioneering team? Every pioneering team has a pioneering mission. You should know that the benefits of pioneering are far higher than the value of this resource point. He never thought that just because he coveted Meng Qingxian's secret realm teleportation stone yesterday, who would have known that Meng Qingxian was actually related to Zhu Feng. Knowing that they have this kind of relationship, he would never dare to take advantage of them. But it's too late to say anything now. Based on Zhu Feng's personality, Hu Taihua knew that this resource point might be lost. Having lost the Zhengjin mine, he will inevitably be punished by the guild for this wrong decision. Linger, do you want to take revenge yourself? Jiang Hao asked outside the valley. Can I? I can attack, but my health is too thin. I'm afraid I'll be killed by their long-range concentrated fire before I even get close to the earth wall. Zhang Ling replied. Jiang Hao raised his hand and cast a holy shield on her. Seeing that he had an extra shield worth more than 20,000, he was immediately surprised. Brother, your skill is amazing. Haha, just look at how I deal with them. Let's go too, said Sun Ji. No need. Jiang Hao hurriedly stopped them. You just need to watch the revenge with your own eyes. Your current strength is not enough to participate in this level of battle. Leave it to me and Linger. After saying that, Jiang Hao followed Zhang Ling's steps and came to the front of the earth wall. Before they got close, the people from Aotian Pavilion on the earth wall stared at Zhang Ling and launched long-range attacks. All the attacks were blocked by the shield, and Zhang Ling was not polite either. Flames storm. Rock fall. She directly threw two group attack skills towards the place where the crowd gathered. The earth wall can provide a commanding presence, but it also causes crowds to crowd. Zhang Ling's two group attacks directly cleared 1/3 of the wall. In a short period of time, 200 to 300 people from Aotian Pavilion died. Then, Zhang Ling fired a fire bomb, a fireball, and an ice cone. Her shield was shattered. Jiang Hao stepped forward and blocked her. Go down. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Zhang Ling stepped back quickly. Zhang Ling killed 200 or 300 enemies by himself, and he was immediately praised and admired when he returned to the crowd. Linger, you are so amazing. That scene just now was so shocking. Yes, Linger, you are simply our magic goddess. Zhang Ling felt a little embarrassed by their praise, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she still said modestly, don't praise me like that, I am so powerful only because of my brother's skills and equipment. They all understood Zhang Ling's situation. It was indeed because of Zhu Feng's arrival that she became so powerful. This made them full of expectations for the future. Now their eyes continue to fall on the battlefield ahead. They have more or less watched Jiang Hao's previous videos. But watching Jiang Hao explode on the spot, the shocking feeling was completely different, it hits the heart directly. Jiang Hao raised his hand and waved. Pyroblast. A huge fireball hit the earth wall, and with a loud bang, hundreds of people were killed instantly. Then, a blazing flame instantly covered the earth wall. Flames storm. This storm is much more terrifying than the one Zhang Ling had unleashed before. In an instant, nearly 200 people were swept away. After the two men's group attack, only a few hundred people were left on the city wall. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs hit different people. In an instant, more than 10 or 20 people were killed. There was no room for Aotian Pavilion to fight back, and Hu Taihua was killed in the explosion early, so the remaining people immediately lost the courage to resist. Open the city gate and give up resistance and I can spare your lives. Jiang Hao shouted. Hearing that they would not have to die, everyone on the city wall showed joy on their faces, walked down the wall, and then opened the city gate. Chapter 94. Seeing that Jiang Hao had so easily seized control of Zhengjin Mountain, Meng Qingxian's people immediately cheered. They looked at Jiang Hao with admiration and awe. Jiang Hao led everyone into Zhengjin Mountain and began to take over the management of the mine. Not long after, Jiang Hao came to the warehouse and found a large pile of Zhengjin and Gengjing, totaling thousands of pieces. Zhengjin is a green material and Gengjing is a blue material. Both are relatively precious forging materials. Especially adding some to weapons can increase their sharpness and enhance attack power. These 1,000 pieces of materials would probably be worth more than 1,000 gold coins even if sold to the natives. This is probably because Aotian Pavilion has been hoarding these materials for several days and hasn't had time to ship them away yet. Now Jiang Hao has gotten a bargain with these materials. He was short of gold coins at the moment, so he accepted them with a smile and put all the materials into his personal space. About 10 minutes later, people from DS Shenxi and Yuhuaxun also came over, and Jiang Hao directly handed over the ownership of Zhengjin Mountain to them. After dealing with the matters of Aotian Pavilion, Jiang Hao led everyone back to Guxi town. After selling the Zhengjin and Gengjing in their hands directly to the indigenous shops, they obtained 1,220 gold coins. Adding the 4,000 gold coins from Sun Ji, Jiang Hao now has a total of 5,251 gold coins available. Jiang Hao used all the gold coins to buy skill inscription stones. According to experience, the monsters in the secret realm are basically rare monsters, and any of their skills may be relatively rare, so it will never be a mistake to prepare more skill inscription stones. Therefore, Jiang Hao bought 3,000 white skill engraving stones, 120 green skill engraving stones and 10 blue skill engraving stones at one time. After buying the skill inscription stone, Jiang Hao returned to the base, counted the number of people, and then Jiang Hao activated the secret realm teleportation stone. As Jiang Hao activated the secret realm teleportation stone in his hand, a dazzling light suddenly emanated from the teleportation stone, enveloping all the people around him. Then, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly emerged, and the group of people suddenly disappeared in space. After a moment of dizziness, when Jiang Hao and others felt the solidity of the ground again, they had arrived in a grey space. Then the system gave a prompt. Welcome to the secret place where dragon sleeps. There are two ways to leave the secret realm, one is death, the other is to find a teleportation array in the secret realm that can teleport you out. Jiang Hao searched the memories in his mind and found no information about the dragon's sleeping place. He knew very well that the secret realm teleportation stone in his previous life did not fall into Meng Qingxian's hands. It should be his rebirth that caused some trajectories to shift. Although there was no news about the secret realm, Jiang Hao had some vague guesses in his mind that this might be an opportunity to quickly improve everyone's overall strength. He looked around. In the grey space, he could vaguely see mountains and forests in the distance, and there was a mysterious atmosphere in the air. Everyone, be careful. This might be a secret realm with monsters with dragon blood. Any monster with dragon blood is extremely powerful. If you are not careful, you may die here. Jiang Hao reminded. After hearing this, everyone finally put away their curiosity and became focused. Jiang Hao identified the direction, then pointed to a dense forest in the distance and said to Sun Ji, "Shall we go over there?" Sun Ji replied, "You decide." The others also nodded without objection. They were in a relatively open area, with 1 or 2 kilometers of grassland and bushes ahead before reaching the forest. Jiang Hao took the initiative to lead the group and started walking towards the forest. But before they could go far, Jiang Hao stopped immediately. His eyes were attracted by a plant not far away. Detection technique. Dragon scale grass. Quality, yellow level natural treasures. Effect, taking it directly can increase your strength by 6 points, it can also be used to refine a potion that permanently increases your strength. Dragon scale grass. My detection skill is only +1, so I can only find out the name and I don't know anything else. Sister Yuezhui, your skill is +4, so what can you see? Qing Feng said. This is a yellow level natural treasure. Taking it directly can increase 6 points of strength. Sun Ji said in surprise. Haha. Are we so lucky? We harvested a rare treasure as soon as we came in. Mendi also laughed. It would be a waste to take it directly. It can also be used to refine medicine. It can be made into a potion that permanently increases strength. The effect will be better. Jiang Hao added. Oh? It has this effect. A hint of surprise and curiosity flashed in Chenexai's eyes as she was looking at the dragon scale grass carefully. But it requires an expert alchemist to make it. Jiang Hao said, by the way, Linger, how is your alchemy level now? Zhang Ling replied, I can already refine high-level medicines. As long as the success rate reaches the standard, I can become a high-level alchemist. It probably won't take too long. Jiang Hao said, I suggest that we keep this dragon scale grass for now, and when Linger's pharmacist level improves, we can make it into a potion. What do you think? Sun Ji said, I have no objection. I think so too. I agree too. Okay, then I'll put this herb away first. After saying that, Jiang Hao collected the dragon scale grass and put it into his personal space. Why don't we all split up and look around to see if there are other dragon scale grasses? Zhang Ling suggested. Sure. Jiang Hao replied, but be careful not to go too far away. Good. The crowd was divided into 10 groups and spread out, carefully observing every plant around them, fearing to miss any dragon scale grass that might be hidden. Not long after, Chenexai suddenly pointed to a patch of grass in front of him and shouted, Look! I have another one here. Jiang Hao walked over and saw that it was indeed a yellow-level dragon scale grass. He smiled and said, Haha! You are really lucky. I will give you a credit. After saying that, Jiang Hao carefully collected it. At the same time, good news came from several other groups. Mendi and Qing Feng also found 2 dragon scale grasses each in another area, while Zhongling and several other team members found 3 directly near a rock. Everyone was still not satisfied and turned the entire lawn over before they finished. This total harvested 52 yellow-level dragon scale grasses. What a great harvest! If we calculate based on 10 gold coins for each attribute point, the value of this batch of dragon scale grass alone is 3,120 gold coins. It's worthy of being a pioneer. It is worthy of being called the opening of a secret realm. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Everyone has done a great job. This is the result of our joint efforts. We will reward you after we return. Jiang Hao praised, and then he changed the subject. However, we can't relax because of this. In the secret realm, there are both dangers and opportunities. We must always remain vigilant. Just as he finished speaking, a member of the periphery suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a python with a waist thicker than a bucket wrapping up a member with its tail, then throwing him into the air, with its mouth wide open, waiting to send the man directly into its mouth as he fell. Chapter 95. This scene immediately made everyone's heart rise to their throat, and fear and tension spread instantly. Jiang Hao used a probing technique to go over. Dragon Python Leader. Level 30. HP 280,000. Armor 500. Magic Resist 200. Attack 6,000. Skills: Death Coil, Dragon Power Surge, Blazing Dragon Breath. Weak point 7 inches, Heart Position. Jiang Hao had no time to think. If the girls like Meng Qingxian watched their companions being swallowed by the dragon python, it would definitely cause great psychological trauma. Extreme speed. Violent shock. Jiang Hao rushed out in one step, then jumped high, and then used the momentum of his forward rush to grab the girl and move her away from the snake's mouth. At the moment before landing, he cancelled his skill. Then, he pushed the girl out and took out a long sword. Poisoned. Immortal body. Puff. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao's sword kept stabbing into the dragon python. One after another, more than 10,000 damages floated above the dragon python's head. The dragon python that originally wanted to chase Meng Qingxian and the other girls felt pain, and its hatred was instantly attracted to Jiang Hao, so it turned around and started to deal with Jiang Hao. "You guys move away, Linger, please protect everyone," Jiang Hao said loudly. As he was speaking, Jiang Hao's body was entangled by the dragon python. Death Coil. After the immortal body reduced the damage, only 2,000 to 3,000 damages were floating above Jiang Hao's head. Seeing Jiang Hao being entangled, the crowd immediately let out exclamations. Everyone wanted to go forward to support, but suddenly they saw a plus 6,000 blood recovery appear above Jiang Hao's head, and his blood loss was instantly increased to the maximum. "Don't worry about me. Take care of yourselves and beware of other monsters," Jiang Hao shouted again. Everyone then realized that although Jiang Hao's fight with the dragon python leader seemed dangerous, he was actually at ease. So everyone began to retreat, leaving the battlefield to Jiang Hao. Seeing them retreating, Jiang Hao could finally focus on dealing with the dragon python leader. Blazing Halo. As soon as the blazing halo appeared, the dragon python immediately let go of Jiang Hao. As soon as Jiang Hao got away, he immediately distanced himself from the dragon python. Continuous fireballs. Under the horrified gazes of the women, a series of fireballs poured out like a meteor shower, carrying a scorching breath and landing accurately on the dragon python's body. After the violent fire energy, the dragon python had lost its voice. Flash sale. Everyone stared at the scene in amazement, their hearts filled with shock. A level 30 boss monster, which also contained dragon blood, was killed by Jiang Hao so easily. Strong! But before they could exclaim in surprise, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Everyone be careful, there are a lot of pythons here." I saw dozens of pythons of different sizes winding towards me on the grass not far away. Everyone reacted quickly and attacked the group of pythons. Among them, Zhang Ling's performance was the most eye-catching. He sent out a fiery storm and instantly killed most of the ordinary pythons. Then she worked together with others to kill the few remaining elite monsters. Jiang Hao used detection skills to check and found out that these pythons did not have dragon blood and their skills were very ordinary. He thought about it and came to the dragon python leader, then took out a white skill inscription stone and placed it on it. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, the skill inscription stone emitted a ray of light, and mysterious runes began to shine on it. Success! You know, the 3 skills of this dragon python leader are at least green grade. However, Jiang Hao successfully engraved it using a white skill engraving stone. Big profit! At this moment, everyone wants to know which one succeeded. Soon, the light faded away, and Jiang Hao checked it out, and the skills in the skill stone appeared. Dragon Power Surge, Blue consumes 1000 magic points, increases one's own strength, mental strength, physique and agility by 50% each, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Master Zhu Feng, what skill did you successfully engrave? Someone asked curiously. Not bad luck. Jiang Hao smiled. Dragon Power Surge, a blue skill that improves all 4 attributes in a short period of time. After saying that, Jiang Hao handed the skill engraving stone to them for inspection. No way! A white skill engraving stone can actually engrave a blue skill. Haha! This luck is too good. This extremely small probability was encountered by the great god Zhu Feng. Everyone couldn't help but admire it when they saw it. Okay, next let's talk about how to distribute this skill inscription stone. Jiang Hao said. Such a precious skill was reserved for you, Master Zhu Feng. You burned this book yourself. We have no objection to keeping it for your own use. You killed the dragon python, and you recorded the skills. We have no objection to keeping it for yourself. Jiang Hao stretched out his hand to stop everyone from speaking, and said, in fact, you have seen my strength, and there is almost nothing that can threaten my existence in the short term. This skill is good, but it doesn't do much for me. On the contrary, if used on you, you can cultivate a powerful character, and what the team lacks most right now is a meat tank. Therefore, I think this skill book is better for Chenexai. When he really needs to burst out, he also has Super Rage plus 6, a 190% burst, and the duration is a terrifying 3 minutes, which is far better than Dragon Power Surge. Upon hearing this, Chenexai's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he quickly waved his hands. No, 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 how can this be? This is something you, Master Zhu Feng, worked so hard to get, how can I take it? Besides, this skill is so precious, I can't afford to pay for it even if I sell it. Haha. Jiang Hao smiled, turned to look at Sun Ji and continued, isn't there a more mature guild contribution points system out there? Let's buy one first and count everyone's contribution points clearly. I know about this. Qing Feng said immediately, Sister Yu, as we originally planned to buy it, and I have also contacted the software developer. If you want, you can order a set now. Okay. Jiang Hao said, then let's order a set. The points are divided into bronze points and gold points based on game coins. The value of 1 bronze point equals 1 bronze coin. Similarly, the value of 1 gold point equals 1 gold coin. Then, Jiang Hao turned to Sun Ji and said, after recording everyone's previous contributions, divide all members into the core layer, management layer, and elite layer. The core group includes Sister Sun Ji, Ling Chenexai, Ziyu, Qing Feng, and Mendi. The maximum overdraft of the core group is 10,000 gold points. The management is just a team leader, with a maximum overdraft of 5,000 gold points. Others are classified as elites and can overdraw 1,000 gold points. In this way, in the future, if there is a treasure suitable for someone in the guild, you can exchange it yourself, and when you have enough ability to repay in the future, you can fill in the advance payment. If there is a conflict over the same item, the core layer will be prioritized, then the management layer, then the elite layer, and finally the ordinary members recruited later. Does anyone have any objection to this distribution? Everyone can at least enjoy resources worth 1,000 gold coins in advance, so what objection could there be? Which guild out there has this kind of benefit? No. Seeing that no one objected, Jiang Hao turned to Chenexai and said, "This copy of Dragon Power Surge is priced at 200 gold points. If you think it's okay, it's yours." Chenexai's eyes lit up. "That's no problem, I'll change." She also knew that this was a big profit. It was difficult to buy a blue skill with 200 gold coins outside, let alone Dragon Power Surge, which was a relatively rare blue skill. Okay. Those who have not reached level 30 will absorb spiritual energy first, and the others will start collecting the spoils. Jiang Hao ordered. Okay, everyone responded in unison. The level must be raised to 30 so that you can leave Yangding town and go to Anning city together. Chapter 96. The most precious thing on the dragon python leader's body is his scales, which are the material for making light armor, and can be worth dozens of gold coins if collected. The second is snake gall, which is a blue-grade material for refining medicine. Finally, there was a piece of essence meat weighing about 20 to 30 kilograms on its body, which Jiang Hao did not let go. After collecting it, he planned to materialize it into reality. This kind of beast meat containing dragon blood must have the effect of strengthening the body. As for other ordinary pythons, people only collect the skins and gallbladders of elite monsters, leaving ordinary monsters alone. Firstly, there is not enough space to store these low-value items, and secondly, collecting them will waste a lot of time, so it is better to use the time to continue exploring the secret realm. After cleaning up the scene, everyone started walking into the forest. Everyone moved forward cautiously, always alert to the movements around them. After walking in the forest for a while, Jiang Hao stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to stop. Ahead is a strange red vine. Detection technique. Blood vine leader. Level, 32. HP, 290,000. Armor, 700. Magic resist, 100. Attack power, 6,800. Skills, vine entanglement, blood absorption, blood vine self-destruction. Weakness, fear of fire. Blood vine elite. Level, 30. HP, 21,000. Armor, 300. Attack power, 2,400. Skills, vine entanglement, blood drain. Weakness, fear of fire. In this patch of blood vine monster vines, there are 2 leader monsters, more than 20 elite monsters, and the remaining 200 or 300 are ordinary monsters. And among these dense blood red vines, you can occasionally see a hint of white. That is the skeleton of a monster. Jiang Hao's eyes swept across the blood vine demon vine and fell on the small tree in the center of the vine, on which were hanging 6 red fruits. Detection technique. 9 yang red fruit. Quality, mystical grade natural treasures. Effect, direct consumption can increase physical fitness by 45 points, and can also be used to refine medicine. This is considered to be one of the top natural treasures among the Suan Pin. And there are 6 of them. Other people's detection skills only showed a name, and even Sun Ji, whose detection skill was +4, only knew that it was a mysterious treasure, but she couldn't see exactly how many attributes it added. Seeing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Jiang Hao replied, "This is a mysterious treasure. Taking it directly can increase your physical fitness by 45 points. What? So strong?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Although they knew that this natural treasure must be extraordinary, they did not expect the effect to be so amazing that taking it directly could improve their physical fitness by 45 points. But it is not easy to obtain the 9 yang red fruit, because there is a blood vine blocking the way. But this is not too difficult for Jiang Hao. Before anyone could take action, he used a skill. Extreme speed. His body shape changed continuously, and in just 1 or 2 breaths, he appeared in front of the 9-yang red fruit tree. Then, he picked the fruits from the tree with his hands and put all 6 9-yang red fruits into his pocket. At this time, the blood vines also reacted and attacked Jiang Hao one after another. Invisible. Although the attack of the vines forced him out, he also took advantage of his invincibility to dodge. When Jiang Hao returned to the girls, he had 6 bright red 9-yang vermilion fruits in his hands. After everyone was amazed, Jiang Hao said, "I suggest that these 6 9-yang vermilion fruits be distributed to Chenexai. Since she is a tank, her physique must be strengthened. Only by building a strong team can the guild have a chance to obtain more resources in the future. The value is calculated based on 10 gold points per 1 attribute point, which means a total deduction of 2,700 gold points. Do you have any objections?" At this time, someone asked, "Why not wait for a while before refining it into a medicine?" Jiang Hao replied, "To refine the mysterious treasures into potions, a master-level alchemist is needed. Even if Linger has a strong talent for alchemy, I don't think she can achieve it in less than half a year. What we lack most now is time. Chenexai is the team's tank, so improving her physique is urgent, so I think taking it directly is the best choice." After hearing what Jiang Hao said, everyone thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Chenexai took the 9-yang vermilion fruit handed over by Jiang Hao, his eyes full of gratitude. "President, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to improve myself and live up to everyone's expectations." "Well, take it," said Jiang Hao. Chenexai nodded, immediately took the 9-yang red fruit, and then started eating them one by one. The 9-yang red fruit is not big, only slightly larger than a cherry tomato. Chenexai eats one at a time. Soon, 6 9-yang red fruits are gone. Chenexai's physical fitness directly increases by 270 points. She is finally not so fragile now, and her health has exceeded 4,000. After Chenexai had digested it, Jiang Hao ordered, let's go deeper." "Brother, are we just going to let these blood vines go?" Zhang Ling asked the question that many people were wondering. "These evil vines are of no value and their skills are average, so just leave them to guard this 9-yang red fruit tree." Jiang Hao replied. Everyone was still confused and followed Jiang Hao deeper. Chapter 97. The secret realm of pioneering is indeed a place full of opportunities and challenges. Every step may hide unknown dangers and treasures. Of course, the danger was only relative to other people besides Jiang Hao. No matter what monsters he encountered during the process, he basically solved them all by himself. Half a day later, they harvested more than 20 kinds of rare treasures. These natural treasures basically increase properties. Except for a small number of yellow-grade natural treasures that are retained, all other higher-grade natural treasures have been exchanged for use. With this batch of rare treasures invested, Chenexai and Zhongling were completely trained. With Chenexai and Zhongling here, even if they face a lord-level boss, they can kill it. And after half a day, they still haven't walked out of the forest. Jiang Hao didn't know how big the forest was or how powerful the monsters were. But he was sure that the more dangerous the forest was, the greater the opportunity would be. The final harvest may be beyond imagination. Now it was getting dark, so Jiang Hao found a place, let the others go offline first, and finally left the 6 core members. Jiang Hao said, "You should materialize all the attribute points first, and don't touch the remaining soul source points for the time being. Save them for withdrawing attribute points later. It will probably be difficult to obtain soul crystals for a long time in the future, so try to use them sparingly. After withdrawing your attributes, remember to stay calm and gentle when you log off. Especially Chenexai and Linger, your attributes are relatively high, and you may destroy the surrounding environment if you are not careful. Do you understand?" "I understand," Everyone responded. Okay, then you can start now. Jiang Hao said. 6 people started to operate, while others only withdrew attributes, while Zhongling withdrew an additional equipment, the rhythm of spiritual sound. Disposable items such as potions and talismans will appear directly in reality once they are withdrawn, and will never return to divine breath. Equipment is different. After cashing out, the physical object will appear in reality, but the next time you enter Shengzi, as long as the equipment is still with you, you can continue to use it in Shengzi. Moreover, equipment withdrawal is equivalent to soul binding, and it will never drop in divine breath. Of course, the cost of withdrawing equipment is also very high, and the withdrawal price increases with different levels. Just withdrawing the charm of spiritual sound requires 80,000 soul source points. If converted into attributes, it would be equivalent to the cost of withdrawing 80,000 points. Therefore, even in later generations, if the equipment is not very important, generally no one will choose to withdraw it. But in addition to providing super strong attack power, the charm of spiritual sound also has an absolute life-saving skill. This is why Jiang Hao wants Zhongling to cash it out no matter how high the cost. After the 6 people completed the withdrawal, they went offline one after another. There is no physical body in the first level of Shengzi continent. As long as you leave the combat state and go offline, you will be absolutely safe. When I woke up from the game, it was just dawn in the real world. As soon as he woke up, Jiang Hao immediately performed a rejuvenation technique on himself, and he immediately felt refreshed. After he woke up, he knocked on Zhongling's door. After a while, Zhongling's voice came from inside, "Brother, you can come in." After getting approval, Jiang Hao walked in. At this time, Zhongling had slowly stood up. "How does it feel?" Jiang Hao asked. "Zhongling, I feel full of energy. I really want to find a place to vent." "Jiang Hao, wait a minute, after breakfast, I'll take you to Zishan Park to get familiar with the surge of power." Zhongling, "Okay." "Jiang Hao, then you should slowly adapt to the situation. I'll go wash up and make some breakfast." Zhongling nodded and left. After Jiang Hao washed up, he took out the dragon python essence meat from his personal space and cut out about 2 kilograms. The essence of dragon python meat is a deep dark red in color, with a strange luster faintly flowing on the surface, as if it contains infinite vitality. He took out a frying pan, placed it on the stove, turned on the fire, and poured in an appropriate amount of oil. As the oil temperature gradually increased, Jiang Hao gently placed the meat pieces into the pot. With a sizzling sound, a rich aroma instantly spread when the hot oil came into contact with the animal meat. The aroma carried a faint and strange fragrance, mixed with the aroma of meat, which made people's appetite increase. Jiang Hao took a spatula and gently turned the pieces of meat so that they were heated evenly. When it was almost done frying, Jiang Hao thought for a moment and just sprinkled some salt on it without adding any other seasonings. After frying it for a while, he served the 2 pieces of meat. As soon as it was placed on the dining table, Zhongling came out smelling the aroma and exclaimed, "Wow, brother, this meat smells so good. Is it the dragon python essence meat? It's not like she hasn't eaten food materialized from divine breath before, but none of them smelled as good as this." Jiang Hao replied, "Yes. Go wash up quickly." Zhongling replied happily, "Okay." After Zhongling came out of the shower, she saw the tempting golden barbecue on the plate and couldn't help but salivate. "Let's eat." Jiang Hao said, picked up the barbecue and took a bite. The roasted meat was slightly charred on the outside but tender and juicy on the inside. As you chewed it, an indescribable deliciousness bloomed in your mouth. The strange energy contained in the meat seems to be slowly released with every bite of chewing, which not only satisfies the taste buds, but also sends a warm current flowing through the body, making people feel refreshed. "It's so delicious." Zhongling praised, and then asked, "Brother, do you feel full of strength?" Jiang Hao thought for a moment and said, if my intuition is correct, my physique or strength has improved a bit. I just don't know if this is temporary or permanent. I'll know when I play the game tonight. Zhang Ling heard this, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. If it's permanent, then does that mean we have another way to improve our attributes? Jiang Hao smiled and said, you can say that, but it requires two conditions. First, you need to find the essence of the beast that contains blood. Second, you need a lot of soul points to cash it out in reality. That's right. How many soul points were used to cash out this piece of essence beast meat? Zhang Ling asked. It took 20 soul points. Jiang Hao said. So many? Zhang Ling exclaimed. At first I also felt it was a bit strange. In the past, it took 1 soul source point to redeem a piece of food. This piece of beast meat was surprisingly expensive. I wanted to try and see if I could bring some surprises, so I frowned and cashed it out. Jiang Hao said. If it can bring 20 attribute points in total, it will be worth it. Zhang Ling said. We have to verify this when we log into the game again tonight. Jiang Hao said. After they finished breakfast, Jiang Hao took Zhang Ling to Zishan Park to adapt to the surging power. On the other side, City A Airport. Sun Ji, accompanied by an assistant and dragging a suitcase, slowly walked into the lobby of City A Airport. The airport is bustling with people coming and going, but she maintains a unique tranquility and indifference. She was wearing a simple yet elegant dress with a thin jacket casually draped over her shoulders, and her temperament stood out among the crowd. After she adjusted to her surging strength, she booked a flight to Lingnan province. She did not forget the task Jiang Hao assigned to her. Assistant Sun Meng, also known as Mendy in the game, followed Sun Ji's steps and said, Sister Sun Ji, we have already contacted Xiyang County. The officials heard that we are coming with a contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and have already started preparing for the welcome ceremony. Okay. Sun Ji replied, and then continued, try to sign the contract today and complete the relocation within 3 days. At the same time, the road leading to Base Hiaya must be repaired and widened as soon as possible. It's such a rush. It will cost a lot of money. Sun Meng said. Sun Ji said with a firm look, money is not a problem. As long as we can get things done in the shortest possible time, it is worth spending any amount of money. Sun Meng said, okay, I will convey your meaning online first. Not long after, the two boarded a plane to the capital of Lingnan province. 3 hours later, the plane landed in the capital of Lingnan province. As soon as the two left the airport, an official car from Xiyang County was waiting outside to pick them up. Chapter 98. Jiang Hao entered the game first. If there is danger, he is responsible for clearing the danger around. Not long after, Sun Ji and others also came online one by one. As soon as Zhang Ling came online, he immediately said to Jiang Hao, Brother, my strength and physique have increased a little. Look at yours. Jiang Hao then remembered that he had eaten a piece of dragon python essence meat today, and he also looked at his attribute column. My strength and physical fitness have also increased a little. I also increased a little bit. Jiang Hao replied. Seeing the others' puzzled looks, Zhang Ling explained, didn't we kill a dragon python yesterday? My brother cashed out the essence of the beast meat, and we each ate about a pound. I feel a little better, and now I can confirm that the attributes have really increased. Once the base is built, we will have another way to improve our attributes. Jiang Hao said, of course, the prerequisite is that we need to get more of this kind of essence beast meat with bloodline power. It only took 20 soul points to cash out the dragon python essence meat, but Jiang Hao estimated that after eating this piece of meat, a total of 60 attributes could be increased. This is much more cost-effective than simply withdrawing the property. The lease contract for the 10-kilometer radius of Base Hiaya has been signed. There are not many people living nearby, and the relocation should be completed in 3 or 4 days. Then we can move in. Mendy said. Good. Jiang Hao praised, "Thanks for your hard work." At this time, other people also came online one after another, and soon everyone was there. Jiang Hao wanted to lead his men to continue exploring deeper into the forest, but Sun Ji suddenly said, "Jiang Hao, wait a minute, I have a suggestion." Jiang Hao paused and looked back at her. Sun Ji continued, "We don't know how big this secret realm is. If we go deeper, we will definitely encounter more powerful monsters. If we follow you, it will slow down your exploration. Now that Genexai and Linger have grown up, we also have the ability to act independently on the periphery. So, I suggest that we act separately. You go deeper alone, and we continue to search on the periphery." "Yes. Brother, it's better for us to separate like this. Even if we face a Lord-level boss now, we can handle it. Don't worry." Zhang Ling agreed. Jiang Hao thought that the outer area was not small and they could harvest a lot of natural treasures, rare herbs and minerals, so he nodded in agreement. Finally, after both parties agreed on the meeting place and time, Jiang Hao separated from the crowd. Jiang Hao went deep into the forest alone, spending the entire day exploring and fighting. When it was about to get dark, Jiang Hao had killed 13 Lord-level bosses and 28 leader monsters today, and harvested 19 kinds of mysterious treasures, as well as some other medium and high-level rare materials and herbs. At this time, he came to a valley and stopped. What surprised him a little was that the trees at the entrance of the valley became sparse. Apart from some tall and solid trees that are struggling to survive here, there is not a single shrub or grass growing on the ground. At this moment, suddenly, with a whoosh sound, a strong wind blew from the valley, and muffled puff sounds continued to be heard. At the same time, Jiang Hao also suddenly felt a slight pain in his body. Although it didn't seem to cause him any harm, he knew that it was related to his super blood recovery ability. In fact, when the strong wind blew just now, he could feel that he had suffered several $100 of damage. So this is why there are deep scars on these hard trees. He became more and more curious about the valley at this moment. Jiang Hao walked into the valley in the direction of the strong wind. Jiang Hao followed the direction of the strong wind and carefully went deeper into the valley. As he continued to move forward, the gale became stronger and stronger, and the damage floating above his head became higher and higher. Jiang Hao walked about 500 or 600 meters. Suddenly the scene in front of me became clear. In the center of the valley, there was a huge monster that looked like a lion or tiger but had wings on its back, lying there and sleeping. This monster was covered in green scales, had 2 horns on its head, eyes like lightning, and it constantly spewed out violent gusts of wind from its mouth as it breathed. Judging from its aura, Jiang Hao felt that this was at least a king-level boss. In order to verify his conjecture. Detection technique. Wind Beast, King-level boss. Level, 40. HP, 4250000, 42.5 million. Armor, 4000. Magic resist, 2000. Wind resistance, 60%. Attack power, 36,000. Skills, Wind Blade, Wind Control, Wind Shield, Wind Escape, Wind Sweep, Wind Dragon Roar, Storm Coming. Weakness, Wind Core in the upper abdomen. Description, the offspring of the dragon Sun Chaofeng and an ordinary beast, containing a trace of dragon blood. There is an extra line of special description, which shows that it is obviously much more advanced than the dragon python encountered before. As soon as Jiang Hao's detection technique fell, the wind beast suddenly opened its eyes, and 2 sharp gazes instantly locked onto Jiang Hao. Roar! The wind beast immediately let out a deafening roar, then moved its body, turning into a blue lightning and pounced towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was prepared and moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws of the wind-controlling beast. Even though he avoided the frontal attack, the strong wind that came with the wind beast still made his skin hurt, and waves of 1,000 or 2,000 damage appeared on his head. Jiang Hao naturally knew that the king-level boss was not easy to deal with, so he immediately activated his skills. Wind step. Jiang Hao's speed suddenly increased, and after pulling away for a certain distance. Elemental frenzy. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs attacked the right wing of the wind beast. Boom boom. Minus 34,087. Minus 34,192. Minus 33,988. A total of 26 fireballs hit the wind beast, causing more than 8.8 million damage to it in an instant. And under Jiang Hao's special control, 18 of the 26 fireballs all fell on its right wing. The wind beast felt pain and let out an even more deafening roar. Its huge body rolled on the ground and flames burned on its right wing. Although it flapped its wings frantically to try to put out the flames, it seemed to have little effect. The injury to its right wing seriously limited its ability to fly. Jiang Hao was delighted when he saw this. Pyroblast. Minus 38,641. Fire bomb. Minus 31,825. Continuous fireballs. Minus 50,678. Minus 50,961. Minus 50,999. In the second round of fireballs, Jiang Hao didn't need to hit the wings specifically, a total of 31 fireballs fell on the wind beast. This round of attack instantly caused nearly 1.6 million damage to the wind beast. Ouch! After the wind beast roared, it immediately added a layer of protection to itself. Strong wind shield. Then he opened his mouth wide. Strong wind and chaotic blades. I saw sharp wind blades spewing out of the mouth of the wind-controlling beast, attacking Jiang Hao densely. Jiang Hao didn't dare to be careless, and flashed again. Shadow attack. Bang bang. A series of terrifying gale blades chased after him and fell to the ground, making loud noises. Puff. Puff. Even though Jiang Hao escaped in time, the last two wind blades still fell on him. Minus 71,085. Minus 70,941. More than half of his health dropped in an instant. It hurts. This is Jiang Hao's true feeling. Rejuvenation. Jiang Hao's health was instantly reduced. Chapter 99. However, the wind beast would naturally not let him go so easily. Wind escape technique. The wind-controlling beast dodged and landed next to Jiang Hao. At the same time, strong gusts of wind suddenly blew in the space. Jiang Hao knew that it was about to unleash a range skill. He didn't dare hesitate. Extreme speed. A trail of afterimages was left on the ground, and when the wind beast's skills were about to explode, Jiang Hao's figure was dozens of meters away. Sweep away everything in its path. The skill is indeed extremely terrifying, but it is just outside Jiang Hao's position. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the raging wind finally subsided. Jiang Hao took advantage of the brief gap after the wind beast released its skill and quickly launched a counterattack. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs passed by, and with a bang, the wind shield of the wind beast was finally broken. Thunderfall technique. Ice cone technique. Ice crystals condensed on the wind beast's body, causing it to pause just as it was about to move. After the wind beast roared, a violent gust of wind instantly gathered around him. Wind control technique. Now the wind control beast's right wing is injured. Although it cannot fly, the use of the wind control technique still increases its speed instantly. Jiang Hao responded calmly. Frost fall. The cold air filled the air, and the speed of the wind beast suddenly slowed down. Bite. Jiang Hao also had to sigh at his good luck, because just when the wind beast was about to cross the range of the frost fall spell, it was suddenly frozen. Continuous fireballs. With a bang, another series of fireballs flew straight to the weak spot of the wind beast. Boom boom. Minus 34,167. Minus 98,147, weak point attack. Minus 34,132. Minus 105,874, weak point attack. Minus 33,914. Minus 118,763, weak point attack. 30 fireballs hit the wind beast, and about half of them exploded at the wind beast's weak spots. And as the weak points are hit continuously, the damage caused by the weak points becomes more and more terrifying. This series of fireballs instantly caused more than 2.6 million damage to the wind beast. Flames storm. Minus 32,018. Minus 31,847. Fire bomb. Minus 32,881. Continuous fireballs. Minus 51,884. Minus 189,840, weak point attack. Minus 52,044. Minus 198,872, weak point attack. In this attack, all 34 fireballs hit the target. Again, half of them hit the mark. The health of the wind beast dropped by 6 million in an instant, causing the health bar of the wind beast to drop drastically. Now the wind beast only has a little over 30 million health left. Perhaps it was the repeated attacks by the ant-like humans in front of it that made the wind beast completely angry. Suddenly, its entire body glowed with green light, and it raised its head and let out an earth-shaking roar. The wind dragon roars. Along with a deafening dragon roar, a huge tornado rolled up around the wind beast and rushed straight into the sky. The powerful wind made the surrounding space tremble. Outside the secret realm, Meng Qingxian and his group, who had just killed a Lord-level boss, couldn't help but look up towards the depths of the mountains. That is, Chenexai's eyes were filled with horror. Is that the noise made by the wind-chasing god? Who else could it be except him? Ziyu said. Such a powerful aura, is there a king-level boss fighting? Mendi said in surprise. King-level boss? Brother won't be in danger, right? Zhang Ling asked worriedly. Don't worry. I believe he won't do anything without confidence. Sun Ji replied. I hope he can return safely. Others also prayed silently. After performing the wind dragon roar, the wind-controlling beast's strength soared to the extreme at this moment. The tornado that was wrapped around his body seemed to have turned into substance, and it raged wildly in all directions with a devastating momentum. Jiang Hao knew that this was also a critical moment. If you want to escape, you can't escape the pursuit of the wind beast unless you use the void shuttle. But if we use void travel, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? This is naturally not the result Jiang Hao wanted, so super violent. Jiang Hao chose to face the challenge. Jiang Hao's speed increased dramatically and he finally caught up with the wind beast. Wind step. The speed increased again, and he easily avoided the wind and blades of the wind-controlling beast. Continuous fireballs. Minus 91,584. Minus 96,447. Although the damage increased dramatically, there were only 18 fireballs hitting, and the total damage was only 1.7 million. Thunderfall technique. Minus 99,874. Ice cone technique. Minus 89,254. The wind beast was hit by the ice cone technique and its speed was reduced. Continuous fireballs. Minus 136,887. Minus 140,871. Minus 141,556. This time, a total of 26 fireballs hit, with damage reaching more than 3.6 million. The wind beast also reacted quickly. Sweep away everything in whirlwind. In an instant, the area within a radius of 50 meters was shrouded in the storm. This time Jiang Hao did not hide. Holy Shield. Immortal Body. Minus 48,514. Minus 46,887. At the same time, Jiang Hao's magic kept coming. Continuous fireballs. A total of nearly 4 million damage floated above the wind beast's head. And in just this instant, Jiang Hao's health was filled up again. The reason is naturally skills. Blood-sucking aura, green, a passive skill that converts 5% of the damage received into health after learning it. It was precisely because of this skill that he dared to face the wind beast's attack head-on. Thunderfall technique. Ice cone technique. Then another burst of fireballs followed. The blood volume that had just been reduced by the wind beast was instantly restored. After another round of fireballs, the wind beast's devastating attack finally came to an end. Jiang Hao looked at the wind beast in front of him. Its health was less than 20 million. The wind beast seemed to have sensed its own danger, and it once again gathered all the wind elements in its body. The storm is coming. In the sky, a huge storm vortex quickly formed. The strong wind seemed to tear the entire valley apart. Jiang Hao could even feel a strong sense of oppression. Jiang Hao had to hide this time. Extreme speed. Increase by 190% and then increase by 460%. Jiang Hao's speed has reached an incredible level. Before the storm arrived, Jiang Hao had already escaped 200 meters away. And this is exactly the limit of the range covered by the storm. The super large group attack range with a radius of 200 meters is simply terrifying. It was more than 200 meters away, beyond the attack range of all spells. Jiang Hao could only take out the longbow. Poisoned. Whoosh. Whoosh. Arrows flew towards the wind beast. If the arrow hits the wind beast, it will cause 35,000 damage, and at the same time, 8,479 of poison damage will appear. In this way, Jiang Hao relied on his super high movement speed to continuously shoot arrows at the wind beast outside the storm. This kind of damage is better than nothing. After a full 20 seconds, the storm finally passed. Jiang Hao put away his longbow, and stepped forward, while continuing to gather magic in his hands. Thunderfall technique. Ice cone technique. At this time, another skill of the wind beast came down. Strong wind and chaotic blades. Jiang Hao did not choose to escape, and continued to rush forward despite the damage. Continuous fireballs. The blood volume that had just been pulled down by the violent wind and chaotic blades was instantly restored to the full value. After the wind beast was ignited, Jiang Hao began to pour fire magic on it again. Fire bomb. Pyroblast. Continuous fireballs. Just like that, because of the blood-sucking aura and the continuous fireballs with extremely high damage, and with the help of the super violent burst, the wind beast could not kill Jiang Hao instantly, so its fate was already doomed. Only 1 minute later, the wind-controlling beast finally let out an unwilling roar and fell down. Looking at the corpse of the wind-controlling beast, Jiang Hao couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Next comes the exciting stage of collecting spoils. Chapter 100. Jiang Hao came to the corpse of the wind beast and absorbed its spiritual energy. Then he took out a blue skill inscription stone. Each of the skills of the king-level wind beast is very powerful. Jiang Hao is looking forward to recording what skill it can. After a while, the light faded away, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but walk forward quickly and picked up the skill stone to check. Upon seeing this, he immediately showed a look of surprise. Wind-style jutsu. It's actually wind-style jutsu. Wind escape technique. Purple consumes 2000 magic points, instantly moves a certain distance in a specified direction, maximum distance 1000 meters, cooling time 10 minutes. A blue skill stone was extremely lucky to have a purple skill engraved on it. The luck is really against the will of heaven. Jiang Hao decided to keep this skill for himself. After collecting the skill stone, Jiang Hao began to decompose the materials on the wind beast. After a while, a pile of precious materials was decomposed by him. These include a gold-grade wind element core, gold-grade scale armor, gold-grade double horns, about 100 kilograms of gold-grade essence beast meat, purple-grade dragon bones, and 8 purple-grade claw blades. Jiang Hao put all the other materials into his personal space, leaving only the wind element core in his hand. This is a gold-grade material and needs to be identified to reveal its properties. It may contain a certain number of attributes, or it may contain a certain skill of the wind-controlling beast, which can be absorbed by people to improve attributes or comprehend skills. This wind element core is also called the beast core. Only those monsters that have the potential to become spirit beasts and reach the king level will be born. In principle, the beast core contains all the attributes and abilities of the monster beast, but the monster beast will constantly extract energy from the beast core during the battle, and how much is left in the core in the end depends on luck. If you are lucky, you may have a core skill, but if you are unlucky, you may only have a few attributes left. And Jiang Hao just happens to have a gold level appraisal skill. He couldn't help but take out the crystal first. Wind Beast Crystal Core. Quality, Gold. Features, contains the bloodline skill of the Wind Beast, Wind Dragon Roar. Wind Dragon Roar, Gold consumes 20,000 mana points, increases 4-dimensional attributes by 200%, lasts for 1 minute, cools down for 2 hours. Oh shit! Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the information of the beast core. A golden skill actually exploded. Although it's not the most terrifying storm, the roar of the wind dragon is not bad either. The 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 200% in a short period of time. This is an all-round explosion. It is equivalent to a rage without the weakness state. Jiang Hao suddenly thought that if the wind dragon roar was combined with super violent force, wouldn't the attack effect be incredible? Without hesitation, he chose to study on his own. After Jiang Hao learned the skills, the beast core turned into powder in his hands. Jiang Hao just felt refreshed because he had acquired a new powerful skill. In later generations, golden skills have always been worth a lot of money. This time, I made a lot of money. After collecting the materials for the wind beast, Jiang Hao did not forget to visit its nest. Jiang Hao came to the canyon and looked around. There were no rare treasures here. But when his eyes fell on the place where the wind beast was sleeping, his eyes lit up. There lay quietly a crystal stone that was translucent and emitted a faint white light. This crystal stone is not small in size, about the size of a basketball, and wind elemental light flows on its surface as if it were a living thing. Jiang Hao knew that this was a wind spirit crystal without the need for detection skills. However, he still cast a detection spell over. Wind Spirit Crystal. Features, contains pure wind energy, can assist in understanding wind laws, and speed up the comprehension and practice of wind skills. Hey! It really is Wind Spirit Crystal. Jiang Hao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. If we were to ask what the biggest gain of this trip is, it would undoubtedly be the Wind Spirit Crystal in front of us. I didn't expect he had this surprise. If we were to say who is the most suitable person for this Wind Spirit Crystal, it would undoubtedly be Zhongling. Don't forget that she has a god-level talent, a telepathic mind, and is born with a strong ability to perceive, affinity, and comprehension of the elements. And this piece of Wind Spirit Crystal can greatly promote her development of the wind element. In other words, as long as his perception of wind element is improved, she can also comprehend wind element magic without skill stones or skill books. Good stuff. Jiang Hao put it into his personal space. Looking at the sky again, it was getting late, so he did not choose to go deeper, but returned to reunite with Sun Ji and others. Because of the constant fighting, Jiang Hao did not go very deep. Even though he was now in a weak state, it only took him more than 10 minutes to return to the meeting point along the original route. After reuniting with the other girls, they all began to share today's gains. Sun Ji's team killed a total of 3 Lord-level bosses and 6 leader monsters today, and harvested 2 kinds of black-grade natural treasures, 4 kinds of yellow-grade natural treasures, and several other rare medicinal materials. The overall harvest was not bad, worth more than 2,000 gold coins. All these gains are converted into guild points and then distributed according to each person's contribution. Jiang Hao also took out the things he had obtained today that could help everyone improve their strength and made them available for exchange. The main ones are mysterious treasures and skill stones. The Suanpin natural treasures have a total of 724 dimensional attributes. There are hundreds of skill stones, including 46 white skill stones, 52 green skill stones, 16 blue skill stones, and 4 purple skill stones. These are skills that I cannot use or that would not make much sense if I used them. But if this batch of skills is added to Meng Qingxian's team, they can play a greater role. It is conceivable that after these people digest this batch of attribute and skill improvements, the overall strength of the team will have a qualitative leap. While everyone was discussing how to distribute the resources, Jiang Hao also looked at his own panel. After looking at his panel, he selected 3 skills from the many skill stones to supplement, namely Vine Entanglement, green consumes 100 magic points, summons a piece of natural vines, entangles the target, making it unable to move for 3 seconds, and has a cooldown of 1 minute. Touch of Ice, blue consumes 500 magic points and releases a wave of ice energy to the target. After hitting the enemy, it will quickly condense into a thick layer of ice armor on its lower limbs, causing 150% ice damage and reducing the target's movement speed and attack speed by 80%, lasting for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Sandstorm Prison, purple consumes 2000 magic points and summons a huge sandstorm in a designated area with a radius of 10 meters, causing enemy units within the skill coverage area to fall into a state of confusion for 10 seconds. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. These 3 are control skills, which provide Jiang Hao with more strategies and means when dealing with enemies. After Jiang Hao familiarized himself with the skills, the others were also assigned. After today, everyone has improved to some extent. I will use the attribute points I gained today to focus on developing Sun Ji and Meng Dai. Give the melee type to Sun Ji, and the magic type to Meng Dai. Each of them was allocated about 400 attributes, and several skills were added, which greatly improved their strength. Zhongling, Chen Xi, Sun Ji, and Meng Dai can form a cutting-edge combat force. I believe that they will surely gain greater rewards tomorrow. After the resources were allocated, people began to log off one after another. After everyone had left, Jiang Hao took out the essence of the wind-controlling beast's meat and chose to cash it out. What shocked him was that this 100 kilograms of beast meat actually cost 800 soul source points. It is more than 8 times more expensive than the dragon python meat that was withdrawn before. But Jiang Hao still gritted his teeth and brought it out. He was looking forward to seeing how much the attributes of the meat would be improved after consuming it in real life. After the withdrawal was completed, Jiang Hao exited the game. Chapter 101. After waking up and washing up, Jiang Hao cut 2 pieces of Yufeng beast meat and started frying them. The wind-controlling beast is countless times stronger than the dragon python, but its meat is still fresh and juicy. It has not become hard or tough, and its aroma is even stronger. Zhongling only ate half of the 1-pound meat. She had to put down her chopsticks and said regretfully, "Brother, I can't eat any more. This meat is too full of energy. I might burst if I eat any more." Jiang Hao had already eaten most of his portion. He estimated his appetite and said, "Give it to me. I can still eat more." The essence of beast meat contains abundant energy. After eating a piece of dragon python meat yesterday, Jiang Hao and his partner did not feel hungry for the whole day. Today we had the meat of the wind-controlling beast, and it was quite filling. Jiang Hao estimated that he wouldn't need to eat for the next 2 or 3 days. It takes time for the essence of animal meat to be digested and improve the body. Eating more meat will not have any effect until it is completely digested. After breakfast, Jiang Hao and Zhongling began to pack their luggage. Today they will set out for Xiyang County, Lingnan Province to meet up with Sun Ji and others. Although the base has not been built yet, it does not prevent them from reuniting early. In reality, we all gather together, which can better ensure everyone's safety. After 4 or 5 hours of travel, Jiang Hao and Zhang Ling finally arrived at Linchuivan, the most upscale residential area in Xiyang County. Sun Ji has rented a villa here as a temporary stay. When Jiang Hao and the other person arrived, Chinexai, Qing Feng and Zihu also came. Together with Sun Ji and Mendi, the core members of Meng Qingxian were gathered together. Knowing that Jiang Hao had arrived, everyone came out to greet him. When Sun Ji, who was at the front of the crowd, saw the two people approaching, her eyes immediately fell on Jiang Hao and she couldn't move her eyes away. The two of them were childhood sweethearts, but due to the changes in the Jiang family, they haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years. She looked at Jiang Hao carefully. He had changed. He has an upright posture, a calm temperament, and an indescribable heroic spirit between his brows. In just 5 or 6 years, the young man has transformed into the mature and steady man he is today. Looking at his handsome face again, it seems as if it has been carefully carved, every detail is just right, making it unforgettable at first sight. Jiang Hao also met her eyes, his eyes full of tenderness. This is the first time I have truly met Sun Ji since my rebirth. The experiences in his previous life made him cherish this moment even more. Sister Sun Ji, long time no see. Jiang Hao said softly, with a barely perceptible tremor in his tone. Sun Ji's eyes were slightly red, and there seemed to be tears flashing, but she quickly adjusted her mood and showed a bright smile. Jiang Hao, long time no see. You really have changed a lot, but for the better. Then she stepped forward slowly with her arms outstretched. Seeing this, Jiang Hao also opened his arms and went forward to meet him. The two hugged each other at this moment. Jiang Hao suddenly recalled his past life. The moment Sun Ji died in his arms, he couldn't help but tighten his arms. He wished he could rub the beauty in his arms into his body and never let her leave. Sun Ji also snuggled tightly in his arms, feeling his solid chest and warm breath, and finally couldn't help but shed tears. Hot tears fell on Jiang Hao's neck. Feeling the heat and humidity on his neck, Jiang Hao suddenly woke up. He quickly held up Sun Ji's face and wiped away the tears on her face with his fingertips. Sister Sun Ji, did I hurt you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jiang Hao almost forgot that he was a superhuman with thousands of attribute points. No. Sun Ji said, I'm just happy. Sister Sun Ji, let's go inside and talk. Zhang Ling said. Okay. Sun Ji finally realized that there were so many people around her. Her face turned even redder, and then she invited everyone into the room. After everyone entered the room, Sun Ji asked everyone to sit down and then introduced them to each other. After everyone got to know each other, they started chatting about everything under the sun. Time passed quickly, and they chatted for an hour or two. Seeing that it was time for dinner, Jiang Hao took out a piece of wind-controlling beast meat weighing about 2 kilograms, and said, Tonight, let everyone taste the essence of the wind-controlling beast meat. Everyone cheered immediately and began to prepare in a hurry. Dinner was ready. The meat of the wind-controlling beast was cut into thin slices, fried slightly, and sprinkled with a little salt. Even so, this plate of beast meat is the most tempting thing on the table. The aroma of meat is mouth-watering. Everyone sat around the dining table, looking at the delicious food in front of them, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Let's eat. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started eating. The meat of the wind-controlling beast melts in the mouth. It is tender and juicy, and contains abundant energy. After just one bite, everyone feels a warm current surging through their bodies. It is the energy in the meat that nourishes their bodies. It's delicious. The meat is so tender and full of energy. I feel full of strength after eating this piece of meat. Everyone was amazed. Jiang Hao and Zhang Ling only ate a little bit of other ordinary food. The essence of the beast meat he had eaten in the morning had not been digested yet, so he didn't feel hungry at all. Not long after, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and took a short break before cleaning up and going back to play the game. This villa is quite big, enough for each person to have a room. Enter the game again. A group of core members began to check their attribute panels. My 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 1 point each. I also added a little bit of each. Wow! Eating essence beast meat can really increase attribute points. If we can eat it every day in the future, won't the 4-dimensional attributes be able to increase continuously? Qing Feng exclaimed. Chinexai interrupted and said, You wish. Do you think anyone can eat this essence of beast meat? Oh! That's true. There are not many monsters with special bloodlines, and they have to be brought out. Now only Brother Jiang has the conditions to make it happen. Others said with some regret. Haha. Jiang Hao smiled, it doesn't matter. This dragon sleeping place is so big. There must be a lot of dragon blood monsters. Oh right. Chinexai suddenly asked, Linger, you ate the wind control beast meat early in the morning. How many attributes did you improve? Hehe. Zhang Ling said with a smile, I ate half a pound of meat, and my 4 attributes increased by 2 points each. My brother ate more, so I guess his increase is even greater. I increased it by 5 points each. Jiang Hao replied. When everyone heard this, they all showed envious expressions. So much. Increasing 20 attributes a day, isn't this too powerful? It's only been less than half a day, so wouldn't it be possible to increase by 40 or 50 points in a day? Chapter 102. It's not that exaggerated. The same kind of beast meat has the best effect on the first day, and the effect will decrease after that. Jiang Hao said, I estimate that if there is enough king-level wind-controlling beast essence meat, a person can only improve 200 attributes at most. The effect of 200 points is incredible. Others were not disappointed. While they were chatting, the agreed time to go online came, and soon, others also came online. After counting the number of people, there are 4 fewer people today than the day before. These 4 people died during the adventure yesterday, and then were sent out of the secret realm and resurrected. Today, Jiang Hao continues to go deeper into the secret realm alone. Jiang Hao deviated from yesterday's route and chose a new direction to explore. But this time, Jiang Hao didn't go far before he came across a huge cave. Looking at the deep and dark cave entrance, Jiang Hao decided to go in and take a look. Holy Light Ball. As the Holy Light Ball appeared, it instantly dispelled the darkness in the space. Jiang Hao was also very skilled and courageous, so he went straight into the cave. The cave was winding, and to Jiang Hao's surprise, he didn't encounter a single monster along the way. He walked for about 10 minutes, using acceleration skills several times along the way. At his speed, he covered no less than 10 kilometers, but he still didn't encounter a single monster in such a long distance. This actually aroused Jiang Hao's curiosity. He continued walking forward. After walking for about another 5 or 6 minutes, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of us. Jiang Hao walked towards the direction where the light came from. Jiang Hao came to the end, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. This was a cave entrance halfway up the mountain. Looking ahead, there is a vast and boundless grassland. At this time, a tall figure in the grassland caught Jiang Hao's attention. This is a giant beast with a single horn on its head, a body more than 10 meters long, and covered with green scales. Detection Technique. Earth Dragon Elite. Level, 40. HP, 45,000. Armor, 1,200. Magic Resist, 1,000. Attack, 5,500. Skills, Unicorn Charge, Earth Dragon Roar. Weakness, Anus. There was a larger beast not far away. Jiang Hao also cast a detection spell over. Earth Dragon Leader. Level, 42. HP, 420,000. Armor, 1,800. Magic Resistance, 1,500. Attack, 12,000. Skills, Unicorn Charge, Earth Dragon Roar, Earth Spike Thrust, Earth Surge. Weakness, Anus. Jiang Hao continued to look forward and could vaguely see tall figures deep in the grassland. This grassland is most likely the nest of the Earth Dragon. These Earth Dragons are all monsters with dragon blood. Monsters at the leader level and above can produce essence meat. Jiang Hao is unwilling to let them go. He landed at the bottom of the cliff with a few jumps, and then ran quickly towards the Earth Dragon leader. The grass on the grassland was taller than Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao approached the Earth Dragon leader, but it had not yet awakened. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs hit the Earth Dragon leader directly. Boom boom. The Earth Dragon leader only had time to let out a painful roar before he was killed by the fireball. The sudden change frightened the surrounding monsters and they fled in panic. Jiang Hao quickly approached the corpse of the Earth Dragon leader, absorbed its spiritual energy, and immediately began to decompose the materials. Although the Earth Dragon is so huge, the only valuable thing about it is its horn. As for its scales, they are too thick and heavy to be of much value. Apart from that, there is only the 30 kilograms of essence meat. After collecting the materials for the Earth Dragon leader, Jiang Hao thought for a moment and took out a white skill inscription stone and threw it out. After the light flashed, Jiang Hao picked up the skill inscription stone and took a look. Earth Dragon Roar, green consumes 500 magic points, emits a roar filled with dragon power, causing 150% sonic damage to hostile targets within a 20-meter radius, and has a 10% chance of stunning them for 2 seconds. The cooldown time is 2 minutes. Melee range skill, the effect is also pretty good. He is no longer needed, but Meng Qingxian and others still play a significant role. After collecting the skill stone, Jiang Hao climbed up a nearby giant tree and began to search the surroundings. As he looked up, he suddenly saw a flash of light in the grass. Judging from his experience, there must be rare treasures there. So he didn't care about anything else and immediately jumped down from the tree and searched in the direction of the light. Dragon's Blood Grass. Quality, Yellow level natural treasures. Effect, after taking it, it can directly increase the upper limit of blood volume by 800. It can also be used to refine potions that permanently increase the upper limit of blood volume. A natural treasure that adds blood. Nice one. Received it. Boom boom. Just after Jiang Hao put away the dragon blood grass, the ground began to tremble. Jiang Hao climbed up the giant tree again and looked in the direction where the earthquake came from. He saw a huge monster running towards this side in the distance. Wherever it passed, grass and trees fell and dust flew. It was a much larger earth dragon, even larger than the leader-level earth dragon that Jiang Hao had killed before, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Detection technique. Earth Dragon, Lord level boss. Level, 45. HP, 450,000. Armor, 3500. Magic resistance, 2800. Attack, 22,000. Skills, Unicorn Charge, Earth Dragon Roar, Earth Spike Thrust, Earth Surge, Dragon Claw Blade, Mad Dragon Burst, Mad Dragon Earthquake. Weakness, Anus. A Lord-level boss with 4.5 million HP. At this moment, Jiang Hao also wanted to test his new skills. The Wind Dragon roars. Elemental Frenzy. Continuous Fireballs. -101,389. -101,280. -100,984. The Earth Dragon Lord was huge in size, and all 34 fireballs hit him. In an instant, the Earth Dragon Lord's health dropped by more than 3.4 million. The bonus effect of Wind Dragon Roar is too terrifying. The rest is easy. Even though the Earth Dragon Lord used the Mad Dragon Burst, he still couldn't escape Jiang Hao's next round of attacks. In less than 10 seconds, the Earth Dragon Lord was killed. Jiang Hao harvested another purple-grade unicorn horn and more than 50 kilograms of purple-grade essence beast meat. Then, this time he was no longer stingy and took out a blue skill inscription stone. A Lord-level boss deserves a blue skill inscription stone. After a while, when the burning was finished, Jiang Hao picked up the skill stone and took a look. Earth Dragon Slash, blue consumes 800 magic points, condenses the power of the Earth Dragon, and swings a 15-meter-long half-moon slash forward, causing 200% physical damage to the attacked enemy, and has the unique tremor effect of the Earth Dragon. There is a 20% chance to slow down the target by 50%, which lasts for 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. A small group attack skill for warriors, which also comes with a control debuff effect. It's worth it. Just as I put away the skill stone, the ground began to shake again. Jiang Hao climbed onto the corpse of the Lord-level boss and looked over. Good job. This is an even larger Earth Dragon. Isn't this a typical nesting doll? Kill the small one and then the big one will come. Kill the big one and then a bigger one will come. I just wonder if after I kill this king-level boss in front of me, there will be a more powerful one coming? Chapter 103. Violent Earth Dragon King, King-level boss. Level, 48. HP, 52 million. Armor, 4,500. Magic resistance, 3,500. Attack, 50,000. Skills, Unicorn Charge, Earth Dragon Roar, Earth Spike Stab, Earth Surge, Dragon Claw Blade, Mad Dragon Burst, Mad Dragon Earthquake, Dragon King Domain. Weakness, Anus. Description: the offspring of the dragon's son Basia and an ordinary beast, containing a trace of dragon blood. Thick blood and high defense. It is more than one level stronger than the wind-controlling beast we encountered before. Facing this sudden and violent Earth Dragon King, Jiang Hao did not show the slightest fear. On the contrary, his eyes were shining with excitement. Come on, let me see how strong your king-level boss is. Jiang Hao whispered to himself, then took a deep breath, and the longbow suddenly appeared in his hand. Poisoned. Whoosh! The long arrow breaks through the air. With a puff sound, as expected, the long arrow hit the violent Dragon King. -8,814. -2,935, toxin damage. After applying the poison, Jiang Hao immediately put away his sword, and then began to gather magic with both hands. Continuous fireballs. -28,920. -28,421. The body of the violent Earth Dragon King is even larger than that of the Earth Dragon Lord, and even his fireballs never miss. After all the hits, 980,000 of its health points were taken away in one go. The violent Dragon King roared in pain, and then instantly activated his skill. Unicorn Charge. The huge body of the violent Dragon King rushed forward like a wild horse, and its sharp horn flashed with cold light, as if it could pierce through anything that stood in its way. However, Jiang Hao had anticipated this and immediately dropped vines in its path after firing the fireballs. Vines entangled. Boom! The Earth Dragon King's unstoppable charge was suddenly stopped, and his huge body stumbled forward a few steps due to inertia, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The ground was shaking under this huge force, and dust was flying, as if there was a small earthquake. Jiang Hao dodged sideways, then turned to look at the exposed back garden, chrysanthemum, of the Earth Dragon King, and suddenly an evil idea came to his mind. Wind Blade. The wind blade was like an arrow shot from a bow, with a whistling sound as it tore through the air, and it accurately hit the Earth Dragon King's weakness. -106,134, weak point attack. At this time, the fireballs had already cooled down, and Jiang Hao did not hesitate. Continuous fireballs. -46,286. -147,174, weak point attack. minus 45,918. Minus 156,830, weak point attack. 34 fireballs, half of them hit the weak spot. One skill instantly caused 3.8 million damage to the Earth Dragon King. After taking another heavy blow, the violent Dragon King let out another angry roar, and his huge body slowly stood up. At the same time, a bolt of lightning and an ice cone fell down. This caused it to pause its movement, and what made it even more angry was that a series of fireballs flew towards him again. This is another huge amount of damage of nearly 1.5 million. This human is so cunning and powerful. The violent Earth Dragon King roared, and the earth element power gathered around him crazily. Jiang Hao knew that it might use its ultimate move again. Extreme speed. Jiang Hao's speed suddenly increased, and then he flew away quickly. Fortunately, he started quickly, and huge spikes suddenly pierced out from the ground, chasing his figure. Jiang Hao felt that the ground spikes did not attack all areas, so he did not run too far. After dodging 8 ground spikes in a row, he finally stopped. Seeing that there was no danger, Jiang Hao also stopped. Continuous fireballs. The attack happened just before the Earth Dragon King's burning state ended. It took away another 1.5 million of its health. Frost Fall. Ice Cone Technique. Continuous fireballs. After suffering another round of attacks, the Earth Dragon King finally reacted. However, it was now within the range of the Frost Fall spell, and its mobility was greatly restricted. Wind Blade. Ice Cone Technique. At the moment the ice cone fell, the Earth Dragon King just triggered the frozen state. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't want to miss this opportunity. Shadow Attack. After leaving an attack on the Earth Dragon King, Jiang Hao flipped over and landed behind the Earth Dragon King. Continuous fireballs. This series of fireballs were aimed at its weak point. After the boom sound, it instantly took away nearly 5 million of its health. At this time, the Earth Dragon King was also released from the frozen state, but Jiang Hao obviously would not give it a chance to fight back. Touch of Ice. Ice Cone Technique. Slowed down by the triple freezing, the Earth Dragon King became extremely slow. Jiang Hao continued to attack from behind. Continuous fireballs. The weakness was attacked again and again, and the damage became more and more terrifying. This time, the continuous fireballs instantly took away 6 million damage to the Earth Dragon King. At this time, the Earth Dragon King's health finally dropped to half. Crazy Dragon erupts. The Earth Dragon King finally went berserk. The earth veins are surging. Jiang Hao suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet trembling, and he said to himself, "Not good." Then he activated his skill without hesitation. Wind Escape Technique. In an instant, his figure appeared 1,000 meters away. And the moment he appeared, he was already in a state of dizziness. Purification. Because of the difference in skill levels, purification only reduces the stun time by 1/3. The Earth Dragon King was slightly startled when he saw Jiang Hao's figure suddenly disappear, and then his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. When he locked onto Jiang Hao's position again, it immediately roared, then started moving on all fours and began to move towards Jiang Hao's position. As soon as the Earth Dragon King walked out of the range of the Frost Fall spell, he immediately launched another attack. Unicorn Raid. Fortunately, the range of Frost Fall bought Jiang Hao some time. When it started to move, Jiang Hao also recovered from his dizziness. Swamp Magic. With a loud bang, the Earth Dragon King rushed into the mud and fell to the ground in an instant. Jiang Hao once again aimed at the Earth Dragon King's weakness. Continuous fireballs. Another 6 million plus damages. Pyroblast. Ice Cone Technique. The speed dropped again, and Jiang Hao still circled behind the Earth Dragon King. Continuous fireballs. Nearly 7 million damages are floating. The Earth Dragon King tried hard to adjust its body shape, but Jiang Hao added another gale step and kept hiding behind it. Before the quagmire technique ended, the Earth Dragon King suffered 2 rounds of attacks and endured more than 10 million damages. At this time, its health had dropped to 10%. Finally, the quagmire technique ended. Just as he felt the sense of steadiness, the Earth Dragon King instantly activated his skill. The Mad Dragon shakes the earth. Just like that, the huge body of the Dragon King instantly flew into the air, and then smashed straight into the position where Jiang Hao was. Watching the shadow in the sky continue to grow, Jiang Hao moved quickly, calculating the time of landing at any time. Invisible. Boom. The huge body of the Earth Dragon King smashed heavily on the ground like a meteorite, followed by a terrifying shock wave that spread out. However, Jiang Hao, who was at the center of the shock wave, used the invincible effect of invisibility to dodge it at the critical moment, and a big miss appeared above his head. Having lost Jiang Hao again, the Earth Dragon King seemed to have run out of patience. After a wild roar, a strong pressure emanated from it. Dragon King's Territory. Chapter 104. Dragon King's Territory. Once the Dragon King's territory was unfolded, the space within a radius of 100 meters with the Earth Dragon King as the center seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, forming an independent territory. Among them, the overall strength of the Earth Dragon King is increased by 50%, while that of other units is reduced by 50%. With one increase and one decrease, the gap between the two sides widened. Jiang Hao saw that his health suddenly dropped to 110,000. The overall strength of the Earth Dragon King surged by 50%. If the skill damage bonus was added, he would most likely be taken away by the Earth Dragon King with just one skill. So Jiang Hao wants to solve the situation in front of him in 2 ways. One is to drag it until the end of the Dragon King's territory. But Jiang Hao knew that this was unlikely. This kind of domain skill would usually be automatically triggered when the monster's health dropped to a certain range, and it was not subject to time limits. The 100-meter coverage range of the Dragon King's territory cannot be achieved unless you use a bow and arrow to slowly destroy the king-level boss. But don't forget that the blood recovery speed of the king-level boss is also not slow. Even if every arrow hits, plus the poison damage, it may not be faster than the blood recovery speed of the king-level boss. Therefore, if he wants to defeat the Earth Dragon King, he still has to enter the Dragon King's territory and use magic to quickly kill the Earth Dragon King. And this requires a high level of operational skills from him. You must not be touched by the Earth Dragon King's skills. Without giving Jiang Hao much time to think, the Earth Dragon King activated the Dragon King domain and immediately attacked Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao knew there was no other way, so he activated his skill. Super Violent. He now felt a little regretful. Why did he waste this golden skill in advance? Because he was curious about the effect of Wind Dragon Roar. If we use the combination of Wind Dragon Roar and Super Violence now, it will be easy to deal with the Earth Dragon King who has left the Dragon King's territory. Now that there is no support from Feng Long Xiao, there are many more risks. Jiang Hao's speed increased greatly, and he quickly distanced himself from the Earth Dragon King, while the magic in his hands continued to condense. Continuous fireballs. At this time, the burning state on the Earth Dragon King was also cleared by the Dragon King's domain. Now 30 fireballs hit him, but the damage of each fireball dropped to about 18,000, causing only 540,000 damage in total. Wind Blade. -20,887. The strongest single-target spell could only cause a little over 20,000 damages. Ice Cone Technique. -17,922. The Earth Dragon King was hit by the Ice Cone Technique, and the slowing effect was mostly offset by the Dragon King's domain, so it did not have much impact on the Earth Dragon King. It's just as I expected. Jiang Hao had already given up on using control skills. The Earth Dragon King who activates the Dragon King domain is like having an invincible body, making almost all control skills ineffective or greatly reduced. While Jiang Hao was performing his magic, the Earth Dragon King closed the distance a lot. Jiang Hao didn't dare to be careless, after throwing a burst of fireballs. Stab! After he moved, a huge dragon claw blade chased after him. Wind blade. Thunderfall technique. Continuous fireballs. Nearly 1.5 million health points were lost. Now the Earth Dragon King's health is less than 2 million. However, the closer the Earth Dragon King was to death, the more violent he became. His eyes turned red and his attacks became more ferocious. Ground spikes thrust. At this time, Jiang Hao's figure jumped high. Violent shock. He also knew that the situation was critical, so he chose a landing position as far away from the Earth Dragon King as possible. As soon as Jiang Hao landed, continuous fireballs instantly dealt 1.2 million damage to the Earth Dragon King, leaving it with only 800,000 HP. Wind blade. Minus 54,228. Thunderfall technique. Minus 51,169. Unicorn charge. When the Earth Dragon King launched the reunion, Jiang Hao also moved. Shadow attack. Two figures were running rapidly, one in front and one behind. However, Jiang Hao's shadow strike speed bonus is not as good as unicorn charge, and the distance between the two is closing rapidly. When both sides' skills ended, the distance between them was less than 50 meters. The huge body of the Earth Dragon King was like a wall in front of Jiang Hao. When Jiang Hao saw the surging earth energy coming from the surroundings, he didn't have time to think. Apart from the void shuttle, he no longer had any acceleration skills, so he could only take a gamble. Fireball. Holy shield. Immortal body. Burning sky with fire and rain. Finally, I gave myself another skill. Rejuvenation. At this time, the Earth Dragon King's skills also came. The earth veins are surging. Minus 104,840. After being weakened by layers of divine shield and undying body, Jiang Hao was still beaten to a low health state. And not surprisingly, Jiang Hao fell into a state of dizziness. After secretly casting a purification skill, Jiang Hao could only pray that the Earth Dragon King died first. After 3 seconds of dizziness, a loud boom suddenly came from my ears. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him shocked him. The huge body of the violent Dragon King was now lying powerlessly on the ground, and his huge eyes had lost their former luster, leaving only deathly silence. Call. Finally dead. Jiang Hao murmured to himself. His calculations were correct. The last burst of fireballs only hit half of the target due to the surge of earth energy, causing more than 600,000 damage to the Earth Dragon King. Fortunately, he finally used a large-scale skill, Burning Sky and Rain of Fire, and with this skill, he took away the last of the Earth Dragon King's blood before he launched an attack. Jiang Hao quickly collected the spoils while the super-violent time was still going on. Absorb spiritual energy. Decompose the materials. Finally, he did not forget to take out a blue skill inscription stone to engrave the skill. After hastily packing up the spoils, Jiang Hao quickly ran back to the original cave. After returning to the cave, Jiang Hao began to check the spoils. A gold-grade unicorn horn and more than 150 kilograms of gold-grade essence beast meat. Let's look at the skill stone again. Ground spikes. Blue consumes 500 mana points to summon a series of sharp ground spikes in the target area. Hitting the target can cause 150% physical damage and have a knockback effect. The cooldown time is 2 minutes. Seeing this skill, Jiang Hao's face couldn't help but darken. He used 2 blue skill stones in a row, both of which produced blue skills. Although it was not a loss, for Jiang Hao, not having a purple skill was a big loss. You know, with his luck attribute, there is a 50% chance of using a higher level skill. The result was already decided, and he could only accept it. Finally, he set his eyes on the beast core. I hope God will bless me and I won't be so unlucky. Identification technique. After the light flashed, Jiang Hao's consciousness fell on the attributes of the beast core. Violent Earth Dragon King Crystal Core. Quality, Gold. Features, contains the bloodline of the Violent Earth Dragon King. Skill Dragon King Domain. Dragon King Domain, Gold consumes 20,000 mana points, forms a 100-meter radius domain around itself, increases all attributes within the domain by 50%, reduces the cooldown of all skills by 30%, reduces all attributes of all hostile units by 30%, and has a 5% chance of triggering a deterrent effect, causing hostile units to enter a state of fear for 1 minute. Cooldown time is 2 hours. Although the skill effects have been somewhat reduced, they are still very powerful. Looking at the Violent Earth Dragon King Crystal Core in his hand, Jiang Hao finally revealed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems that all my luck lies in the crystal core of this Violent Earth Dragon King. Jiang Hao's mood suddenly improved. Chapter 105. Jiang Hao thought about it and decided not to use this golden skill himself, intending to leave it to Zhang Ling. He already has the burst skills Wind Dragon Roar and Super Rage. Although having an additional Dragon King domain can further enhance his strength, it would be more cost-effective to use it to train Zhang Ling and make her even stronger. Jiang Hao rested for 10 minutes, and only walked out of the cave after his super violent and weak state passed. He estimated that the Violent Earth Dragon King should be the overlord of the surrounding area. After its death, no more powerful Earth Dragons came. Next, Jiang Hao started searching the surrounding area and gradually obtained a lot of rare treasures, all of which were dragon blood grass. Most of them were yellow grade, and some black grade were also collected. It was not until noon in the game that Jiang Hao finally discovered another demon beast monster, the Blood-Eyed Dragon Wolf. Blood-Eyed Dragon Wolf Elite. Level, 45. HP, 52,000. Armor, 1,200. Magic Resistance, 1,500. Attack, 6,000. Skills, Shadow Step Assault, Dragon Wolf Blade. Weakness, Eyes. Jiang Hao stepped forward and was killed by 2 spells. Jiang Hao picked out the most valuable pair of green-grade wolf fangs on his body, then took out a white skill engraving stone and began to engrave skills. Shadow Step Assault, green consumes 200 magic points, sprints 20 meters in the specified direction, causing 150% physical damage to the first enemy on the path, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Shadow Step Pounce is different from Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike is a combination of stealth and acceleration. Shadow Step Pounce is faster than Shadow Strike and is a good acceleration skill. Jiang Hao learned it by chance. Perhaps it was because his killing of the Blood-Eyed Dragon Wolf Elite caused quite a commotion, attracting the surrounding blood-eyed dragon wolves. Jiang Hao looked at the densely packed blood-eyed dragon wolves around him, numbering no less than 100, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Awoo! After one of the blood-eyed dragon wolves let out a fierce howl, the wolves immediately pounced towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao is also welcome. Burning sky with fire and rain. The large-scale rain of fire covered 80% of the wolf pack. After only 2 seconds, the blood-eyed dragon wolves fell one after another. The remaining blood-eyed dragon wolves saw this terrifying skill and wanted to escape, but the burning sky rain of fire can move. In the end, before the skills were even over, hundreds of blood-eyed dragon wolves were all killed in the rain of fire. Even the blood-eyed dragon wolf leader is no exception. Then, Jiang Hao absorbed spiritual energy while throwing out white skill inscription stones, and then he collected other spoils one by one. In the end, Jiang Hao obtained 52 Shadow Step Assault, green, skill stones, 12 Dragon Wolf Slash, blue, skill stones, 106 green grade wolf fangs, and 2 blue grade wolf fangs. Dragon Wolf Slash, blue consumes 500 magic points and swings 2 circular slashes forward, causing 180% physical damage to the attacked enemy and causing bleeding effect, reducing the target's health limit by 1% per second, lasting 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Seeing the effect of Dragon Wolf Slash, Jiang Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes. What surprised him was the bleeding effect, which actually lost blood according to the target's upper limit of health. It may not be very effective against small monsters, but if it is used against a king level or even higher level boss, the higher the blood volume, the more effective it will be. For example, the violent Earth Dragon King we encountered before had 52 million HP, and 1% of that is 520,000. If it lasts for 3 seconds, that's 1.56 million. It is conceivable that if the Dragon Wolf / Blue skill stone is put up for auction, it would not be surprising to sell it for the price of a purple skill. Which guild wouldn't want to have a few copies of this magical skill for killing bosses? This will greatly reduce the difficulty of attacking the boss. Such skills are hard to come by, but Jiang Hao is thinking. If it is upgraded to a higher level, wouldn't the damage be even more terrifying? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but use up 8 of the Dragon Wolf / Blue skill stones in his hand at once. Dragon Wolf /+3, Blue consumes 2000 magic points and swings 2 circular slashes forward, causing 210% physical damage to the attacked enemy and causing bleeding effect, reducing the target's own health limit by 1.3% per second, lasting 4 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Sure enough, the bleeding limit was increased and the duration was extended by 1 second. That is, the bleeding effect can cause 5.2% of the target's maximum health damage. This is so powerful. Jiang Hao didn't expect that the little blood-eyed dragon wolf would have such an excellent skill. His gaze towards the depths of the grassland became even more fiery. He now hopes that there will be more blood-eyed dragon wolves. Continue. Jiang Hao set off and continued to go deeper into the grassland. Along the way, we occasionally encountered groups of blood-eyed dragon wolves. The lowest level blood-eyed dragon wolves are all elite monsters. In order to obtain as many Dragon Wolf / Blue skills as possible, Jiang Hao first used up more than 110 green skill stones and obtained a total of 68 Dragon Wolf / Blue skill stones. The rest can only be extracted using white skill stones. But with his luck value, the probability of success of using the white skill stone carved Dragon Wolf / Blue is only 18%. He spent the entire day patrolling the territory of the blood-eyed dragon wolf, hardly letting go of any of them. In the end, more than 3,000 blood-eyed dragon wolves were killed until all the white skill stones were used up. He had a total of 2,885 white skill stones left, including 1,835 Shadow Step Assault, green, skill stones and 550 Dragon Wolf / Blue skill stones. The remaining approximately 17% were failures. This success rate will definitely make people jealous and crazy. A white skill stone worth 1 gold coin has an 18% chance of engraving Dragon Wolf / which is as valuable as the purple skill. How can one not be envious and jealous of a return rate of several thousand times? In addition, in the process of hunting the blood-eyed dragon wolf, Jiang Hao also harvested a lot of rare treasures, the most of which were the wind-bearing fruits. There were 18 of the Xian grade, each increasing agility by 36 points, and 82 of the Huang grade, each increasing agility by 7 points. The various natural treasures with other attributes add up to hundreds of attribute points. Today can be said to be a day of great harvest. Seeing that it was almost dark, Jiang Hao had to turn back and reunite with Meng Qingxian and the others. When he reunited with everyone, he found that 3 members were missing today. However, they had killed 5 Lord-level bosses today. The attack intensity was much greater than the day before, so the harvest was naturally much greater. A total of more than 450 attribute points were obtained from natural treasures. The total value of the other materials is estimated to be thousands of gold coins. Now they have finally realized the benefits of having a cutting-edge team. So when it came time to allocate attributes or skills today, everyone took the initiative to give priority to the core team. Although others were allocated less or even nothing, they also got points. When converted, this is also a very considerable amount of wealth. After their things were distributed, Jiang Hao took out his own things one after another. There were 18 Xian grade Feng fruits, with Zhang Ling, Sun Ji, and Chen Xi getting 6 each. The three of them increased their agility attributes by 216 points, their speed instantly increased, and their ability to survive was greatly enhanced. The remaining other mysterious treasures also have more than 50 points of attributes, which are basically allocated to Zhang Ling. Finally, there are skill stones. When the girls saw Jiang Hao taking out handfuls of skill stones, they opened their mouths in surprise. Earth Dragon Slash, blue, and Earth Spike Thrust, blue, are assigned to Dawn. The Dragon King's domain, gold, is assigned to Zhang Ling. The only things left are Shadow Step Assault, green, and Dragon Wolf Slash, blue. There is no need to think about these two skills. Everyone who sees them can get one. Everyone should learn one first. Shadow Step Assault, green, can help you escape at critical moments, and it is worth learning even if you are a ranged profession. The Dragon Wolf Slash, blue, is even more god level in killing the boss. One can imagine if they work as a team and everyone takes turns to go forward and hit the boss, can they make the boss lose 1% of its health continuously? In this case, no matter how strong the boss is, it can be killed within 2 minutes. Chapter 106. Out of consideration for the development of the guild, Jiang Hao thought it was not excessive to give each of the first group of loyal Meng Qingxian elite members a copy of Dragon Wolf Slash. It can be said that the Dragon Wolf Slash skill has great strategic significance for the guild, so Jiang Hao himself only consumed 128 skill stones to upgrade the Dragon Wolf Slash to +7. Dragon Wolf Slash +7, blue consumes 7,000 magic points and swings 2 circular slashes forward, causing 310% physical damage to the attacked enemy and causing bleeding effect, reducing the target's own health limit by 1.8% per second, lasting 6 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. The remaining 502 Dragon Wolf Slash skill stones will all be charged to the guild. In addition to everyone learning one copy on the scene, Jiang Hao asked Chen Xi and Sun Ji, who were melee fighters, to upgrade Dragon Wolf Slash to +7. The rest will be kept for exchange with other guild members later. As for Shadow Step Assault, green, Jiang Hao obtained a total of 1927 skill stones, and he personally used 1024 of them to upgrade it to +10. Shadow Step Assault +10, green consumes 6200 magic points, sprints 80 meters in the specified direction, deals 350% physical damage to the first enemy on the path, and stuns it for 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 10 seconds, the sprint distance has reached the maximum distance of this skill, and the cooldown time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. The Shadow Step Assault after +10 did not disappoint Jiang Hao. Now he also has an accelerated displacement skill with a very short cooldown time. After each of the remaining people used one, Jiang Hao asked Zhang Ling, Sun Ji, and Chen Xi to upgrade this skill to +7. +7 cooldown time is reduced to 20 seconds, allowing them to be more flexible when dealing with enemies. With the addition of these attributes and skills, the combat effectiveness of Meng Qingxian's team has been greatly improved. Jiang Hao is also looking forward to what wonderful performance they will have in the secret realm tomorrow. Everyone went offline one after another. After waking up from the game and having breakfast, Jiang Hao told everyone to be careful, then he went to the capital of Lingnan province alone, then took a plane to the capital of southern Yunnan province, and then transferred to Wanta Kingdom. The most abundant product in Wanta Kingdom is jadeite, which is also the purpose of Jiang Hao's trip. Because the jade material contains spiritual energy. Currently, only the reborn Jiang Hao knows this news. Therefore, he had to find a way to stockpile as much jade as possible before the news became public. Unfortunately, there is too little cash now, and they are still in the secret realm, so they can't convert the resources they have into gold coins and cash. Now he only has the 200 million given to him by Sun Ji to buy a batch of jade materials to temporarily meet the initial construction needs of the base. The process went smoothly and Jiang Hao arrived in Wanta country in the afternoon. Because he came with huge amounts of money, although it was not during the public auction period, he still received a warm reception from the officials. Jiang Hao went directly to the stone area. He used the detection technique to pick out the 200 million stones with the best cost-effectiveness. After paying the money, he asked them to deliver them to the designated location. After sending everyone away, Jiang Hao put the materials into his personal space and returned home immediately. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the capital of southern Yunnan province. Jiang Hao found a 5-star hotel and booked a presidential suite with a higher level of security. After washing up, Jiang Hao lay on the soft big bed, took out the gaming helmet, and entered the game. At this time, Sun Ji and others had already gone out to explore. Jiang Hao didn't want to waste time, so he directly activated his speed skill and headed towards the grassland from yesterday. When he arrived at the grassland, he went straight to the location of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. In order to kill as many blood-eyed dragon wolves as possible yesterday, he did not cause trouble for the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. After nearly half an hour of travel, Jiang Hao finally arrived at the lair of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. Blood-eyed dragon wolf king, king level boss. Level, 50. HP, 60 million. Armor, 6,000. Magic resistance, 5,000. Attack, 65,000. Skills, Shadow Step Assault, Dragon Wolf Blade, Shadow Shuttle, Blood Eye Gaze, Dragon Blade Storm, Blood Moon Kiss, Blood Mist Field, Absolute Shadow Phantom Slash. Weakness, Eyes. Description: the offspring of the combination of Dragon Sun Yazi and Blood Wolf, contains a trace of dragon blood, and the atavistic bloodline is activated by 1%. Looking at the panel of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little scared. Bloody-eyed dragon wolf king activated the ancestral bloodline, no wonder the first skill of the lowest level blood-eyed dragon wolf starts at green grade. It is no wonder that it can breed such a top-notch skill as Dragon Wolf Slash. Not only that, in terms of proportion, the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf King has much higher attributes in all aspects than the Earth Dragon King of the same level. Needless to say, this King-level boss must be more difficult to deal with. However, thinking of Wind Dragon Roar and Super Rage, Jiang Hao's confidence increased. The blood-eyed Dragon Wolf King is extremely vigilant. Before Jiang Hao got close, it was awakened. The Blood Pupil Dragon Wolf King led hundreds of Blood Pupil Dragon Wolves out of the lair and surrounded Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained calm and quickly released his skills. Burning Sky with Fire and Rain. A blazing flame descended from the sky and poured onto the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf pack. Except for the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf King, the other blood-eyed Dragon Wolves seemed so fragile in the face of this destructive flame. They screamed one after another and died in a few seconds. Seeing this, the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf King roared angrily. Shadow Step Assault. Jiang Hao also used the Shadow Step to attack, moving sideways and rushing towards the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf leader who was not dead yet at a faster speed. Bang! There is no doubt that the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf leader, who was already half dead, was killed instantly. After killing the leader of the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf, Jiang Hao quickly turned around and threw a series of fireballs at the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf King. A series of damage of about 25,000 appeared on it. It's a pity at least that only about 10 out of 34 fireballs hit. This is because the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf King is not very big, and its speed is naturally fast, so the fireball's hit rate is not high. Frost Fall. Ice Cone Technique. With the double ice control, the blood-eyed Dragon Wolf King finally slowed down. Continuous fireballs. This time the number of fireballs that hit reached 26. Coupled with the 50% fire damage bonus added by the burning state, this attack by Jiang Hao directly caused 1.2 million damage to me, Long Lang. Ice Cone Technique. Touch of ice. With triple ice control, Jiang Hao activated his body and quickly approached the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. In the process, he had already taken out a long sword. Dragon Wolf Slash. -39,146. -108000, bleeding damage. After inflicting bleeding damage to the blood-eyed dragon wolf king, Jiang Hao threw a series of fireballs directly at its head before quickly retreating. -44,886. -104,658, weak point attack. -45,151. -116,874, weak point attack. The triple ice control almost made the blood-eyed dragon wolf king unable to move, and the distance was so close. Under Jiang Hao's precise control, almost half of this series of fireballs hit the blood-eyed dragon wolf king's weaknesses. This series of damage combined together instantly caused up to 3 million. Including the bleeding damage, from the start of the confrontation to now, in just 10 seconds, Jiang Hao had already dealt more than 9 million damage to the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. Fear. So terrifying. This is the case before Jiang Hao explodes. However, this was also due to the carelessness of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. Once it reacted, it would be difficult to achieve such a good result. Chapter 107. Sure enough, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king roared, blood surged all over his body, and he actually broke through the triple ice control in an instant. Even the burning state on his body was extinguished. All negative debuffs are wiped out. This is brought by its skill Blood Moon Kiss. Not only does it clear all negative effects on its body, it also grants it a half-minute domineering state, making it immune to control effects, increasing its attack by 50% and its speed by 50%. The speed of the blood pupil dragon wolf king suddenly increased, turning into a blood-red lightning and rushing straight towards Jiang Hao. Extreme speed. Jiang Hao had to use his fastest speed skills to deal with the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. Maximum speed plus 12, speed increased by 460%, lasting for 30 seconds, which is exactly the same as the duration of its Blood Moon Kiss skill. In this way, the two continued to chase each other on the grassland. Jiang Hao's speed was faster than that of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king, so while he was escaping, he would occasionally attack the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. Although the attack damage was not high, it caused the blood-eyed dragon wolf king to roar in anger. At this moment, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king suddenly stopped. Feeling no movement behind him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but look back, just in time to meet its blood-red pupils. Bloodshot gaze. Jiang Hao couldn't help but uttered in his heart, not good. His figure was frozen in an instant. Then, a blood-colored dragon wolf slash grew bigger and bigger. Jiang Hao silently calculated the time in his heart. Invisible. Miss. Jiang Hao activated the stealth skill at the critical moment and used it to successfully avoid the blood-eyed dragon wolf king's dragon wolf slash. Jiang Hao entered the invisible state, the blood pupil dragon wolf king lost his figure, and his blood pupil gaze effect also disappeared. Jiang Hao gained his freedom and still used invisibility to distance himself from it, intending to wait until the effect of the blood moon kiss of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king wore off before reappearing. Time passed second by second, and the blood-eyed dragon wolf king still hadn't spotted Jiang Hao. He couldn't help but roar angrily and looked around, appearing extremely anxious. Finally, half a minute later, the effect of the blood moon kiss of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king disappeared, its speed and attack power returned to normal, and its domineering state was also lifted. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already circled behind it. Vines entangled. After restricting its shape. Continuous fireballs. Wind blade. Ice cone technique. Continuous fireballs. It was another familiar combo. As soon as the blood-eyed dragon wolf king regained his freedom, Jiang Hao used another control skill. Swamp magic. The blood-eyed dragon wolf king paused in his movement, but misfortunes never come singly. Ice cone technique. Once again, it slowed down greatly. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs flew straight to its face, and the burning state plus the weak point attack took away more than 3 million of its health in an instant. Another wind blade was coming. The blood-eyed dragon Wolf King glared at Jiang Hao angrily, and then a dark light suddenly surged around him. Then, his body became blurred, as if blending into the surrounding shadows. Shadows shuttle. The moment the other person's figure suddenly disappeared, Jiang Hao felt a sense of life and death crisis, and he did not hesitate. Wind escape technique. He didn't teleport very far, just retreated 200 meters. When his body stabilized, he immediately showed an expression that said as expected. The blood-eyed dragon Wolf King used the shadow to shuttle behind Jiang Hao and immediately launched a group attack skill, Dragon Blade Storm. A large dragon blade covered Jiang Hao's original position. If he hadn't escaped quickly, even if he had a lot of blood, he would have been torn into pieces by those sharp dragon blades. Not long after the dragon blade storm passed, the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King looked towards the field, but the imagined bloody scene did not appear. Apart from gullies of varying sizes, there was no trace of humans at all. Just as it was stunned, Jiang Hao's attack came. A familiar red light came from behind him, and the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King couldn't help but look back. A series of fireballs are coming towards him. Boom boom. More than 30,000 damages appeared above his head, and occasionally there were 1 or 2 100,000 weak point attack damages. The blood-eyed dragon Wolf King lost millions of blood again. After firing a series of fireballs, the frost fall technique was cooled down again, and Jiang Hao placed the frost fall technique directly between them. The blood pupil dragon Wolf King, who had just started to attack Jiang Hao, was instantly slowed down by the frost fall technique. It was hit by another ice cone and its speed slowed down again. Then a series of fireballs hit it head-on, taking away nearly 2 million of its health. Next, the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King used Shadow Step Assault, and Jiang Hao also used Shadow Step Assault to deal with it. After taking several rounds of damage, the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King's health finally dropped below 50%. It also finally began to unleash its domain skills. Blood Mist Field. Blood Mist Field, with itself as the center, it releases a thick blood-colored mist covering a radius of 100 meters. Within the field, the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King's health will be doubled, and it will recover 1% of its health per second. At the same time, the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King's movement speed will be increased by 100%, reducing the movement speed of enemy units by 50% for 1 minute. Health doubled. It also restores 1% of health per second. That means 1.2 million health points are restored per second. Defeat immortality. It's impossible to kill him. In addition, the speed is increased by 100%. Even if Jiang Hao uses his super speed skills, he won't be able to escape. Well, now Jiang Hao has nothing to hesitate about. The wind dragon roars. Super violent. Jiang Hao finally started to show his strongest form. Wind Dragon Roar directly increases Jiang Hao's 4-dimensional attributes to 300% of the original. The health volume increased not much, only less than 30,000. But the attack rate suddenly increased from 13,000 to 40,000. Because of the improvement in agility, the speed naturally increased a lot. Coupled with the 190% bonus of Super Rage, the attack once again soared to 110,000 or 120,000. At the same time, the speed was also increased by 2.9 times. Even without using the acceleration skill at this time, Jiang Hao is enough to deal with the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King. The blood-eyed dragon Wolf King took the lead and moved. Shadow Step Assault. Jiang Hao also used shadow steps to attack, and his speed was much faster than that of the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King, and he directly collided head-on. Bang! A violent shock wave erupted between the two. -406,884. A terrifying damage of 400,000 appeared above the head of the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King. But then, +1200000. An even more terrifying blood recovery appeared above its head. At this time, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king's health has risen to more than 50%. If Jiang Hao doesn't have any other means, it won't take long for its health to be full, and all previous efforts will be in vain. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the blood pupil dragon wolf king who was in a dizzy state, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Now it's time for you to play a role. Chapter 108. Pyroblast. Pyroblast plus 11, consumes 2200 magic points to release a large fireball, causing 200% fire damage to all enemy units within a radius of 25 meters, and adding a burning state for 12 seconds. In the burning state, all health recovery effects are cleared, and a cooling time of 1 minute. The attack range has reached the limit of this skill, and the cooling time has reached the shortest duration of this skill. What Jiang Hao is interested in is its blood recovery inhibition effect. With a loud bang, the violent fireball hit the blood-eyed dragon wolf king directly in the face. -201,881. The blood-eyed dragon wolf king's blood recovery was instantly stopped. Elemental frenzy. Continuous fireballs. -316,818. -1108,419, weak point attack. -328,841. -1229,915, weak point attack. At this moment, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king's health dropped by more than 27 million. All of a sudden, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king's health points of more than 60 million dropped by nearly half. Blazing Halo. -439,670, additional 50% fire damage in burning state. Flames Storm. -440,992. At this time, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king had also regained his freedom. Feeling the blood volume dropping rapidly, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king let out a wolf howl and summoned a dark area. Dragon Blade Storm. The blood-eyed dragon wolf king's fury only increases its health and speed, but does not increase its attack. -135,562. It did not cause any fatal injuries to Jiang Hao. +6,000. +21,983, blazing aura damage converted to health. +22,049, flame storm damage converted to health. At the same time, Jiang Hao's attacks continued. Continuous fireballs. The blood-eyed dragon wolf king's health dropped by more than 13 million again. Jiang Hao's health naturally and steadily reached the full value. -135,891. Dragon Blade Storm caused another terrible damage to Jiang Hao. His health was brought to a dangerous level again. Although the damage from both Burning Aura and Flame Storm is converted into health. But if Jiang Hao is attacked by Dragon Blade Storm twice in a row, he will die. But at this moment, the continuous fireballs were still cooling down. Jiang Hao didn't dare to gamble. After casting a rejuvenation spell on himself, he quickly retreated and left the area covered by the Dragon Blade Storm. Seeing that Jiang Hao was about to escape, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king naturally didn't want to let him go. The four hooves started moving and quickly caught up. Swamp Magic. The area with a radius of 12 meters could be traveled through in an instant at the blood-eyed dragon wolf king's top speed, which only caused a slight pause in its speed and had no effect on him at all. As a last resort, continuous fireballs. Because the blood-eyed dragon wolf king was too fast, and the low-level spell like fireball did not fly very fast, most of the fireballs missed the target, and only a few hit the blood-eyed dragon wolf king, taking away less than 2 million of its health. Jiang Hao knew this would be the result. If he wanted to ensure that his attack would hit, he had to get close. So Jiang Hao stopped and immediately threw a skill in front of himself. Sandstorm Prison. Suddenly, a huge sandstorm appeared in front of him, and then he used another skill. Stab. Jiang Hao's body suddenly crashed into the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. Boom! Stab! White consumes 50 magic points, instantly dashes forward, with a maximum impact distance of 20 meters, causes 150% physical damage to the first enemy in the target direction, and makes it fall into a short state of dizziness, which lasts for 1 second, with a cooldown of 1 minute. The 1-second stun was just enough to trap the blood-eyed dragon wolf king in a sandstorm prison and put it into a state of confusion. Jiang Hao knew that this was his best chance to kill the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. Continuous fireballs. However, the effect of this attack was not ideal. Although the blood-eyed dragon wolf king was in a state of confusion, it did not restrict its movements. Only more than 20 fireballs hit the blood-eyed dragon wolf king. After the loud bang, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king suffered more than 9 million damages in an instant. At this moment, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king still has 10 million health points. What makes Jiang Hao even more anxious is that the 12-second blood recovery limit of Pyroblast is about to expire. It is conceivable that when the blood-eyed dragon wolf king recovers, he will surely be greeted by its ultimate move. However, Jiang Hao soon came up with a solution. He gritted his teeth and switched his weapon to a long sword. Dragon Wolf Slash. -395,549. -216000. +12000000. Dragon Wolf Slash bought Jiang Hao 6 seconds. Even if the time of Dragon Wolf Slash was over, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king was estimated to have 4 million HP left. But it is conceivable that when the blood-eyed dragon wolf king regains his freedom, he will definitely launch a terrifying counterattack against Jiang Hao. At this moment, the blood-eyed dragon wolf king flashed in an instant. Absolute Shadow Phantom Slash. Jiang Hao didn't think. Invisible. Jiang Hao only felt that in a short moment, more than a dozen figures of blood-eyed dragon wolf kings passed through him. One miss after another popped up on him. More than a dozen attacks per second. The blood-eyed dragon wolf king's absolute shadow phantom slash is truly terrifying. But fortunately, this powerful skill only lasts for 1 second. Jiang Hao used the invincibility time of his invisibility skill to get through it. After the skill ended, the blood pupil dragon wolf king saw that Jiang Hao was still standing there, and a raging rage suddenly burned in his blood-red pupils. But Jiang Hao didn't give him time to react. Continuous fireballs. The two sides were not far apart, and Jiang Hao was worried that it would use shadow teleportation to leave, so the fireball increased the coverage distance. However, Jiang Hao was overthinking it. After the blood-eyed dragon wolf king performed the absolute shadow illusion slash, it was stiff for a second or two. At this moment, it could only watch the fireball net covering it. Boom boom. A total of more than 10 fireballs exploded on it. Jiang Hao was still thinking about what to do if it escaped, but the blood-eyed dragon wolf king fell down. The worst result did not occur, and Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the super frenzy time was about to end, Jiang Hao immediately began to collect the spoils. Absorbing spiritual energy and collecting materials, Jiang Hao then took out a blue skill engraving stone and placed it next to the body of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king to start engraving skills. Finally, he looked at the corpses of the other blood-eyed dragon wolves, and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. The skills of the blood-eyed dragon wolf are very good, but now he only has 5 blue skill engraving stones left. Even though he had anticipated this and bought several thousand skill stones, it was still not enough. At this time, the skills of the blood-eyed dragon wolf king have been recorded, and he is looking forward to what he can gain from the skill stones and beast cores. Chapter 109. Jiang Hao found a safe place during the last moments of the super frenzy, and then began to check the spoils. He first checked the skills in his blue skill stone. Shadow Shuttle, purple consumes 1000 magic points, instantly moves a certain distance in the specified direction, maximum distance 100 meters, cooldown time 5 minutes. This is a displacement skill similar to the wind escape technique. It is also a purple skill, but the displacement distance of Shadow Shuttle is much shorter than that of the wind escape technique, and of course the cooling time is also half as short. When fighting the enemy, although there is a shadow step assault with a cooldown time of only 10 seconds, sometimes you may still encounter various dangers during this gap, and you need other acceleration or displacement skills to fill this gap. Shadow Shuttle is such a perfect supplement. So, Jiang Hao chose to study on his own. Next is the beast core of the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King. Identification technique. Blood-eyed dragon Wolf King crystal core. Quality, gold, special. Features, contains the blood-eyed dragon Wolf King's bloodline skill, absolute shadow phantom slash. Absolute shadow slash, gold consumes 50,000 mana points, instantly transforms into 12 after images to launch continuous slashes at the designated target. Each slash causes 500% physical damage and triggers a bleeding effect, reducing the HP limit by 2% per second, not superimposed with other bleeding effects, lasting for 5 seconds. After using this skill, you will enter a 2-second stiff state. Cooldown time, 4 hours. A total of 6000% explosive damage, plus 10% of the health limit. It is worthy of being a skill produced by a gold, special, level beast core. An absolute skill to slay the boss. If combined with Dragon Wolf / plus 7, blue. In an ideal situation, when the boss's health is reduced to 20%, the combination of the two skills can kill the boss just by bleeding. Of course, this is just an ideal state. In fact, when the boss's health drops to a certain level, he will cast a burst skill. Once the burst occurs, the negative buff will generally be cleared. But if the boss's health is reduced to less than 10%, the combination of the two skills will greatly increase the chances of winning. After all, if you can clear one, can you clear two? So Jiang Hao also learned this skill by himself. In fact, even if he wanted to give it to others, they wouldn't be able to use it after learning it. After all, at this stage, it's rare to have a magic point limit of over 10,000, let alone 50,000. Zhang Ling was also equipped with the charm of spiritual sound, and her magic value was only over 20,000 points, so she could barely use the Dragon King's domain. As for the even more terrifying absolute shadow illusion slash, Jiang Hao estimated that no one could afford to use this skill unless there was someone like him who could stack mental power or magic value wirelessly. About 10 minutes later, the super violent weak state disappeared and Jiang Hao embarked on his exploration journey again. However, after crossing the territory of the blood-eyed dragon wolf, Jiang Hao walked a long way and except for encountering some ordinary monsters that served as food, he did not discover any new monsters. However, he encountered many rare treasures, and he could obtain them without killing monsters. The efficiency of obtaining rare treasures was much higher than before. Jiang Hao then patiently searched among them. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Hao suddenly stopped and looked in one direction. An ancient and mysterious stone palace quietly came into view in front of me. Jiang Hao carefully observed his surroundings and when he found no danger, he walked cautiously towards the stone hall. The stone hall was built of huge pieces of blue stone, with strange runes carved on them, faintly emitting obscure energy fluctuations. The huge door of the hall was half open. With the help of light, Jiang Hao vaguely saw a huge creature sitting cross-legged and sleeping soundly in the spacious space inside the hall. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly stopped and hid behind the stone gate. After waiting for a while and not noticing any movement coming from inside, Jiang Hao activated his stealth skill and slowly stuck his head out. The giant beast remained motionless, and Jiang Hao also saw the appearance of the giant beast clearly. This is a giant beast with a lion-like head, but its body is covered with thick scales. Even though it was sleeping at this moment, it still exuded a heart-pounding aura. Its breathing was long and deep, and every breath seemed to cause the surrounding space to vibrate slightly. Detection technique. Cloud Beast, Spirit Level Boss. Level, 60. HP, 800 million. Armor, 15,000. Magic resistance, 10,000. Attack power, 150,000. Skills, Wild Lion's Fury, Lightning Claws, Wild War Roar, Wind Escape, Wind Blades, Wind Walk, Dragon Claws, Wild Lion's Guard, Dragon Soul Possession, Sea of Thunder. Weak point, lower abdomen. Description: the offspring of the dragon's son Suani and the blue-eyed demon lion, containing a trace of dragon blood, and the atavistic blood is activated by 10%. A level 60 spiritual boss. This should be the ultimate boss of the secret realm, right? A trace of horror flashed across Jiang Hao's eyes, but was quickly replaced by excitement. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement and nervousness. Facing this sudden spiritual level boss, the Yunchuan beast, he knew that this was an unprecedented challenge, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He didn't know what was in the stone hall, but the Yunchuan beast in front of him was full of treasures. This is a spiritual beast. Even the most ordinary piece of meat from it is no worse than the essence of the dragon python. How much meat is there on such a big head? I can't imagine it. If it is withdrawn, how many people's attributes can be improved? This benefit alone is immeasurable. Not to mention that the essence of the beast meat must be even more amazing. Even though this spirit-level boss is extremely powerful, Jiang Hao still decides to fight it. The worst outcome is dying here. During this period of time, I have gained enough in the secret realm. Even if I die once, I will only lose some experience and equipment. Compared to the gains from killing it, this loss is nothing. But he was not blind enough to challenge this boss alone. He also has the Mengqing Xian team. Jiang Hao slowly moved away from the stone temple. He decided to leave the grassland temporarily, search the boss and treasures outside, and then join Mengqing Xian's team to conquer this spiritual boss. While Jiang Hao was reaping a great harvest in the secret realm of Longmian land, Aotian Pavilion also had a great harvest in another secret realm. This is a secret place called Thundering Abyss. A few days ago, Aotian Pavilion gathered more than 200 level 60 warriors from the guild and entered the secret realm fully armed. After several days of excavation, they killed no less than 100 lord-level bosses in the Thundering Abyss, and even more leader monsters and elite monsters, and even 6 king-level bosses, and harvested a large amount of high-level materials. As for the natural treasures, they are an inestimable wealth, with a total of no less than 10,000 points of free attributes. These attributes alone take their top team's strength to the next level. In addition, they spent a lot of money before entering the secret realm and bought a lot of skill inscription stones, and also obtained some powerful skills. With the addition of these skills, the top team is even more powerful. At this time, Aotian Pavilion's journey in the secret realm has come to an end, and they are attacking the final boss of the secret realm, the Netherworld Thunder Dragon. Chapter 110. The Netherworld Thunder Dragon is a level 60 king-level boss with extremely powerful strength. At this time, under the siege of dozens of people from Aotian Pavilion, the health of the Netherworld Thunder Dragon had dropped to around 10%, and the hope of victory was within reach. Everyone cheer up. Pay attention to the possible explosion of the boss, said General Wu, who was in charge of commanding the entire battle. Everyone in Aotian Pavilion was on edge. They knew that facing a boss of this level, any slackness could lead to the destruction of the entire team. As soon as Wu Lingjun finished speaking, the Netherworld Thunder Dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its body flashed with lightning. The control and debuff buff originally imposed on it were instantly cleared. It's about to explode. Everyone, pay attention. Commander Wu quickly reminded everyone, one group of melee fighters will take the lead, and the rest of you will quickly retreat. Quick! The roar of the Netherworld Thunder Dragon echoed throughout the secret realm, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Its eyes instantly turned red, and lightning and thunder intertwined throughout its body, as if it had transformed into the god of thunder. Then, it suddenly opened its huge mouth, and an unprecedented powerful energy gathered in its throat. Netherworld Thunderstorm. The netherworld thunder dragon spewed a ball of lightning into the air from its huge mouth, and then the ball of lightning suddenly exploded in the air, turning into terrifying thunders that fell into the surrounding space. Fortunately, most people retreated quickly when they received the order and left the attack range of the netherworld thunderstorm. But the melee combat team on the front line is not having it so easy. Although they all used life-saving skills, except for one person with an invincible skill, the others were all killed instantly. The people outside were terrified at the raging thunder. After the thunder dissipated, Commander Wu gave another order, "Everyone listen up, the boss is now in a dominant state, no need to use control skills, use your most powerful skills, even if you die, you must cause the greatest damage to it. Those who have percentage reducing health skills, be ready at any time and wait for instructions." Everyone took the order and went forward in groups to entangle the netherworld thunder dragon in close combat, while the ranged ones used their strongest skills regardless of the cost. The health of the netherworld thunder dragon dropped rapidly under the fierce attack of everyone, but its counterattack became more and more fierce, and each attack could take away several elite members of the Aotian pavilion. Aosi King Kaiyan couldn't help but frown slightly as he watched his team members falling down one after another. But he also knew that there was nothing wrong with Wu's command and there was nothing to blame. It's not like they haven't killed king-level bosses before, but the power of the netherworld thunder dragon is indeed beyond their imagination. Before, when killing other king-level bosses, at most a dozen people would die, but now there are less than 60 people left in the elite team of 150. The casualties are indeed heavy. He thought about it and realized that the reason why this boss was so powerful was probably because of that description. His +7 detection skill allowed him to see that this netherworld thunder dragon had an extra description, but it was followed by question marks. This is a situation that has never been encountered before. This means that his level of detection skills is not enough for him to see all the detailed information of the netherworld thunder dragon. This should be a special king-level boss. Thinking of this, Aosi King Kaiyan began to look forward to what surprises this boss could bring him. Finally, after more than a dozen casualties, the health of the netherworld thunder dragon was reduced to less than 5%. The kill team. Go! General Wu gave the order. The ultimate kill group consists of those people in the team who have mastered the skill of reducing blood by percentage. This time, Aosi King Kaiyan also began to prepare. After the 4 people in front of him had used their special moves, the health of the netherworld thunder dragon was less than 1%. Aosi King Kaiyan finally rushed forward with his long sword in hand. Dragon Roar Slash! Dragon Roar Slash! Blue consumes 600 magic points and sends out a slash containing the power of Dragon Soul, causing 300% physical damage to the target and forcibly reducing the target's health by 1.5% of its upper limit. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. The sword light of Longjian Zhan was like a dragon soaring into the sky, instantly breaking through the lightning barrier around the netherworld thunder dragon and accurately slashing its vital points. The netherworld thunder dragon let out one last shrill roar, and its huge body trembled violently under the power of the dragon roar slash, then collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust and rubble. Success! The members of Aotian Pavilion cheered. Despite heavy casualties, they finally defeated this powerful king-level boss. Aosi King Kaiyan sheathed his sword and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Then, General Wu began to arrange people to pack up the spoils. Soon, batches of high-quality materials that made people jealous were delivered. Gold-grade netherworld thunder dragon scale armor, which is the material for making top-level defensive equipment. The golden-grade netherworld thunder dragon horn can be used as the core material for creating special weapons. Purple-grade thunder dragon tendons are extremely strong and are ideal materials for making high-level bowstrings or enhancing the toughness of weapons. The people from Aotian Pavilion cleaned up very thoroughly, even the teeth and claws were not spared, which can be considered good blue materials. Finally, Wu Lingjun presented 3 special things to Aosi King Kaiyan. The first one was to use a purple-grade skill engraving stone, which was a skill that had just been engraved from the Netherworld Thunder Dragon. Lightning Conduction, Purple Passive Skill. After learning, the damage of lightning skills increases by 20%. A purple skill engraving stone can engrave a purple skill, which is considered good luck. He looked up to the sky with a proud gaze towards Qing'er in his dream among the crowd. In this battle, because the Netherworld Thunder Dragon had a very high resistance to lightning, although she had a holy talent of thunder, she did not show much. But there is no doubt that this skill is most suitable for her. Seeing the president looking at her, Qing'er's heart skipped a beat in her dreams. She was always excited when she got the president's attention. This skill is most suitable for you. Take it. Aoshi Qingqiang said as he handed over the skill stone. President, this is not a good thing, right? I have made so many contributions. Meng Zongqing was a little flattered. It's not your fault. Only you can make the most of this skill. You can just make more contributions to the guild in the future. Aoshi Qingqiang said, I believe you can do it. Thank you for your trust, President. Don't worry, I will work hard. Qing'er said in the dream. The moment she took the skill stone, her jade hand deliberately rubbed across his palm, and her big peach blossom eyes blinked several times. Of course, she did all this away from Wang Ali's sight. Facing Qing'er's seduction in his dream, Aoshi Qingqiang gently withdrew his hand, with a barely perceptible hint of amusement in his eyes, but then he returned to his usual indifference and alienation. Try hard, I look forward to your performance. Seeing that Aoshi Qingqiang didn't show any performance, Meng Zhongqing was a little disappointed. She took the skill stone and retreated. Then, Aoshi Qingqiang looked at the nearly 200 jin piece of elite beast meat and asked, what is the use of this beast meat? Lu Fengxing explained, the natives will pay a high price for this kind of high-quality beast meat. This piece of gold-grade meat is estimated to be worth at least 2,000 gold coins. 2,000 gold coins, others couldn't help but exclaimed, this is worth no less than a purple skill. No. We can't sell this piece of meat. Aoshi Qingqiang thought for a moment and said, when someone learns cooking skills and can process this piece of meat, maybe it will bring a surprise. Yeah. That makes sense. I also support the president's decision. We don't lack these 2,000 gold coins. Finally, Aoshi Qingqiang and others finally set their eyes on the beast core of the Netherworld Thunder Dragon. When Aoshi Qingqiang saw that this golden material was going to be identified, he took out a golden identification scroll without hesitation and used it. When the light passed, everyone's eyes widened after they saw the information clearly. Chapter 111. Netherworld Thunder Dragon Crystal Core. Quality, Gold. Features, contains the Netherworld Thunder Dragon Bloodline Skill Netherworld Thunderstorm. Nether Thunderstorm, Gold consumes 20,000 mana points, summons a Nether Thundercloud, and causes 5 consecutive lightning strikes to all enemy targets within a specified 100-meter radius. Each strike causes 200% lightning damage and has a 20% chance of triggering a paralysis effect, making the target unable to move and attack for 2 seconds. After using this skill, you will enter a 2-second stiff state. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Golden Skill. Extremely large-scale group attack skill. Each target gets 10 times the damage. Isn't this too scary? The group is invincible. What a pity it's a thunder type. Aoshi Qingqiang couldn't help but feel a little conflicted when he saw this skill. In principle, the person most suitable for this skill is Meng Zongqing. But this is the first golden skill they have obtained so far, worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. At the current rate of 1 copper coin to 50 Huaxia coins, converted into cash, this is something worth tens of billions. Aoshi Qingqiang was reluctant to give such a valuable item to anyone, even if that person was already a core member of the guild. But when he thought that Suqing had already moved to the base and her personal safety was in his hands, he hesitated for a moment and decided to give this golden skill to Qing'er in his dreams. Having obtained another golden skill, and the first golden skill in the guild, Qing'er in the dream was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. She kept saying words to express her loyalty before she took the beast core. It can be said that the person who gained the most from this trip to the Thundering Abyss was Qing'er in the dream. Not only did her four-dimensional attributes soar, but she also received assistance from various thunder-related treasures, which greatly improved her understanding of thunder. This enabled her to independently comprehend several thunder-related skills. With the addition of skill stones and beast cores, she can be said to have initially built a complete system of thunder-related skills. Her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Even though her combat skills were not high, she was already considered one of the top experts in the guild due to her talent and skills. Her power cannot be seen in the Thundering Abyss, but once she is outside the Thundering Abyss, her strength will be fully displayed, which will surely shock everyone. After collecting the spoils at the scene, Aotian Pavilion's trip to the secret realm of Thundering Abyss came to a successful conclusion. At this time, Lu Fengxian came to Ao Shi Kengqiang and said, "Young master, the real identities of Zhu Feng and Meng Qingxian have been basically confirmed. What's next?" After Lu Fengxian finished speaking, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Wang Aotian narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "What are their real identities? You should know them. Zhu Feng is the former eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Hao, and the initiator of Meng Qingxian. Yuezhui Ziang is the young lady of the Sun family, Sun Ji, who is engaged to Jiang Hao." Lu Fengxian replied. "Oh? It's them." Wang Aotian's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was recalling an interesting memory. "Jiang Hao, Sun Ji. It's really interesting, I didn't expect it to be them." Then, Wang Aotian asked again, "Where are they in reality?" Lu Fengxian said, "They are now in a place called Xiyang County in Lingnan Province. Sun Ji took a hill there a few days ago. It seems that she is planning to establish Meng Qingxian's real headquarters there." "Xiyang County?" Wang Aotian repeated softly, a sly look flashing in his eyes. "That place is quite remote, but remoteness has its advantages. It will be more convenient to get things done." Lu Fengxian said, "Master, what are your plans?" After a pause, Wang Aotian continued, "Send a team of people over to control them, make them transfer everything in the game to us, and then make them disappear." When Lu Fengxian heard this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but he was also a little hesitant. "Master, isn't it too risky to do this? After all, they are now public figures, and their sudden disappearance will cause a big sensation." Wang Aotian sneered, "Public figures? Maybe in the game, but in reality, they are just two minor characters. As long as we do it cleanly, who can find out that it was us?" Lu Fengxian thought about it and nodded, "Master is right, I will make arrangements." "What about the other people in Meng Qingxian's team?" "Others?" Wang Aotian smiled contemptuously. "If they are sensible and willing to submit to us, then we will spare their lives. If they are not sensible, we will get rid of them together. In short, I want everyone to know that if they mess with our Aotian pavilion, there will be no good end." "Okay." Lu Fengxian said, "I'll make arrangements when the day breaks." The other side. The place where dragons sleep. After Jiang Hao left the grassland, he killed a dozen Lord-level bosses and leader monsters in the periphery before returning to reunite with Meng Qingxian's team. "Brother, let me tell you. We killed a king-level boss today." As soon as they met, Zhang Ling excitedly shouted to Jiang Hao, with an unconcealable joy on her face. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned, then smiled, and said, "Oh? King-level boss? No wonder you are missing 5 or 6 people again. If you kill a king-level boss, you are already very powerful." Hee. Chenexai also laughed and interrupted, "This is all thanks to the dragon wolf skill you sent yesterday. We took turns to make the boss bleed, and then we just had to drag it out to death." If we hadn't only encountered one king-level boss, I think we could have killed a few more. It seems like you guys are very confident. Jiang Hao said, we should be able to explore the secret realm in another day or two. Then I'll take you to kill the spirit-level boss. What? Chen Xi asked excitedly, Brother Hao, did I hear it right? There really is a spirit-level boss here. Jiang Hao said, yes, it should be the ultimate boss of the secret realm. Only by killing it can we leave safely. Haha. Chen Xi laughed, then what are we waiting for? We will go and kill that spirit-level boss tomorrow. It's exciting just thinking about it. Jiang Hao looked at Chen Xi's eager look and couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, that boss is not so easy to deal with, we have to be fully prepared first. Besides, there are still many bosses and natural treasures in this secret realm, which can't be wasted. After we have plundered them all, we will challenge the spiritual level boss together. Okay. Chen Xi could only reply angrily. After discussing things with everyone, Jiang Hao quit the game. He had to catch a plane back to Xiyang County later. While he was boarding a flight to the capital of Lingnan Province, another private plane was taking off from Kyoto, also heading for the capital of Lingnan Province. Chapter 112. It was just noon when Jiang Hao returned to Xiyang County. As soon as he came back, he received good news that all the residents near base Hiaya had been relocated. The reason why the efficiency is so high is that Sun Ji's money arrived in a timely manner. Since the relocation was completed, Jiang Hao didn't want to waste time here. After having lunch with everyone, he asked them to pack their luggage and then took them to base Hiaya. The height difference of Beijing is nearly 800 meters. The mountain road is rugged and difficult to travel. There are high mountains and dense forests inside. It is not always possible for people to climb to the top of the mountain throughout the year. Now the few villagers in the surrounding area have moved away, making the place even quieter. However, Jiang Hao and others are people who have already cashed in on the attributes in the game. Their personal strength has long been beyond the scope of ordinary people. For them, traveling on mountain roads can be described as walking on flat ground. In less than half an hour, the group reached the top of the mountain. There is not much space on the top of the mountain, and there are rugged rocks everywhere. This place is so desolate, can it be used as a base? Sun Ji asked Jiang Hao. Haha. Jiang Hao smiled, you'll know in a minute. Jiang Hao took out the Lord's heart from his personal space after he finished speaking. Jiang Hao gently held the Lord's heart in his palm. It was a strange gem that emitted a faint light. There were lines flowing on its surface that seemed like a living thing, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Everyone gathered around curiously, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion, as they had never seen such a strange thing. What is this? Chen Xi asked. Jiang Hao, is this the Lord's heart that you mentioned before? Sun Ji answered Chen Xi's question indirectly. Jiang Hao nodded, yes. This is the Lord's heart. I spent 1 million soul points to withdraw it from the game. What? 1 million soul points? So expensive. What kind of treasure is this? What's its use? Everyone was shocked and exclaimed in amazement. Jiang Hao explained, this is a territory item that can regularize the real world. After using it, as long as there are enough resources, you can transform the territory according to your wishes, just like in the game. You can even derive what you need as long as you can imagine it. Can it be transformed at will? Even derive any item? Isn't this too fantastical? Oh. I see. Is this the reason why Sister Sun Ji called us here? You want to use this prop to build a base of our own here, right? Yes. Jiang Hao affirmed, with this prop, I can ensure your safety in reality. Brother, what are we waiting for? I can't wait to see the magic of the Lord's heart. Zhang Ling said. Okay. Then you just wait and see. Jiang Hao said, took out a small knife, cut a bloody wound on his palm, and then pressed it directly on the Lord's heart. As his magic points surged out, the Lord's heart suddenly burst into a dazzling light. When it absorbed enough mana, it slowly rose into the air on its own, and then, with a bang, the Lord's heart exploded and merged into the world and disappeared. After a long pause, everyone saw that there was no change in the surroundings, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. That's it? There is no change at all. Don't be impatient. Jiang Hao smiled, wait a little longer. About 10 seconds later, a familiar system voice finally came into Jiang Hao's mind. Ding! The Lord's heart has been successfully activated, and the territory's regularization has begun. Ding! The territory regularization is complete. The Lord can check the territory details at any time through the territory panel. This was not the first time Jiang Hao operated the territory panel, and he was very familiar with the process. At this time, others suddenly saw Jiang Hao calling up a panel like in the game, and they all came forward with a little curiosity. Jiang Hao took a quick glance and started operating on the panel. The first thing to do is to build a Lord's Mansion. The original Lord's Mansion was not big, just a stone palace of about 100 square meters. After Jiang Hao selected the location for the Lord's Mansion on the top of the mountain, he clicked OK. As Jiang Hao tapped lightly on the panel, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly solidify, and an indescribable energy wave spread in the air. Everyone held their breath and waited, their eyes fixed on the open space selected by Jiang Hao. They saw that the originally rugged rocks and weeds there began to slowly melt away, as if they were smoothed out by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, a soft and mysterious light rose from the ground, gradually gathering into a dazzling beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. Only Jiang Hao and the people around him who are authorized by him can see this beam of light, people outside will not notice anything. Buzz! Accompanied by a low and long humming sound, an ancient and solemn stone palace appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. The stone hall is about 100 square meters. Although it is not big, it looks magnificent. There are intricate totems carved on it, and there is a faint spiritual power flowing, emitting a faint glow. Wow! It's really possible to create something out of thin air. This is amazing! Zhang Ling was the first to exclaim, with excitement and disbelief flashing in his eyes. Sun Ji and the others also showed expressions of amazement. Although they had already guessed the magic of the Lord's heart, the shock in their hearts was still indescribable after witnessing this scene with their own eyes. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Hao called everyone and took the lead to step into the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion was built entirely of unknown blue stone. The interior of the palace was extremely simple, with only a lobby. In the lobby, apart from a Lord's stone marking the Lord's ownership, there was only a mysterious glow that looked like a teleportation array. Jiang Hao knew that it was the spiritual source tank. Jiang Hao led everyone directly to the Ling Yuan trough, and then put the jade materials bought from Wanta country into it. As more jade materials were added, the number in the spiritual source column on the territory panel continued to increase. When Jiang Hao put all the jade materials in, Ling Yuan finally settled at 128,840. Then Jiang Hao's consciousness sank into it. What he had to do now was to activate the illusion array so that the outside world would not know about the changes in Baixia. Then the mountain top began to be transformed, and it was continuously flattened and widened along the ridge. Soon, Jiang Hao built the ridge into a platform 2 kilometers long and 400 to 500 meters wide. As the modification progressed, spiritual energy was consumed rapidly. After modifying the terrain, there were only more than 40,000 spiritual sources left. Then, Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the city lord's mansion. Under his control, the city lord's mansion was changing rapidly. The Lord Stone and the Spirit Source Trough are separated and hidden deep inside. The city lord's mansion outside began to expand continuously, and was constantly deformed, transformed, and derived according to the preset drawings in Jiang Hao's mind. Finally, a Huxia-style building that combines modern and classical styles appeared before everyone. There is a spacious and bright hall, as well as well-arranged wing rooms, study rooms, practice rooms, and various functional areas, which not only meet the living needs but also take into account practicality and aesthetics. After completing all this, there was very little spiritual energy left, but Jiang Hao was not worried. He knew that as long as the guild was up and running, he could continue to earn cash through transactions, and then purchase more spiritual sources to support the further development and improvement of the territory. Now, this large manor covering 2 or 3 acres can easily accommodate 200 or 300 people, which is more than enough for short-term needs. Chapter 113. Sun Ji, Zhang Ling, and others looked at the newly renovated Lord's mansion with more and more amazement in their eyes. Now they are in a magnificent hall with exquisite murals hanging on the walls. In the center of the hall, there is a set of rosewood sofas. In addition, there are coffee tables, screens, and antique shelves to embellish the hall, making it look elegant and warm. Behind the lobby is a large training room, which is equipped with all kinds of weapons and equipment. After visiting the first floor, Jiang Hao led everyone to the stairs. Let's go upstairs and take a look. The second and third floors are suites with exquisite decoration. The suite has a bedroom for rest, with a soft bed, clean windows, and sunlight shining through the exquisite window lattices onto the bed, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling. There is also a study room for study, with bookshelves filled with all kinds of books, ranging from classical literature to modern technology. There are also many public areas, such as meeting rooms, entertainment rooms, and sky gardens. The fourth floor is Jiang Hao's personal private space, which includes a luxurious suite and an independent private garden. After everyone took a look around, they all immediately fell in love with this place. Jiang Hao took everyone's luggage out of their personal space and asked them to choose their own rooms. Sun Ji picked up her luggage and wanted to go to the third floor to choose a room like everyone else, but Zhang Ling stopped her. Sister Sun Ji, where are you going? There are 3 rooms on the 4th floor, just enough for the 3 of us, one for each of us. Why don't you choose one here too? Then, she turned to look at Jiang Hao. Brother, do you have any objection? After she finished speaking, she did not forget to wink at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao could hear the hidden meaning in her words, and said to Sun Ji with tenderness in his eyes, this room has been reserved for Sister Sun Ji. If Sister Sun Ji doesn't mind, why don't you stay with us on the 4th floor? When Zhang Ling heard this, she could no longer conceal the joy in her eyes, and she thought to herself, brother, you finally got it this time. Sun Ji didn't seem to expect Jiang Hao to speak so bluntly, and her ears immediately turned red. Just as she was stammering, not knowing how to answer, Zhang Ling grabbed her arm and said, Sister Sun Ji, please don't be polite. I've said so, you must live on the 4th floor with us. Come on, let me help you choose a room. Zhang Ling dragged Sun Ji to choose a room without saying anything, leaving Jiang Hao standing there laughing. After everyone was settled, Jiang Hao called everyone to the 4th floor and began to prepare a sumptuous dinner, which was considered a housewarming banquet. After 2 hours of preparation, a table full of delicious dishes was placed on the table. Jiang Hao, Sun Ji, Zhang Ling, and others were sitting together, preparing to raise their glasses to celebrate, when Jiang Hao suddenly frowned. Others also noticed Jiang Hao's abnormality and put down their wine glasses. Jiang Hao? What's the matter? Sun Ji asked. A few rats came from nowhere. Jiang Hao said as he stretched out his hand and a virtual projection appeared in front of everyone. The projection was in a dense forest, where a group of 8 people were moving carefully. Their words came out clearly. Why did that guy suddenly come to this god-forsaken place, and brought a group of beauties with him? Is he looking for excitement in the wild? Hehe, this remote location is just convenient for us to act. Once we get all the stuff out of their game, we'll kill that guy, and then… those beauties are really pretty, just looking at them makes me want to. When they said this, everyone smiled obscenely, their eyes filled with ill intentions. When everyone in the city lord's mansion on the top of the mountain heard these words, Anger appeared on their faces. "Brother, these people are coming for us, right?" Zhang Ling asked. When Zhang Ling asked this question, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Hao's face, and they suddenly found that there was something wrong with his expression. At this moment, Jiang Hao stared at the leader in the image with eyes that were about to spit fire, and kept roaring in his heart, "It's him! It's actually him!" His hands were clenched into fists, veins bulging, and it was obvious that he had a deep hatred for this person. The leader in the video, Jiang Hao, is no stranger. He is a killer hired by the Wang family. In his previous life, Sun Ji and himself died under his knife. Sun Ji keenly sensed that Jiang Hao was in a bad mood, and quickly reached out and shook his hand. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Jiang Hao calmed down a little. "Brother, do you know that person?" Zhang Ling asked again, with a hint of worry in her tone. Jiang Hao thought about it and felt that it would be better to explain some things to them in advance, so he said in a deep voice, "They are from the Wang family. They are the power behind Aotian Pavilion. I didn't expect them to act so quickly. I have only been in contact with you for a few days, and you have already figured out our real identity information." Sun Ji and Sun Meng came from big families, so they were naturally well aware of the methods used by big families, so they did not seem too surprised. But Jianxi, Qing Feng, and Ziyu are different. The rumors about the big family only existed in novels, and this was the first time they had actually come into contact with such a force. From the conversation between those people just now, it is not difficult to see that they acted ruthlessly and decisively. Faced with this legendary powerful force, the awkwardness and uneasiness on their faces were obvious. Jiang Hao also noticed that the three girls looked unhappy, and comforted them, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. First of all, with your current attributes, any one of you can easily deal with a group of them. If they come towards us, we are naturally not afraid. The only thing we are worried about now is your family, so I suggest that you bring all your relatives over. In the territory, no one can threaten their safety." Sun Ji also advised, "Jianxi, Qing Feng, Ziyu, you'd better listen to Jiang Hao on this point. You have also seen the huge interests involved in Chenkai. We have just started, and we have been targeted. When our guild grows stronger in the future, it will attract the hostility of many forces. It is hard to imagine. Therefore, in order to develop steadily in Chenkai and for the safety of your relatives, it is better to take them over." Jianxi and the other two nodded, "Okay. I will definitely persuade my family members." At this time, Jiang Hao said seriously, "It's not about persuading them, but making sure they all move in. The Wang family behind Aotian Pavilion has invested more than hundreds of billions in divine breath. They have invested so much money, so naturally they want to get a bigger return. We are the stumbling blocks in their eyes. They will definitely use any means to get rid of us. The people in front of us are the killers they have trained to do the dirty work for them. We must eliminate their threats from reality. If they fail, they will send stronger people over, and their methods will not only target us, but they will also threaten the people around you. This is not an exaggeration." After hearing this, Qing Feng immediately said, "Brother Hao, I understand. I will definitely let my family move here." Drizzle and Morning Light also expressed their opinions. Hearing their affirmative answer, Jiang Hao's expression finally eased, and then he turned off the video, and then said to everyone, "I will deal with these rats later, come, let's continue celebrating." Chapter 114. In the dense forest, the leader stretched out his hand and everyone stopped immediately. The leader looked back at everyone and frowned, "Do you feel like we passed by here just now?" One of them thought for a moment and replied, "When you mention it, it feels a little familiar to me. Are we lost?" Another person said, "With our experience, how could we get lost? I feel like this place is a bit spooky." Another person said, "What's going on? Is there a ghost wall in this forest?" The leader frowned even more upon hearing this, Don't believe in that kind of superstition. There is no such thing as ghosts and gods in this world. Then why have we been walking here for 2 hours and are still in the jungle? Yet, with our speed, we should have reached the top of a mountain. This is so wrong. Everyone echoed, their faces full of confusion and anxiety. Release the drone, the leader ordered. When they started the drone, they were shocked to find that there was no signal at all. What made them feel even more weird was that when one of them took out his cell phone to take a photo, the picture transmitted back through the camera was completely white. Others didn't believe it and took out their phones and turned on their cameras. However, no matter how they tried, all they saw on their cell phone cameras was a blur of white, as if it was blocked by some force. What is going on? Everyone looked at each other in horror, and fear finally arose in their hearts. The leader's face was gloomy. He realized that they might really have encountered something that could not be explained by science. Don't panic. He tried to calm down and said loudly, let's go back and get out first. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, since you are here, don't rush to leave. When everyone in the dense forest heard this, they were all startled and looked in the direction of the voice, but did not see a single figure. Crunch! Crunch! Boss, you, look there! Without that person's reminder, others had already noticed the strange scene. Although there was clearly no one in sight, there was a constant sound of footsteps trampling on dead branches on the ground, as if someone was approaching them. Crunch! Crunch! Who's there? The leader shouted. Then, he pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it in that direction and said, if you don't show up, I'll shoot. Crunch! Crunch! The person didn't seem to pay any attention to his meaning and continued to approach step by step. Well, shoot, I actually want to see whether the bullet of the gun is faster or my reaction speed is faster. When the others heard this, their hair stood on end. The voice was cold and a little playful, as if it was ringing right next to my ear, but I couldn't find its specific source. The leader gripped his pistol tightly, his fingers trembling slightly, and his companions around him also drew their weapons and looked around nervously. Stop playing tricks! Come out! The leader shouted again, trying to boost his courage with his voice, but the trembling in his voice betrayed his fear. Even though he had been on the edge of a knife for many years, he had never encountered such a strange situation, which inevitably made him feel frightened. Crunch! Crunch! The footprints on the ground continued to approach them. Bang! Finally, the leader couldn't help but pull the trigger. Everyone also looked in that direction nervously. However, after a pause, the creak sound of footsteps sounded again. Then, that cold voice came again, Sure enough, the bullet is still a little slower. Bang! 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 The leader fired several shots in succession, but each shot seemed to hit the void and there was no response. At this moment, the leader suddenly felt a huge force in his hand, and the gun in his hand seemed to be fixed and he couldn't pull it out. Then a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and his hand was holding his gun. Jiang Hao used a little force to snatch the gun away, then he used force with his palm and the pistol instantly deformed, and soon he crumpled it into a lump of iron. This scene stunned everyone present, and the leader turned pale with disbelief in his eyes. He had never seen anyone crumple a pistol into a ball of scrap metal so easily with his bare hands. When he saw the face of the person in front of him clearly, he could not hide his shock. You are. Jiang Hao looked at him calmly and said, that's right. I am the target of your trip, Jiang Hao. What? I don't know what you are talking about. The leader's face changed and he quickly denied it. After witnessing his terrifying strength, he no longer had the confidence to continue the mission. Jiang Hao sneered and threw the iron lump in his hand casually. It fell to the ground with a dull sound. Don't pretend. Didn't the Wang family send you here just to get rid of me? The leader secretly thought that something was not right. The other party had already revealed the background behind him, which proved that they were aware of their purpose. They were afraid that they would be in great danger this time. The leader was also a ruthless person. Since there was no room for maneuver for both sides, his eyes became stern and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he winked at his men, signaling them to flee in different directions. Even if they die, they will report back the failure of the mission. Want to run? Jiang Hao sneered, and then gathered the magic in his hand. Frost fall. In an instant, the temperature around dropped sharply, and a light layer of frost filled the air. The killers who originally wanted to flee in all directions suddenly found that their feet were frozen tightly by a thin layer of ice, and their speed dropped sharply. How is this possible? What kind of witchcraft is this? The leader looked at Jiang Hao in horror, his voice trembling with disbelief. At this moment, a bang sound suddenly came from the space. One of his companions was frozen stiff, and everyone watched him turn into ice and then shatter into ice chips. He was a living person just now, and now he is dead. The fear in everyone's hearts reached its peak. Jiang Hao cancelled the skill. With his luck, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before all these people would turn into ice chips. He put so much thought into it, it's not just to kill them. With the return of warmth, they regained some mobility, but no one thought of running away. Jiang Hao took out a novice sword, which was shown in the game. Even though this is just a novice sword, it is several times sharper and tougher than the weapons forged by those blacksmithing masters in reality. Seeing Jiang Hao approaching with a long sword shining coldly, the leader swallowed his saliva and said calmly, "Jiang Hao, even if you kill us, the Wang family will not let you go. Sooner or later, you will follow in my footsteps." Jiang Hao heard this, but he didn't stop walking. A sneer appeared on his face. "Wang family? Following in your footsteps? It just so happens that I also want to test the strength of the Wang family. Tell me where their base is." Chapter 115. I advise you not to overestimate your own abilities. Although you have mastered some supernatural powers now, the Wang family has unfathomable background. They have ancient martial arts masters in charge, and the family has been passed down for thousands of years. You can't even imagine how powerful they are. The leader tried to use the power of the Wang family to intimidate Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said, "You don't have to worry about whether I can deal with them. Now you just need to tell me where the base where the core team of Aotian Pavilion in Chengzi is stationed." The leader replied, "I really don't know. We are not qualified to join the core team, so we have no way of knowing where their base is." Haha. Jiang Hao sneered, "Looks like I need to increase your strength." Jiang Hao said this as he picked up the sword and gently stroked his toes. Ah! The leader let out a scream. The toes of his right foot were neatly cut off. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red. "I'll ask again, where is the base of the core team of Aotian Pavilion?" Jiang Hao's voice was as cold as the wind, the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, as if ready to swing again at any time. The leader was sweating profusely from the pain, but he still insisted, "I really don't know. We are just peripheral members and cannot access the core information." Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously dissatisfied with the answer, and slashed with the sword in his hand again. All the toes on the leader's other foot were cut off. There was another cry of pain, and now the leader began to tremble with pain. At this time, Jiang Hao gently placed his sword on the leader's shoulder and said in a grim tone, "I'll give you one more chance, will you tell me or not?" The leader could feel the cold chill coming from the tip of the sword, as if the sword would cut off one of his arms in the next moment. He was really terrified. I really don't know where their base is. They are also afraid that something might happen to Aotian Pavilion. Only core members of the guild can move into the base. Once they move into the base, their personal freedom will be controlled, and no one dares to reveal where the base is. Jiang Hao could tell from the other person's eyes that he was not lying, and he roughly guessed that this would be the result. Since he couldn't get the information he wanted, he didn't want to waste time, so he fired a series of fireballs, burning all these people to ashes. Not until Jiang Hao cleaned up the scene did Sun Ji and Zhang Ling come out from the darkness, both with a look of reluctance and shock on their faces. Linger, Sister Sun Ji, the cruelty of this world is far beyond our imagination. Jiang Hao's voice was low and solemn. He looked at the place where the leader turned into ashes, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. In order to survive and for power, some people will do anything, and some are even willing to sell their souls. So we can't afford to have the slightest mercy. We will encounter many such things in the future. We must learn to adapt and learn to find our own way of survival in this cruelty. Sun Ji and Zhang Ling nodded slightly. They had both witnessed the cruel competition among the aristocratic families and naturally understood what Jiang Hao said. Let's go. Let's go back. Jiang Hao said, it's almost time to enter the game. As he spoke, Jiang Hao's eyes couldn't help but become sharper. It is impossible to find the base of Aotian Pavilion in reality, but it is much easier to find Aotian Pavilion in the game. Return to the Lord's Mansion. Jiang Hao and others logged into the game one after another. Jiang Hao decided to clear the entire secret realm today, deal with the spirit level boss tomorrow, and then leave the secret realm. The task was a bit heavy. Except for Jiang Hao, who was still acting alone, Meng Qingxian's people were divided into two teams. They only hunted monsters with leaders and above, and ignored ordinary monsters and elite monsters. The day passed quickly, and everyone reunited and began to count the day's gains. In total, he gained more than 1,000 attribute points of black-grade natural treasures, and 1,200 points of yellow-grade ones. However, all the yellow-grade ones were saved by Jiang Hao. It won't be long before Zhang Ling will be promoted to an expert-level alchemist, and then he can make the yellow-grade natural treasures play a greater role. After everyone went offline, they started to get busy. Because not only the families of Genexai and others will arrive, but other elite members and their families will also come one after another. In order to ensure the safety of the guild's backbone members, Jiang Hao finally decided to allow this first batch of elite members and their families to move into the territory. After coming out of the game, Jiang Hao used the few remaining spiritual sources to build a winding mountain road from the foot of the mountain to the top that was passable by one car. This is for the convenience of picking up people. It was not until the evening that these people who came from all over the country were finally settled. Now these people are temporarily settled in the Lord's Mansion. When there is sufficient spiritual energy in a while, a number of villas will be built, one for each family. By then, their living conditions will be greatly improved, and they will have a stronger sense of belonging. He also didn't want the core members of the guild to feel depressed when coming here. Entering the game again, excluding those who died and exited the secret realm midway, there were still 69 people on the scene including Jiang Hao. After everyone arrived, Jiang Hao led them to the secret grassland. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the stone temple under the leadership of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked back at everyone and ordered, "Wait here, I'll go and lure out that boss." Although Jiang Hao did not use any rare treasures in the past few days, by eating the essence of beast meat, his four-dimensional attributes have increased by 150 points each. ID, Chasing the Wind. Talent, God's Hand. God's Hand affiliated skills. Level, 38. Experience, 430,000/16 million. Reputation, 23,960, killing a king-level boss adds 1,000 points, killing a lord-level boss adds 100 points, killing a leader monster adds 10 points. HP, 230,940. Mana, 133,270. Physical attack, 14,841. Magic attack, 15,135. Physical strength, 13,760. Fatigue value, 15,050. Armor, 320. Magic resist, 465. Strength, 1396. Mental strength, 1505. Physical fitness, 1376. Agility, 1490. Lucky, 478. Soul source point, 88,465. Free attribute points, 1,140. However, the ones who grew the most were Zhongling, Sun Ji, and Chen Xi. After this period of time, the main attributes of the three people have exceeded 1,000. Among them, Zhongling's 4 dimensions added together are even higher than Jiang Hao's. Part of the credit comes from the Wind Spirit Crystal. During this period of adventure, Zhongling also used the Wind Spirit Crystal for comprehension. A Wind Spirit Crystal allowed her to comprehend 5 magic skills, namely, Wind Binding Technique, Gale Technique, Swift Wind Technique, Wind Walking Technique, and Extreme Storm. Wind Binding is a green-grade single-target control skill. Gale of Wind is a blue-grade crowd control skill. The Art of Gale is a purple-grade passive skill that increases speed by 20% and the effectiveness of wind skills by 50%. Wind Walk is a purple-level acceleration skill. Extreme Storm is a gold-grade wind-based group attack skill. In addition, during the process of comprehension, Zhongling's mental power also increased by more than 300 points, agility increased by more than 200 points, physique and strength were less, only 50 points each, and the upper limit of magic value also increased significantly, increasing by 10,000 points. Seeing this effect, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh that the telepathic mind is indeed a god-level talent. If there were sufficient treasures to support him, Zhongling's growth rate would definitely astonish the world. Now Zhongling, with the blessing of the rhythm of spiritual sound, has far surpassed Jiang Hao in terms of magic damage. During this trip, Meng Qingxian's team has grown, and Jiang Hao now has the confidence to lead the team to challenge this spiritual level boss. Chapter 116. Jiang Hao flashed and came to the door of the stone hall. Elemental Frenzy. Continuous fireballs. A series of fireballs poured into the stone hall like a meteor shower, accompanied by roars and dazzling flames, and the entire stone hall seemed to be on fire. Such a movement naturally immediately attracted the attention of the Yunchuan beast in the stone hall. Before the fireball came close, the Yunchuan beast suddenly opened its eyes. Boom boom! Most of the fireballs still exploded on it. -31,956. -31,887. More than 20 fireballs took away more than 800,000 HP of the Yunchuan beast. However, this amount of damage is only 1,000th of its 800 million health points and it doesn't even affect its health bar. The Yunchuan beast was not seriously injured, but this felt like a huge provocation. Roar! The roar of the Yunchuan beast was like a mountain torrent and thunder, shaking the entire stone hall as if it was trembling. Finally Jiang Hao took out the longbow. Poisoned! With a whoosh sound, a sharp arrow shot at the Yunchuan beast. -1,586. -3,056, toxin damage. After repeated provocations, the Yunchuan beast could no longer bear it, and its feet moved like the wind. The Mad Lion attacks. Jiang Hao, who was well prepared, also activated his skills. Shadow Step Assault. Boom! A dent was immediately created at Jiang Hao's original position by the Yunchuan beast. The Yunchuan beast missed its target, and Jiang Hao had already landed outside the stone palace. Flame Bomb. Continuous fireballs. The Yunchuan beast roared angrily and slapped the air with its 2 front paws. The fireballs that had not yet approached were scattered one after another, greatly reducing the damage caused to the Yunchuan beast. Even if 50% burning damage is added, it will only cause 400,000 to 500,000 damage to the Yunchuan beast. After the fireball was dispersed, the figure of the Yunchuan beast flashed, and Jiang Hao suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Extreme speed. Jiang Hao's speed increased dramatically. As soon as he left, a bolt of lightning exploded behind him with a boom. It was the lightning claw that Yunchuan beast released immediately after performing the wind escape technique. Ice cone technique. Continuous fireballs. While retreating, Jiang Hao used 2 more skills on the Yunchuan beast. The Yunchuan beast roared and chased after him. Jiang Hao immediately threw another control skill behind him. Vines entangled. Jiang Hao's skills were extremely accurate, and the Yunchuan beast was instantly entangled by the vines. And just as it paused, Meng Qingxian's crowd immediately surrounded the 2 people from different angles. Both of them were holding a long sword. They accelerated and quickly approached the cloud beast, then immediately activated their skills. Dragon Wolf Slash. The Yunchuan beast was unable to dodge. -110. -128. -8 million, bleeding damage. Bleeding damage cannot be stacked. Even though both of them are hit, only one will suffer bleeding damage. Jiang Hao's efforts just now were not as effective as the bleeding damage of a Dragon Wolf Slash. Besides, there are 2 more bleeding damages, totaling 24 million. Seeing the shocking bleeding damage, Jiang Hao couldn't help but secretly exclaim in horror. This attack naturally attracted the attention of the Cloud Swan beast, which glared angrily and then opened its huge mouth. Battle cry. Jiang Hao just wanted to say run away, but before he could make a sound, the 2 men were blown away by a sound wave and died instantly. The others felt bad after losing 2 members at once. Continuous fireballs. Jiang Hao fired another series of fireballs, instantly drawing the attention of the Yunchuan beast back. Frost technique. The Yunchuan beast that was about to approach Jiang Hao was instantly covered by the icy field and its speed dropped sharply. Ice cone technique. The ice cone hit the beast, causing its speed to drop again. Next group, go! Jiang Hao shouted. Now is a good time to launch a surprise attack on the Yunchuan beast. This time it was also a group of 2. The 2 people who had been prepared immediately activated the acceleration skill. After quickly approaching the Yunchuan beast, they immediately used the skill, Dragon Wolf Slash. The Yunchuan beast dodged one attack, but the other man's attack still landed on it. -96. -8 million, bleeding damage. As long as bleeding occurs, it will be another 24 million damage. Retreat quickly. Jiang Hao reminded while concentrating his magic. Continuous fireballs. Just as the Yunchuan beast was about to attack the 2 men, its eyes were immediately attracted by the light of the fireballs. It instinctively raised its claws and slapped the fireballs that were annoying it. The 2 men took this opportunity to sneak away. Wind blade. Ice cone technique. Continuous fireballs. The Yunchuan beast still hasn't forgotten the 2 people who caused him bleeding injuries just now. Jiang Hao took advantage of the moment when the Yunchuan beast was distracted and threw several spells at it in succession. The wind blade caused it more than 20,000 damages, but it endured it. The ice cone technique slowed it down, but it still patiently tried to pounce on the 2 men. But seeing the series of fireballs coming not long after, the Yunchuan beast finally couldn't suppress the anger in its heart. It roared, slapped away the fireballs, started its 4 hooves and quickly turned to pounce on Jiang Hao. Wind step. Jiang Hao's speed increased dramatically, but even so, he was still not as fast as the Yunchuan beast. However, before the Yunchuan beast could pounce on Jiang Hao, attacks from other directions also came down. The other members of Meng Qingxian also started to take action. Some of these attacks slow down the opponent, while others control the opponent. Even if the Yunchuan beast could avoid 1 or 2, it could not avoid 3 or 4. When its speed was greatly reduced, 2 more people approached with swords in hand. Dragon Wolf Slash. The bleeding damage that had just ended for the Yunchuan beast was inflicted again. This time, the Yunchuan beast was completely furious. Mad Lion Guard. With a swish, all the negative buffs on the Yunchuan beast were cleared. And it also enters the dominant state, all control skills are invalid. All of you, retreat quickly. Try to disperse as much as possible. Jiang Hao finished drinking and immediately used his skills. Continuous fireballs. This can be said to be a signature taunt skill. This time, the Yunchuan beast ignored the two people who had just made him bleed. Its flaming eyes locked onto Jiang Hao, and the wind energy gathered crazily under its feet. Wind magic. The Yunchuan beast's speed increased greatly, and it started moving on all four hooves. In an instant, it ran in front of Jiang Hao, and then raised its claws high. Boom! Dust flying. However, there was not a single trace of blood on the ground. Jiang Hao activated the shadow step attack at the critical moment and hit 80 meters away. Continuous fireballs. When this skill was activated, it immediately told the cloud beast Jiang Hao's location. It suddenly looked in the direction of the fireball, and then its huge body rushed towards it at a high speed. Boom boom! Almost all the fireballs exploded on the Yunchuan beast, but it ignored them and continued to run towards Jiang Hao. Roar! Thrust! Jiang Hao moved sideways 20 meters to avoid the attack of the Yunchuan beast. The Yunchuan beast missed its first pounce and suddenly turned around, continuing to pounce on Jiang Hao. Shadow attack. With double acceleration, Jiang Hao barely avoided another attack from the Yunchuan beast. Jiang Hao looked more focused than ever before, constantly thinking about how the Yunchuan beast would react next and how he would respond. He had to delay as much time as possible so that Meng Qingxian's men could disperse as much as possible, otherwise there would be heavy casualties. So he had to rack his brains and use all his skills. Summoning the undead. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Hao, slightly distracting the Yunchuan beast. Jiang Hao took advantage of its distraction to activate his skills. Violent shock. His body instantly leaped high up, just avoiding the Yunchuan beast that was pouncing towards him. Just as he was about to land, he instantly cancelled his skills. This set of actions allowed Jiang Hao to land silently behind the Yunchuan beast. Invisible. Jiang Hao is not afraid of wasting this invincible skill. After becoming invisible, he quietly moved away from the Yunchuan beast. Chapter 117. The Yunchuan beast lost track of Jiang Hao and started to vent its anger crazily. Battle roar. Wild wind and chaotic blades. Two range skills were released, but still failed to force Jiang Hao out. The Yunchuan beast was extremely angry. Then, its gaze suddenly fell on the crowd in the distance. Failing to find Jiang Hao, it took out its anger on other people. Fortunately, Jiang Hao bought them a lot of time. At this time, the crowd had already dispersed. The Yunchuan beast locked onto a person and rushed over at high speed. After the person used several displacement and acceleration skills in succession, he was killed by the Yunchuan beast. The Yunchuan beast was in high spirits and continued to pounce on the next person. On average, one person gains 4 to 5 seconds. After 5 or 6 people died, the Yunchuan beast's Wind Walk and Mad Lion Guard finally ended. At this time, Jiang Hao had already lurked not far from the Yunchuan beast. Seeing that it was no longer in the dominant state, he immediately used his skills. Continuous fireballs. A familiar light came, and the Yunchuan beast suddenly turned its head to look in the direction of Jiang Hao. Its eyes instantly became filled with anger. It let go of the person it was about to kill, and then rushed straight towards Jiang Hao. Mud magic. The angry Yunchuan beast plunged into the mud. Ice cone technique. The double deceleration bought time for others. Without Jiang Hao's order, 2 of Meng Qingxian's men immediately stepped forward with swords drawn. Dragon Wolf Slash. -208. -8 million, bleeding damage. Finally succeeded in hanging up the bleeding. The cloud beast felt pain. This time it learned its lesson. It didn't stare at Jiang Hao anymore, but directly launched a group attack skill. Wild Wind and Chaotic Blades. In an instant, he sent the two people around him away. Continuous fireballs. Jiang Hao failed to save his two companions. He could only sigh secretly and vent his anger on magic. The Yunchuan beast wanted to raise its claws to smack the fireball away, but at this moment a phoenix dragon coil wrapped around it, making it unable to move. This is the wind-binding technique performed by Zhang Ling. With the help of the true art of Gale, Zhang Ling's wind-related magic was greatly enhanced. For a moment, the Yunchuan beast was unable to break free. After the boom sound, two more people approached him. Dragon Wolf Slash. The bleeding damage that just disappeared reappears. However, no matter how angry the Yunchuan beast was, it was constantly slowed down or controlled, and then repeatedly suffered bleeding damage from the Dragon Wolf Slash. At this time, Jiang Hao finally realized the importance of teamwork. With a team that kept up with his pace, it became much easier to defeat the boss. In this way, the health of the Yunchuan beast continued to decrease. After about a minute, the health of the Yunchuan beast finally dropped below 50%. At this moment, a hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the Yunchuan beast. It was possessed by a dragon soul. In an instant, the body of the Yunchuan beast suddenly swelled, the scales on its body became brighter, and a violent aura emanated from its body. After using the dragon soul possession technique, all attributes of the Yunchuan beast doubled. With this terrifying attribute, even with a normal attack, even if Jiang Hao uses the wind dragon roar, he can only kill instantly with one hit. However, the only good thing is that the dragon soul of Yunchuan beast is not in a domineering state, and it is still affected by the deceleration control skills. The skills of Meng Qingxian's team still covered it. Despite being constantly slowed down by the buff, Jiang Hao was still able to deal with it. Shadow Step Raid. Jiang Hao moved 80 meters away in an instant and barely avoided the fierce wind and chaotic blades of the Yunchuan beast. As soon as the Yunchuan beast's skill ended, it was immediately covered by ice. Jiang Hao also took the opportunity to cast an ice cone spell on it. Similarly, two more people from Meng Qingxian's team touched him. Dragon Wolf Slash. The Yunchuan beast dodged one attack, but was still hit by another. -6. -8 million, bleeding damage. This attack was somewhat luck-intensive. Although the Yunchuan beast was slowed down, it still jumped away with its powerful attributes. It was just that one of the attacks happened to hit its tail, which triggered the bleeding damage. Facts have proved that after the outbreak of the Cloud Swan beast, its deceleration and control effects are greatly reduced, and it often takes 2 or 3 groups of people to successfully cause it to bleed. Meng Qingxian's casualties were naturally much greater than before. However, after suffering more than 30 casualties, the health of the Yunchuan beast was finally reduced to around 10%. There are less than 20 people alive at the scene. The skills of other people are basically on CD. You guys step back, leave the rest to me. Jiang Hao said, and immediately used his skills. Shadow Step Assault. This time Jiang Hao rushed towards the Yunchuan beast. Bang! Everyone only saw Jiang Hao crash into the Yunchuan beast. The Yunchuan beast was hit by the skill and instantly fell into a state of dizziness. Then, Dragon Wolf Slash. -75,881. -144,000,000, bleeding damage. The Yunchuan beast's little health suddenly dropped a lot, leaving only 8.5%. If there are no other accidents, the bleeding damage for 6 seconds is enough to deplete the last blood of the Yunchuan beast. But how could the spirit-level boss be killed so easily? An accident still happened. Mad Lion Guardian. At the critical moment of life and death, the Yunchuan beast actually triggered the Crazy Lion Guard skill again. The negative status on its body was instantly cleared, and it entered the dominant state at the same time. The subsequent bleeding damage from Jiang Hao's Dragon Wolf Slash was directly immune. However, this is not the end. Possessed by the Dragon Soul, the attributes of the Yunchuan beast in all aspects instantly doubled. Sure enough, Jiang Hao sighed secretly, but there was not much surprise in his eyes. Then it depends on whether you can kill me within this half-minute. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, a spell was cast upon himself. The wind dragon roars. Super violent. Extreme speed. Jiang Hao also unleashed his strongest state. Swish. Jiang Hao's figure flashed and a loud boom was heard behind him. Jiang Hao didn't have time to think too much and rushed to the right front in an instant. Boom. If Jiang Hao had not turned around, he would have been pounced on by the Yunchuan beast. In this way, relying on the blessing of his extreme speed, he kept changing directions, sometimes rushing to the right, sometimes suddenly turning to the left, and each change of direction just avoided the fierce attack of the Yunchuan beast. Roar! After several consecutive attacks that failed, the Yunchuan beast stopped and roared, then stared at the direction Jiang Hao was fleeing. The Mad Lion attacks. The Yunchuan beast instantly landed in the direction where Jiang Hao was moving, and then opened its mouth wide. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat and he reacted instinctively. Shadows shuttle. The moment Jiang Hao's figure disappeared, the Yunchuan beast's wild battle roar instantly spread. Roar! The sound waves spread out, and the space shook. 100 meters away, Jiang Hao was still frightened. If he hadn't run a little faster, he would probably have stayed there. After a pause, he immediately activated his skill. Continuous fireballs. Jiang Hao deliberately dispersed the fireballs. The Yunchuan beast, which is possessed by the dragon soul, is extremely fast and can easily avoid the attack of fireballs. Only by dispersing will there be a chance to hit the Yunchuan beast. The Yunchuan beast dodged most of the fireballs with a few flashes and soon arrived in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao did not slow down either, continuing to circle around with the Yunchuan beast, keeping its hatred firmly under control. Time passes slowly. More than 10 seconds passed, and the Yunchuan beast's fierce attack still couldn't touch the corner of Jiang Hao's clothes, and it gradually became more and more irritable. Thunder claws. Wild wind and chaotic blades. The dragon claws crack the ground. Skills are cast one by one without regard for cost. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was always in a very fast state, and coupled with his rich combat experience in his previous life, he was able to escape death time and time again. Finally, the Mad Lion Guard of the Yunchuan beast ended. Chapter 118. At the same time, Jiang Hao's extreme speed skill also ended. Without the 460% speed boost, his speed dropped instantly, but the dragon soul of the Yunchuan beast was still possessed, so its speed did not drop. Just as Jiang Hao paused, the Yunchuan beast rushed over and caught up with him. Then, waves of terrifying lightning energy gathered towards him frantically. MJU4 NDA2 New Jersey A3 MTE1 Enskinya 1 OJE equals. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation. Wind escape technique. With a swish, Jiang Hao's figure instantly appeared 300 or 400 meters away. Jiang Hao had just stood firm and hadn't had time to catch his breath. The sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The Yunchuan beast stood still, with lightning flashing all around it. Those scarlet eyes revealed endless murderous intent. It roared towards the sky, and instantly bolts of lightning containing destructive power crashed down from the sky. These thunders are not ordinary. They have strange colors, blue or purple, and some are even deep black. Each one contains terrifying energy that is enough to destroy mountains and rivers. The most powerful forbidden spell level skill of the Yunchuan beast, Sea of Strange Thunder. Seeing this terrifying sea of thunder, Jiang Hao couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. If he had escaped slower, he might have been touched by the terrifying thunder. The thunder raged for 7 or 8 seconds before gradually stopping. After the Yunchuan beast completed this attack, it seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. The lightning around it gradually converged and its breath seemed slightly weak. Without Jiang Hao's orders, 5 remaining people from Mengqingxian quickly surrounded him from different directions. Everyone switched their weapons to long swords, and once they got close, they naturally used the Dragon Wolf Slash. Although the Yunchuan beast avoided 3 attacks, 2 of them still fell on it. Jiang Hao watched as the health of the Yunchuan beast continued to drop, and the health that had just recovered fell below 10% again. Jiang Hao's eyes instantly became firm. Continuous fireballs. From a distance, Jiang Hao fired a large string of fireballs. In fact, at this moment the distance between him and the Yunchuan beast was beyond the attack range of the continuous fireballs. The purpose of his doing this was naturally to attract the attention of the Yunchuan beast. Sure enough, after seeing the familiar scene, the Yunchuan beast's attention instantly fell on Jiang Hao again. Then it started running with all 4 hooves and ran towards Jiang Hao at a rapid speed. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Come on! He watched the cloud beast approaching, and when it came within 50 meters. Wind step. Shadow step assault. Jiang Hao shot out like a sharp sword. Bang! But the Yunchuan beast didn't seem to be stupid. It had suffered a loss once before and would not suffer a second time. Just as it activated the skill, its huge body instantly soared into the air. The shadow step attack was doomed to fail, but Jiang Hao was not discouraged. He estimated the landing point of the cloud swan beast and ran over quickly. At the same time, he also saw that the Yunchuan beast was actually brewing something at the moment it took off into the air. Just as it was about to land, Jiang Hao immediately activated his skill. Invisible. Sure enough, suddenly a loud roar was heard in the space. Jiang Hao cleverly avoided the wild battle roar of the cloud beast, and then swung the sword in his hand. Absolute Shadow Phantom Slash. As the Juying Huanzhan technique was used, Jiang Hao's figure turned into dozens of afterimages, which instantly attacked the Yunchuan beast. -708,845. -711,584. -16 million, bleeding damage. 12 consecutive damages of more than 700,000 floated up, but for dealing with the boss, this is not the most terrifying part of Juying Huanzhan. The most terrifying thing is its 2% bleeding, and it lasts for 5 seconds. Now the Yunchuan beast has already used up all its burst skills. As long as Jiang Hao can hold on for these 5 seconds, he can kill the Yunchuan beast. Feeling the rapidly draining vitality from its body, the Yunchuan beast seemed to smell the breath of death, and a trace of despair and madness flashed in its eyes. The Mad Lion attacks. Jiang Hao knew that his speed was definitely not as fast as the Yunchuan beast, so he directly activated his last life-saving skill. Traveling through the void. In an instant, his figure disappeared into the void. He estimated the consumption of magic power and stopped on a hill 500 meters away. Jiang Hao watched the Yunchuan beast vent its anger from afar. He was also worried that the Yunchuan beast would turn around and attack Zhang Ling and others, so he fired a series of fireballs into the sky. The continuous fireballs exploded in the air like fireworks, so brilliant that they immediately attracted the attention of the Yunchuan beast. Seeing the figure that made it hate so much, the flames of revenge instantly burned in the eyes of the Yunchuan beast. It no longer hesitated, stomped its 4 hooves on the ground, and rushed towards the hill where Jiang Hao was like an arrow. However, no matter how fast it is, the distance is still 500 meters. Boom! As expected, when the Yunchuan beast was about 100 meters away from Jiang Hao, the last bleeding damage directly emptied its health. Watching the huge body of the Yunchuan beast fall to the ground with a loud bang, Jiang Hao stood there, gasping for breath, feeling both relieved and emotional. Fortunately, the 69 people worked together to finally kill this spiritual level boss. He felt so moved that the feat that he had not completed until his death in his previous life was now accomplished. The horror of the spirit level boss was such that only the 10 major guilds dared to challenge it in the past, and they had to pay extremely heavy casualties to achieve it. And now, their team of 69 people has done it with their tacit cooperation. Of course, the biggest contributor is the Dragon Wolf Slash skill. If not everyone had mastered this skill and took turns to make the Yunchuan beast bleed, Jiang Hao alone would probably work himself to death without being able to kill it. At this time, the remaining 14 people also came over. In this battle, even several people from the core team died. Only Zhang Ling and Jinexai survived. Sun Ji, Qing Feng, Ziyu, and Mendi all died in battle. Jiang Hao didn't bother to be polite with others and directly absorbed the spiritual energy. Then, he took out the last piece of blue skill stone and engraved the skill. He also acquired a purple level skill, Wind Escape Technique. It's a pity that he doesn't have a purple skill inscription stone, otherwise he would have a great chance of obtaining a golden skill this time. Jiang Hao has mastered the wind style technique. If he uses it himself, he can naturally upgrade the wind style technique to a higher level, but it can only play a greater role if it is distributed to others. After Jiang Hao put away the skill stone, he took out the spiritual weapon level iron sword. Although the iron sword has not been identified and its properties cannot be revealed, the material is there, and its toughness and sharpness are far beyond ordinary weapons. After reaching the spiritual level, only weapons of the spiritual level can decompose this spiritual level boss. Under the gaze of others, Jiang Hao began to divide and collect the materials of this spirit level boss one by one. The spiritual level boss is covered with treasures, and the lowest level ones are all blue-grade materials. After the division, everyone looked at the high-quality materials all over the floor and couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 119. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited when they saw the high-quality materials all over the floor. A spiritual-grade crystal core, a pair of spiritual-grade claws, a pair of spiritual-grade dragon tendons, 5 barrels of spiritual-grade blood, a set of golden scales, a pair of golden claws, 2 pairs of golden tiger fangs, and a large number of other purple and blue-grade materials. As for the beast meat, the harvest was also considerable, with about 500 kilograms of spirit-grade essence beast meat, about 1,000 kilograms of gold-grade essence beast meat, more than 1,500 kilograms of purple-grade essence beast meat, and more than 10,000 kilograms of blue-grade essence beast meat. Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all and took out all the essence of the beast meat. Just cashing out this batch of beast meat cost him more than 65,000 soul source points. But no matter how you calculate it, cashing out essence beast meat is generally much more cost-effective than cashing out attribute points. However, it takes a long time to digest the essence of the beast meat. If this batch of beast meat is used properly, the attributes of Meng Qingxian's people will greatly increase both in reality and in the game. Its value is immeasurable. Finally, Jiang Hao played with the spiritual level crystal core in his hand, but unfortunately the identification technique was only golden, so he couldn't identify it and could only put it away. Wait until you enter the first level main city in the future and buy a spiritual level or even saint level identification scroll before identifying it. There is a chance that spiritual level claws and spiritual level dragon tendons can be used to create spiritual weapons. Even if the creation of a spiritual weapon fails, there is a high probability that golden equipment can be created, which is of considerable value. However, this requires at least a Grand Master level blacksmith to wield it. Even if he has the Ouy's secret records of forging, it is unknown how long it will take him to be promoted to a Grand Master. The fastest way to cash out is naturally to sell it to the indigenous people, but don't think about selling it to the indigenous people, the price will inevitably be much less than its value. Jiang Hao has many ways to make money, and he doesn't plan to sell these precious spiritual level materials at a low price now. The blood of spiritual beasts is also a good thing, because it can awaken people's talents. A bucket of spirit beast blood can activate a person's talent once. Now there are 5 buckets, which are enough for 5 people to activate their talents. Activating talents is a bit of a gamble, because talents vary in level. If you're lucky, you might be able to activate a high-level talent, greatly increasing your strength, but if you're unlucky, you might fail and not even get the lowest level F talent. But it is undeniable that there is a chance of gaining an extra talent, and the blood of spiritual beasts is still very precious. Even in later times, the blood of spiritual beasts is priceless. After putting away everything, Jiang Hao led the team into the stone hall. The Yunchuan beast may have inherited some of the dragon's hobbies of collecting various gems, and there is a small pile of gems in its nest. Of course, the quality of these gems cannot be compared with those in the holy fire dragon's lair. They are mainly blue and green, with a small amount of purple. What surprised Jiang Hao was that there was a golden thunder spirit crystal in the pair of gems. This is a treasure of the same level as the wind spirit crystal. It can be imagined that after Zhongling absorbs and digests it, her understanding of thunder will surely reach a higher level. At that time, not only will her attributes increase greatly, but she will also be able to comprehend several more thunder techniques, and her strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds. These treasures were obtained by the joint efforts of the entire guild. Jiang Hao couldn't hand them over to Zhongling in public. After putting them all in his personal space, he would calculate the contribution and distribute points when he returned. Then he could let everyone take what they needed and redeem them with points. After receiving this unexpected surprise, Jiang Hao led his men onto the teleportation array to leave the secret realm. At this point, the trip to the dragon's sleeping land has come to a successful conclusion. After returning to Meng Qingxian's base in Yangding town, Jiang Hao gave everyone an order and then exited the game directly. In reality, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock, and all the members of Meng Qingxian gathered in a large conference room. Most of these people looked unwell. They were the people who had died once while fighting against the Yunchuan beast. After Jiang Hao came in, he first performed a rejuvenation technique on Sun Ji. With the nourishment of rejuvenation, her spirit instantly improved a lot. She estimated that after a few minutes of adjustment, she would have no problem entering the game again. Within a minute, Jiang Hao performed the rejuvenation technique on each person. While waiting, Sun Ji was also organizing a summary meeting for the expedition to the Dragon's Sleep Land. The calculation results of the Yunchuan beast's spoils are also out. The spirit level crystal core has not been appraised yet, and its specific value is yet to be determined. 100,000 gold points will be recorded. A pair of spiritual level claws and a pair of spiritual level dragon tendons, together worth 24,000 gold points. 5 barrels of spirit level blood, 80,000 gold points for each. Golden claws and golden fangs together count as 2,000 gold points. Other purple and blue grade materials will be counted as 5,200 gold points. All the best beast meat will be worth 200,000 gold points. Harvesting from the Cloud Swan Beast's lair, the Thunder Spirit Crystal is worth 10,000 gold points, and all other gems are worth 8,000 gold points. A total of 429,200 gold points. When everyone in the conference room heard the spoils calculation results announced by Sun Ji, their eyes widened instantly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. That long string of numbers seemed like a magic spell, making everyone's heart beat faster involuntarily. 429,200 gold points, someone whispered, "Did I hear that correctly? Oh my god, we're really going to get rich this time. Even if we only get 1,000th, that's still hundreds of gold points. If it's converted into Huaxia currency, wouldn't it be over 100 million? What are you thinking? Do you want to exchange these points for real money? Hey, it's just talk. What's the use of money? Increasing your strength is the most important thing. Yes. Sisters, don't be confused. You must use these points to increase your strength. Especially since the president said that he will give us the right to exchange for essence beast meat. If we eat it in real life, not only can we improve our strength in reality, but we can also increase attribute points in the game. I don't know how many points I can allocate, and how much essence beast meat I can redeem. We'll find out when we see. Everyone, be quiet. Sun Ji reminded, and the scene instantly quieted down. I believe everyone is concerned about how to distribute these points. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on her. Sun Ji continued, first, 10% of it will belong to the entire team and will be divided equally among all team members, a total of 93 people. Each person will get about 0.1% of it, rounding it up to 430 gold points per person. 10% is evenly distributed among the 69 members who participated in the battle, and each person receives 580 gold points. The remaining 80% will be distributed according to the contributions provided by those who participated in killing the Cloud Swan Beast. The President has made outstanding contributions, and he alone will receive 50% of the total, 171,680 gold points. Outstanding contributor Zhang Ling gets 5%, 17,168 gold points. Everyone who successfully performs Dragon Wolf Slash will receive 1% of the points. There are 36 people in total, and each person will receive 3,434 gold points. The remaining 9% is allocated to other people who have made relatively outstanding contributions. The details will be sent to everyone later. If there are any questions, please raise them in time and they will be corrected after verification.